Chapter 196. Harry, Nejire, and Ari arrived at the Kamaya's household and went to Ty's room. There they found Ty cleaning his soccer shoes. They all sat around him and just rested while he did his thing, though soon enough, Nejire lay down with her head on Harry's lap, which had him smiling at her in amusement. Carrie soon arrived home as well, and Ari immediately ran to her and gave her a big hug, which had Carrie happily smiling. Both then went to Kari's room so she could change. A few moments later, Carrie walked into Ty's room with Ari. She quickly smiled at Harry and Nejire in greeting and then took a seat in Ty's computer chair with Ari sitting on her lap and leaned back so Carrie could hug her, which she did. Carrie then relaxed for a few moments, and then suddenly began to speak. I saw a whole side of you, Ty. That day we were all talking after Ogremon came to the real world. Ty continued to clean his shoes but did respond to Kari's words, though he had an idea what she meant yet. Why's that? Carrie hugged Ari like a teddy bear even more than she already was doing and then said what you said the other day, about Joe wanting to come but couldn't. Ty stopped cleaning his shoes and looked up at his sister, who then began to speak her thoughts about the situation. I think that Joe is still trying to figure things out, so why don't you go and talk to him? Ty looked down and went back to cleaning his shoes, though he narrowed his eyes as he thought about Kari's question for a few seconds, before just saying just let it go. Carrie looked confused at Ty's response. She could really understand why Ty seemed to want to stay out of the situation with Joe, so she questioned him but Ty sighed and then explained himself. It's clear that there are things he doesn't want to face. Carrie rested her head on top of Aries and sighed. You really think that includes being one of us, being one of the DG destined? Ty looked at his soccer shoes in silence for a few moments and then said, look, if I talk to him, he'll have to face it and that might drive him further away. Carrie nodded. She now understood her father's thoughts about Joe. He was of course worried for him, but it seems that Joe needs time to think, or at least, that's what Ty believes. She then turned her head towards Harry. And you? Why haven't you gone to see Joe? I'm sure if you speak to him, he'll come around. Harry nodded and then smiled at Carrie. That's exactly why I haven't spoken to him yet, and why I told you guys not to tell him I'm back. Joe is already an adult, I can't keep holding his hand and tell him what to do. If I do that he'll grow to eventually resent me for it. No, I have to let him come to his own answers and decisions, so he can make the right choices for himself. I have faith in him, in all of you, but you're no longer children, Carrie, and at some point, you're all going to have to make these kinds of decisions. Sure, if you come to me and ask for help, I'll gladly do so, but it has to be your choice. Carrie nodded, and looked down towards Ari, who was looking up at her. What about you, Ari? What should we do? Ari smiled at Carrie and then said popcorn and a movie. Carrie giggled at Ari's answer, while Ty just grinned. Nejire sat up and fist pumped in excitement. Ooh! That sounds like fun. Let's do that. It was then that the Kamayas had a movie night along with Harry, Ari, and Nejire. Luckily for everyone, Harry was the one who made the popcorn and not Miss Kamaya, otherwise most of them wouldn't be able to enjoy them. Meanwhile, Joe was back home and once again studying hard, though he suddenly stopped and took a look at a picture nearby, one that was taken a long time ago, a picture where all the DG destined and Harry were standing together and happily smiling. Joe looked at the picture for a while, frustration and sadness building up inside him again, along with the guilt, and he teared up, but he quickly rubbed his eyes so he wouldn't cry. Suddenly, Gomamon called out to him, Joe. Joe quickly looked away from the picture and turned his chair around to speak to Gomamon, who had stepped into his room with a big bowl of ramen on his head. Gomamon smiled at Joe and then said, I made you a midnight snack. And I even added an egg. Joe smiled and stood up from his chair. He walked over to Gomamon and nodded to his Digimon partner. You're so good to me. Gomamon smiled at Joe and said, I'm here for you. Whatever you need. You need food? I'll get it. You need a pencil? I'll get it. You need sleep? Then you might have to help with that one. But I'll still help you. Joe just felt horrible now. Gomamon has always been a great friend to him, the best, and here he was full of doubts and self-loathing. Everything that Joe had been holding in his heart came rushing out and he couldn't stop it. Gomamon. I'm sorry. Joe couldn't help the tears of frustration running down his face anymore and he started to shake, which Gomamon noticed. He didn't understand what was wrong with his friend. All he knew is that whatever it is, it was hurting Joe a lot. Not wanting to cause more distress to Joe, Gomamon decided to leave him be, so he pushed himself out of Joe's room, though he stooped by the doorway and looked back with a smile before saying, Joe, don't let the food get cold, okay? With that said, Gomamon left Joe's room. Now alone, Joe dropped to his knees and began to punch his tights in frustration. Tears now fully dropped from his eyes, tears that fell on top of the ramen that Gamaman made and brought for him. The next morning, Joe woke up with Gamaman missing, which got him very worried, so he hopped off his bed and began to look for him all over his room. He soon saw his cell phone, so he went to get it and checked his messages to see if Gamaman sent him one or something. He found one right away, one from Gamaman that said thank you for everything, which confused Joe a lot. What's this supposed to mean? Meanwhile, in Izzy's office, Tintaman was speaking with Gamaman. You can stay here, but you're going to have to help me eat all of this food, can you handle that? Gamaman, who was already eating said food, cheerfully nodded. I'll try. Tintaman nodded and then said, I'll ask Izzy, but I'm sure it won't be a problem, no sweat. Cause I can't sweat. Plus we could use a helping hand, or helping claw, someone to make things like snacks and so forth. Gamaman smiled and nodded. Great. Count me in. Suddenly, Izzy came running into his office. He immediately headed for his computer, which grabbed Tintaman and Gamaman's attention. Tintaman then decided to ask what his friend was doing. Izzy? Why are you running? I just said no sweat. Izzy quickly began to type something on his computer. Something important came up. I have to investigate. Tintaman took off flying and then flew towards Izzy. Lay in on me, sister. Izzy smiled at his friend and quickly began to explain. I got an email from an unknown sender, so I just figured it was some kind of spam. I scanned it just in case and didn't find a virus, but did find something else. Izzy quickly typed something on his computer and then opened a window with some sort of message in some strange kind of language. Gamaman and Tintaman both took a look at the computer to see what had Izzy in a tizzy, and both quickly recognized it, but it was Tintaman who said what it was. That's DG code. Gamaman nodded. Yet, but why? Izzy quickly explained further. It shares a source with the digital world code. It says the universe has two sides like a coin, those that have power must seek the darkness but look past it. Tintaman couldn't help but comment on what he had just heard, thinking that it was some kind of joke or something. Is it some kind of prank? Izzy shook his head. Well, it could be, but we still have to confirm that and figure out who would have done it. Both Gamaman and Tintaman shared a look of confusion. This was a bit too difficult for them, though they were more than happy to help Izzy try and figure out the email. Izzy also texted Harry, thinking he might be able to help, though Harry did respond right away and told him he had some things to do first the next morning, but that he will meet up with him later on to see what they can figure out together. Next morning, Maki was in her office drinking some coffee and getting ready to start her day, when she suddenly received an email in DG code as well. She took out her cell phone and made a call. As soon as someone answered, she began to speak. Yes, the Digimon who you are concerned about is being watched over by her human partner, but still, something could always try to take advantage of the situation. We have to be careful, right? Maki finished speaking what she wanted to say to the person on the other line and hung up. An agent soon walked inside her office and called out to her. Agent Himekawa, here's the debriefing of the data concerning recent digital distortions. The agent walked over to Maki and then placed a map on her desk. He then pointed at a location. We think we can predict the locations where they'll occur and will need more security. Maki nodded. Understood, we'll increase security in those areas, especially the more populated ones. The agent nodded but then pointed at a specific location. Right, but unfortunately, there's a school festival happening later on today. Maki widened her eyes in surprise towards the agent and then looked down at the map with a concerned look on her face. Things were moving too fast, even for her, and that had her worried. Later that morning, the DG Destined school was full of excitement and cheer as the students ran around to get everything they need ready for the school festival. Maki soon arrived and met with Daigo, who quickly reported to her. We increased security in the school and we have permission to evacuate the area if needed. Maki nodded. Understood, have you told them? Daigo shook his head. How could I break the news? Today is supposed to be a fun day, look, they're DG Destined second and kids first. Maki frowned but didn't say anything and just kept walking around with Daigo to keep a watch on everything going on in the school festival. Meanwhile, in Mimi and Mako's classroom, Mimi arrived at her class and was about to open the door when Mako suddenly opened it before she could and cheerfully smiled at her. Mimi. Good, you're here. Mimi jumped in surprise and held her chest since Mako jump scared her a bit, but she soon recovered and then noticed that Mako was wearing a cheerleader uniform. Mimi, you look incredible in that cheerleader uniform. Mako blushed and nervously began to wave her arms in front of her. Ah. Well, Nejire is here and she saw the uniforms and then she said she was going to wear one, then Eri asked me to wear mine and I couldn't say no. Mimi giggled at Mako's little panic attack. Poor Mako fidgeted a bit while blushing, but soon smiled and then said, I wanted to wear it too. Mimi stopped laughing and then stared at Mako. Waiting to see where she was going with this, Mako continued on. We talked about designs and came up with this. Well, it was really you who had the idea, and well, Sora and Harry were the ones who put it together, but like you said, it made me happy. Mimi's eyes widened as Mako told her how happy her idea and working on it made her. Mako then gave Mimi a soft and very beautiful smile. I thought that your idea might make everyone happy and how I can help out by wearing this. And so, Mimi cut off Mako and hugged her tightly. Mimi, thank you. Mako began to blush deep crimson red while being hugged so tightly by Mimi. Ah. Mimi. Mimi giggled and let go of Mako. She then looked Mako over and nodded. I just knew you would look great in this, I can wait to put mine on. Mako stopped fidgeting and blushing and then remembered something. Oh. That's right. Harry told me to bring you to him when you got here. He has your uniform ready, but he has some things to do later, so we have to hurry. Mimi excitedly grinned and then grabbed Mako's hand and pulled her with her to go find Harry, though Mako had to yell at her to tell her where Harry is waiting for her because Mimi had no idea where to go after all. Some time later, Mimi and Mako arrived back to the classroom. This time, Mimi was wearing her cheerleader uniform. Nejire and Ari arrived with them as well. Nejire was also wearing a cheerleader uniform and was all smiles and excited to help in this school festival, especially with Mimi and Mako. Ari just walked inside with her big old witch's hat on her head and holding Mako's hand. She looked around in excitement for the event Mimi's class has organized. However, the other girls in the class were all just wearing a blue apron on. They all refused to wear the cheerleader uniforms Mimi proposed, but Mimi just laughed when she saw this. I knew we would be the only ones wearing the uniforms. Ari stared at the other girls who were gaping at Mimi, Mako, and Nejire. No one could blame them though. These three looked pretty cute and beautiful in their cheerleader uniforms. Ari tilted her head and then said, Why isn't anyone else wearing the pretty uniforms? The girls all turned to look at Ari and immediately gushed at how cute she is. Most wanted to walk towards her and give her a hug or a head pat, but Ari just shook her head in disappointment and then said how boring. All the girls flinched as if they were being stabbed through the heart by Ari's words. Some even dropped to their knees in pain and defeat. Mimi and Mako just smiled at the girls, while Nejire laughed. Emotional damage from Ari is pretty painful and funny to see after all. Meanwhile, Izzy was showing Harry the email he received in digital code. After handing Mimi her cheerleader uniform, Harry immediately went to Izzy's office, since Izzy asked him to come over to his office and Harry agreed to do so after helping the girls a bit and was now checking the email, though it made him frown as he began to read a part of the email out loud. If true power must see the darkness but move past it. What does this even mean? Izzy shook his head since he didn't have an idea. I don't know, I can't figure it out, but the fact that it's in DG code makes me think that it has to do with the current situation. Harry stood up straight and sighed. Yeah, it seems like that's the case. Did you figure out who sent it? Izzy once again shook his head no. Harry frowned and turned to look at the Digimon who were all eating some food he brought for them. They all seemed to be having fun speaking with each other and eating as much as they can. It made Harry smile to see them so cheerful and happy. He then turned his head towards Lemon who was just relaxing on a couch with his eyes closed. Tintaman suddenly called out to him, Lemon, do you want to eat anything? Lemon just shook his head. The Digimon all sweat dropped while Harry chuckled at what Tintaman said next, or just sit there and look intimidating. Suddenly, Izzy received a message and quickly took out his smartphone to check it. Oh. Joe wants to know where Gamaman is. Harry and Izzy then turned to look at Gamaman, who was eating a donut. Izzy then decided to call out to him, Gamaman. Gamaman stopped eating and turned his head towards Izzy. What happened? Izzy quickly informed Gamaman of what was going on. Joe is asking everybody where you are. Gamaman sadly frowned and looked. Oh yeah, right. Izzy looked at Gamaman confused. Harry hummed and then asked a question. Did you tell him where you were going? Gamaman continued to look down and then shook his head. No. Harry frowned at Gamaman. Gamaman, what's going on? Gamaman sighed. I have my reasons to leave. Please don't tell Joe where I am. Harry shared a look with Izzy but then sighed. Fine, but I expect you to explain at some point. It's too dangerous for this sort of thing to be happening. Do I make myself clear? Gamaman nodded and then saluted to Harry. Yes sir. Harry just chuckled and shook his head. He and Izzy then went back to investigating the email and trying to figure out what it means. Meanwhile, Joe was getting text messages from everyone, letting him know that they haven't seen Gamaman anywhere, which only made Joe very worried for his friend. Where are you, Gamaman? Some time later. The school festival was now starting and everyone was getting ready to begin and have fun, though Mako was having a small panic attack. Now that the time has come, I can't. I really can't. Don't make me do it. Mimi was trying to coax Mako out of her hiding spot. Oh come on. You want to make everyone happy, don't you? Mako shook her head and held on tight to the table she was holding while crouching down beside it. Mimi sighed. Nejire laughed a bit, finding the whole thing funny, and Eri tilted her head and then waved her hand towards Mako, who started to float. Mako gasped and shook her head. No. Eri, don't do this to me. Eri just smiled and said, Daddy and big sister Sora worked hard on these uniforms, it would be a shame if no one got to see you wear one, big sis. Mako. Mako gave up and just let Eri float her out of her hiding spot. She gave Eri a look of pure betrayal, but Eri just smiled and set her down on the ground. After that little debacle, Mimi and Nejire pushed Mako to the classroom's door where everyone was waiting on them to begin. Though the rest of the girls still looked defeated and gloomy, looks like they haven't recovered from Eri's words and the emotional damage they received from them. Though they still went on with their event, the doors were soon opened. The customers came in and poor Mako was very embarrassed and nervous, that she began to sneeze, but Eri stayed with her and held her hand to help her go through this more easily. It certainly helped Mako a lot and didn't let go of Eri's hand. In fact, the little Potter even helped her serve tables. Meanwhile, Mimi and Nejire were having a lot of fun serving tables and looking cute while doing it. The poor boys that would go there would sometimes stutter or get nervous, whenever Nejire or Mimi would serve them their orders. Meanwhile, Maki and Daigo were walking around and keeping an eye on everything. Though Daigo was trying to get Maki to relax a bit, he even began to offer her to get her some food, but Maki refused and even told Daigo that she thought that school festivals were lame. Daigo just smiled and shook his head while reminding Maki that she had said the same thing in high school. Maki rolled her eyes at Daigo for bringing up her past, but then Daigo stopped walking and looked up. Though, you know, back in middle school you couldn't get enough of them. Maki sighed. Well, we can't stay kids forever, that's what I think. I used to think a lot when I was a kid, but I never found the answers I was after. No matter how much thinking I did, high school was not an easy time for me. At the same time, Maki was talking to Daigo. Joe was becoming more and more worried about Gamaman as time passed by. He was really beginning to miss his friend, and he just hopes that someone could find him soon, otherwise, he'll go and look for Gamaman himself. Back with Daigo and Maki. Daigo smiled and shook his head. So you had some growing pains. Everyone does, but you were never childish, Maki. Maki didn't say anything and just closed her eyes for a second. After that, she opened them and began to look around for anything suspicious until she suddenly spotted someone on the rooftop of the school. Is that Ken? Maki was about to run over, but in a blink of an eye, the so-called Ken was gone, so Maki stopped and stared at the spot, where she saw him in shock, though she quickly began to look around everywhere for Ken. Daigo noticed this and walked over to Maki. Is something wrong? Maki stopped looking around and looked down, perplexed at what she saw. As Daigo stared at her, Maki was trying to make sense of the fact that someone who looked like Ken was in the school. In Mimi and Mako's classroom. The event prepared by the class seems to be a big success. A lot of people came to eat and just have fun, though a lot of the guys going to the event were there to see Nejire, Mimi, and Mako, and most of the girls went there to see Eri, as rumors of an adorable little witch was spreading around school rather quickly. Suddenly, Daigo and Maki arrived. Daigo immediately walked in and said, "A table for two, please." Mimi was serving some drinks, but she quickly turned around to look at Daigo and smiled. "Come on in, we'll get you a table soon." Mimi then called out to Mako, "Mimi, it's your turn." Mako shyly walked forward while holding Eri's hand, surprising Daigo and Maki. Mako then nervously said, "I'll show you to your tea table now." Maki stared at Mako with wide eyes full of surprise and suddenly began to laugh. Mako blushed and shook her head. "I'm sorry." Mimi soon arrived and hugged Mako with one arm since she was holding some drinks with her other one. "Don't let her fool you. Her whole shy attitude is getting her a lot of fans." Mako shook her head and tried to hide her face with her free arm. No, don't say that, Mimi." Everyone shared a laugh at Mako's embarrassment, and soon after Mako took Daigo and Maki to a table. As she took their orders, Maki decided to ask a question. "Where's Mikuman?" Mako quickly answered Maki's question. "Oh, she's over at Izzy's with the other Digimon. They're having a play day with each other and having a ton of snacks. Harry went there to bring them to the Digimon." Maki nodded. "Oh." Daigo smiled and then said, "Well, at least Harry is there with the Digimon. I'm sure he'll make sure they don't get into trouble." Mako nodded. "Yup. The Digimon all respect and listen to Harry, plus he has his way of handling things." Maki looked intrigued, but before she could ask for more details about Harry, Daigo asked about Izzy. "So, is Izzy there too?" Mako nodded. Daigo frowned and said, "So Izzy isn't here either, hey?" Mako smiled and then explained, "Well, he's busy with some research." Mimi suddenly twirled her way behind Daigo and added her opinion into the conversation even though this is the big festival. Mako was about to answer, but she was cut off when some music began to play in the classroom. Mako paled and began to panic, while Mimi smiled and turned around to call out to someone, Nejire. It's time. Mako shook her head in panic and looked terrified. Oh no. It's here. Poor Mako tried to run away, but Mimi and Nejire caught her by the arms and began to pull her back. Nejire grinned and then cheerfully said, oh no you don't. It's show time. Let's go Mimi. Mimi nodded and cheerfully smiled as Mako tried with all her might to get away from them and run away, but she couldn't. Please don't make me do it. Mimi laughed and then said, come on, just give it a try. What happened next, was Mimi, Nejire, and Mako doing a little cheerleader dance and show, which got everyone in the classroom excited, though Mako kept trying to get away and hide, but Nejire and Mimi didn't let her. In the end, even though she was embarrassed and nervous, she did end up having a lot of fun, though she still kinda wished Nejire and Mimi had some mercy for her. Eri just clapped as she watched the trio dance around and have a lot of fun. Daigo chuckled and then said, I wished Izzy and Harry could see this. Maki hummed and then took out her phone. She quickly took a picture and sent it to Izzy. Back with Harry and Izzy. Both Izzy and Harry were still trying to figure out what the email meant when Izzy's smartphone began to ring. Izzy quickly checked his smartphone and looked surprised. Hey? A text from Agent Himekawa. Harry looked over to Izzy as he began to read the text. The dragon god then asked an emergency. There was a picture attached to the text, so Izzy opened it, only to get a picture of Mimi dancing in her cheerleader uniform. Izzy raised an eyebrow and turned his head towards Harry. Why is Agent Himekawa sending me a picture of Mimi? Harry shrugged and shook his head. Who knows? Though I got to say, Mimi looks like she's having a lot of fun. I wonder how everyone is enjoying the school festival. Izzy smiled and then stood up from his desk. Then how about we go? We're not having any luck with the email, might as well have some fun, plus I'm hungry and the Digimon ate all the food. The Digimon sweat dropped and turned their head towards the table where they had the food, and indeed, all the food was gone, only trash remained. Daruman sighed and shook her head. Guys. I told you to take it easy with the food. Everyone looked chastised by Daruman, even Lemon as well. Even though he didn't eat any of the food, he still didn't stop his friends from eating it all. Harry just chuckled and then took out his smartphone. Well, let me just text Mimi and the others to let them know that we're coming. Izzy nodded and went to clean up the table from all the trash on it. Daruman immediately had all the Digimon help with the cleanup. With a glare, Lemon even got up and helped as well. A glare from Daruman is that powerful. Meanwhile, Harry finished texting Mimi to let her know that Izzy, the Digimon, and he are coming over to the festival. Back in Mimi and Mako's classroom. Mimi's smartphone suddenly began to vibrate and she quickly took it out of her pocket. Boy was she glad that Harry sewed pockets into the cheerleader uniforms. She quickly checked her phone and smiled as she read the text. Mimi then spoke up to Mako, Nejire, and Eri. Hey guys. Harry and Izzy are coming over. The girls looked very happy about the fact that Harry and Izzy were coming over to have fun with them. However, Daigo was confused as to why Maki did all of that. Maki, what did you do? Maki just shrugged. Like you said, they're ordinary kids first and Digimon's partner second, at least for today they are. I guess I agree with you. Daigo smiled at Maki and seemed happy that Maki agreed with him. Meanwhile, Mako suddenly realized something. But what about Mikuman and the other Digimon? Eri smiled and then piped in. Did you forget what we can do, big sis Mako? You don't have to worry about the Digimon with daddy there. Mako smiled and nodded at Eri. Oh, you're right. I keep forgetting about the amazing things you and your daddy can do, Eri. Maki looked interested and decided to try asking for more details about what Harry can do. Oh? What kind of things? Mimi frowned at Maki. She quickly realized that she was fishing for information on Harry. Mako looked like she didn't want to say anything, while Nejire hummed as she stared at Maki. Eri however grinned. Ah. Well, daddy can turn into a massive gold and silver dragon. He can fly, use all types of elemental magic, and control time, space, and even the fabric of reality. He's also the master of death. So he can control souls and even bring back the dead? Well, practically, daddy can do anything you can imagine. Someday I'll be able to do the same as well. And I can't wait for that day to come. Can you imagine? Destroying universes with a snap of your finger. Doesn't that sound cool? Maki stared at Eri in silence, while Mako gaped. Mimi was thinking, since it seemed like Harry can do way more than he used to, Nejire just laughed at Eri's way of unloading so much information. Maki suddenly rubbed her forehead and stood up. Right, if you don't want to tell me that's fine, but young lady, you shouldn't be making up such stories. Eri just smiled and shrugged, she was telling the truth after all, if Maki didn't believe her, it wasn't her problem. Daigo stood up as well and said something about checking up on Harry and Izzy just in case and left the classroom with Maki. Eri then began to giggle seeing as she had pranked Maki. Meiko turned her head towards Nejire and asked, can Harry really do all of that? Nejire nodded and smiled, and much more too. Chapter 197. As Daigo and Maki walked out of Mimi and Meiko's classroom, Daigo decided to check on Izzy. Well, I'm going to go check on Izzy and the Digimon, just in case. Maki shook her head, absolutely not, you're still a school employee, they might need your help or input for the school festival, I'll go check on them instead. Daigo sighed, but a second later he smiled and then said, yes ma'am. Maki smiled and shook her head while walking away, though she did raise a hand as a goodbye to Daigo, while he watched her go. Meanwhile, back in Izzy's office. The Digimon were all excited about going to the school festival with Izzy and Harry, especially because they heard that there were lots of food there. Black Gataman grinned and then said, Eri told me there were also all sorts of fun stuff to do. Aries Gataman nodded, yeah, games and events we can all try together, plus Harry will pay for us too. Daruman's sweat dropped, boy, do I feel bad for Harry's wallet, it's always taking a hit for the team. Lopman nervously laughed, knowing how true that statement is, yeah, we do eat a lot. Daruman sighed and shook her head while tiredly deadpanning at Lopman, please don't lump me with you guys, I have manners. Padaman laughed and then flew over to the group, I heard from TK, that Matt's band is playing there too. Aguman nodded and hummed for a bit second, before speaking up, it's a good thing Harry can hide us with his magic. We can really have a lot of fun this way, maybe we can even watch Matt play in his band. Tintaman then turned his head towards Lemon and decided to ask him a question, do you want to go to Lemon? It's going to be lots of fun. Lemon opened an eye and stared at Tintaman for a few seconds, before speaking, I rather not, I'll just wait here and wait for everyone to return. The Digimon were definitely not happy with that answer and immediately jumped on Lemon to beg him to go with them too. Poor Lemon, found himself being barraged by everyone's voices, trying to convince him to go to the school festival. Harry saw that and chuckled, I wonder how long he'll be able to hang on. Izzy shrugged with a smile on his face, who knows, our Digimon are good at convincing people to their whims. Suddenly Mikuman walked up to Lemon and gave him the puppy eyes technique, please go with us. Lemon's eyes widened and he stared at Mikuman giving him the puppy eyes. Harry grinned and then said, well, he lost for sure now, no one can fight the puppy eyes technique. Izzy nodded, all men were suckers for that and it seems Lemon wasn't any different, since he soon sweat dropped and began to blush. Mikuman then decided to finish him off pretty please. Poor Lemon flinched and held his chest as he roared in pain, or rather, cuteness overload all right. Harry laughed a bit, and he took critical damage. Izzy sweat dropped and sighed, before speaking up, we better not let Mikuman hang out with Mimi too much anymore, she's picking up some very dangerous habits. With that over, Harry and Izzy then gathered the Digimon. Harry quickly cast a ward around them, so no one can see or hear them, and the group then left for the school festival. Meanwhile, Carrie and TK were listening to Matt's band playing on top of the stage set up by the school. TK smiled as he watched his brother's band finishing a song. Wow, I got to say, they're actually sounding pretty good now. Carrie nodded and then decided to ask a question about something she has been curious about for a while now, what's their name now anyways? TK smiled at Carrie and then said, The World on the Knife. Carrie's sweat dropped at the overdramatic name of Matt's band, she honestly thought it sounded a bit cringe, oh. She really didn't know what to say in this situation. Meanwhile, behind the school, a portal suddenly began to open and become wider and wider, while Izzy and Harry arrived at Mimi and Meiko's classroom. Mimi quickly noticed them and cheerfully greeted them with a wave and a big smile, oh. Harry. Izzy. Heya. Izzy blushed a bit when he saw Mimi's cheerleader uniform. Wow, did you really have to make it like that, Harry? I mean, I'm not complaining, but wow. Harry shrugged and then explained a bit, I didn't design it, you know? Meiko did, all I did was follow the design, but yeah, Meiko, Mimi, and Nejire do look good with them on. Izzy raised an eyebrow at Harry, Meiko designed the uniforms? Wow, that's actually impressive, though I really can't imagine her wearing one, that's a surprise. Wait, did you just say that Nejire is wearing a cheerleader uniform like Mimi's? Harry nodded and pointed at Nejire, who was humming and swaying her hips cheerfully while taking an order. the girl was having so much fun that she hadn't noticed the effect she was having on the boys around her. They were all blushing and looking at her with stupid grins on their faces. The whole thing made Harry laugh a bit. Izzy sighed and then said, "Harry, you said you're a dragon god, right?" Harry nodded but seemed a bit confused as to why Izzy would ask that right now. Izzy suddenly clapped his hands towards Harry and said, "Thank you for this gift, Lord Dragon God." Harry rolled his eyes at Izzy and just shoved him inside the classroom. "Get in there, you smartass." Izzy chuckled but did as Harry ordered. Mimi walked over to Izzy and Harry and cheerfully smiled. "What's up, guys? Do you guys want a table for two?" Before Izzy and Harry could say anything, TK suddenly walked into the classroom and then said, "For four please." Mimi, Izzy and Harry turned their head towards TK and saw Harry with him, so they all smiled and waved at them. Harry then said, "Oh. Hey guys. How was Matt's concert?" TK grinned and gave Harry a thumbs up. "Not that bad actually." Harry's sweat dropped at TK's enthusiasm for his big brother's band, but pushed that aside and said, "Do you guys mind if we sit together?" Izzy shook his head, "Not at all." Harry smiled, "The more the merrier I always say." Mimi happily smiled and nodded. She then called out to Mako, "All right. Mimi. A table for four." Mako walked over while holding onto Aries' hand. Aries immediately got excited when she saw her father. "Daddy. You finally came." Aries let go of Mako's hand and ran to Harry. The dragon god smiled and immediately picked up Aries in his arms the moment she got close. "Aries, are you having fun here?" Aries nodded. "Yup. Nejire. Big sis Mako and big sis Mimi have been very nice. They give me food and they dance around. They look super pretty." Mimi blushed at Aries' comment, while Mako groaned and hid her face behind her hands. "Aries, don't tell Harry about that please." Harry chuckled and decided to add to the fire, so he nodded to Aries and said, "I know, they sure look pretty hey." Aries nodded, which made Mako blush even brighter. Mimi blushed even more but grinned at Carrie. "Hear that? I look pretty," Harry said so. Carrie narrowed her eyes at Mimi and was now considering wearing a cheerleader uniform as well. TK and Izzy stepped away from the girls, knowing that it was stupid to stand between them when they get like this. Mako soon stopped hiding her face with her hands and said, Please follow me or right this way." But poor Mako was still blushing and looking very embarrassed right now, so she ended up looking very shy, which attracted the attention of everyone around them. To them, Mako was very cute, acting all shy with her cheerleader uniform on. Soon enough, Mako sat TK, Izzy, Carrie and Harry on a table for four and stuck around to write down their orders. TK smiled and then said, "Wow Mako, Harry is right, that looks great on you." Mako jumped a bit at the compliment, she really wasn't expecting it. I mean, thank you." TK smiled and then took out his smartphone and pointed it towards Mako. "Now smile." Mako gasped and looked about to have a panic attack at TK's sudden request. She didn't know what to say, and in the end, as TK took a picture of her, she sneezed. TK chuckled and shook his head in amusement at how the picture came out. Close enough. Mimi walked over and pointed at TK. "TK. I think you forgot someone to compliment." TK just smiled and shrugged. "Oh? Who's that?" Mimi glared at TK and then said, "The one who is about to feed you a tray." Harry laughed and shook his head. Remember when TK was a sweet and kind boy? When did he turn into a sassy little shit? TK's sweat dropped at being reminded of his child self, while Carrie giggled and then responded with, "Who knows? Somewhere between our last grade of middle school and our first day of high school." TK looked like he took a physical blow from Kari's words. "Ouch, that actually hurt my pride a bit." Meanwhile, the Digimon were all walking around the school festival and looking at everything and everyone in excitement. Harry and Izzy had left Daruman in charge of the Digimon and told her to not let them have so much fun. This got the Digimon very excited, especially because Harry would pay for everything they wanted to get, though Daruman, who looked very apprehensive about the amount of food everyone was inhaling at a fast pace, couldn't help but comment about it. They looked like vacuum cleaners like that. Even Lemon was eating. Mikuman hit him with another puppy eye technique and convinced him to have fun with the rest of the Digimon. Lemon didn't stand a chance and ended up doing whatever Mikuman asked him to do. Poor bastard was wrapped around her little claw. At the same time, Maki arrived at Izzy's office and rang the bell. She had brought snacks since she wanted to check on the Digimon. However, she didn't know that Harry had used a dark corridor to take everyone to the school festival. So she ended up missing them by a long shot, so she just stood there unaware that everyone was already at the school festival right now. Back with the Digimon. The Digimon were sure having fun, but they were looking for something to do as well. A human who was eating some food, suddenly smiled and then said, "I'm so glad Harry gave us money. We can eat all we want now." Bioman shook her head at her friend's comment. "He gave the money to Daruman, a human, so try to keep control of your stomach, unless you want Daruman to scold you." A human pointed at Bioman with his claw and responded with, "You say that, but you're eating too." Bioman blushed but couldn't really retort to that, since she was indeed eating right now and quite a lot too. Suddenly the Digimon heard someone yell something about a cute and creepy costume contest, which got everyone excited, since it sounded like a fun thing to do, well except Daruman and Lemon. They didn't want to get involved but did agree to help, so the Digimon sign up for the costume contest, though Daruman had to telepathically ask Harry to let up his wards around the Digimon for a while, so the Digimon can participate in the contest, which Harry did right away and told Daruman to enjoy themselves. Sometime later, the Digimon joined the costume contest and participated. Tai was walking nearby and got curious as to why a lot of people were gathering around this particular contest. So he walked over to take a look. "Hey? I wonder what's going on here." Suddenly the announcer spoke up with his microphone. "Next, we have... Am I reading this right? All right. Gomachin." Tai spluttered in surprise as he watched Gomaman riding on top of Palman, walking into the scenario and waving at everyone. "Hey everyone! I'm Gomachin." Tai gaped at what he was seeing. "That's Gomaman. What is he doing here?" The announcer then called out to the next participant. "Next, we have Mako." Mikuman stepped beside Gomaman and Palman and cheerfully smiled, while raising her paws to greet everyone. "I'm Mako." Tai sweat dropped and groaned, "Just why?" Meanwhile, on top of the school's rooftop stood Ken, or rather someone who looks like him. This person just stood there, while staring down at Mikuman. Meanwhile, Joe was trying to study to keep his mind off Gomaman, but he was starting to get overwhelmed by frustration and guilt. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate, so he picked it up and checked the text he just received. It was Tai and he had good news. "Hey! Gomaman is at the school." Joe didn't waste any time, he quickly stood up from his desk and got ready to leave. He was going to go to the school festival and find Gomaman. After sending a text to Joe, Tai immediately went to look for Matt. He quickly found him in a hallway in school, tuning his guitar. "Matt! There you are, good. The Digimon are in the school right now." Matt looked surprised at what he just heard. "What? They're here? But why?" Tai shook his head since he had no idea what they were doing in the school festival. "I don't know, but they all just participated in the cute and creepy costume contest. Look, I have a soccer game right now, can you maybe keep an eye on them?" Matt took his guitar strap off his shoulder and put down his guitar. He then nodded to Tai. "Sure thing." Tai grinned at Matt and sighed in relief. "Thanks man, I would have kept an eye on them, but I can't skip my game, the team would kill me." Matt chuckled and then gave his friend a grin. "I get you, now get out here, I'll make sure they don't get in trouble." Tai grinned and then nodded. The leader of the DG Destined then took off running to his soccer game, while Matt quickly began to put his stuff away to go check on the Digimon. Though he first texted everyone, to let them know what the Digimon were doing, he quickly received responses to his texts letting him know that they were all gathering in front of the costume contest, to check on the Digimon. Outside the school, a few minutes later, Joe quickly arrived at the school festival on his bike. He quickly parked it in the bike racks and immediately took off running to look for Gomaman. At the same time, at the cute and creepy costume contest, the announcer began to, announce, the moment of truth has finally arrived. Time to announce the winner of the contest. As the announcer said this, the DG Destined began to gather in front of the contest. Sora immediately ran to everyone since she was the last to show up. "Hey guys, is it true the Digimon are here?" Mimi nodded and explained the situation. "Yeah, Izzy and Harry brought them here with the help of Harry's magic, but it seems like they wanted to participate in the contest because it sounded fun." Everyone who didn't know about this turned around towards Harry. The dragon god just shrugged and gave them a smile. "They're fine guys, Lemon and Daruman are keeping an eye on them. Besides, it's not fair we get to have fun at the school festival and they don't, right?" The fact that Daruman and Lemon are in charge of the Digimon did put them at ease. Suddenly a drumroll began to play and everyone turned around to take a look only to see the Digimon right in the middle of the stage participating in the contest. Carrie pointed at them. "Oh look, there they are." The announcer then pointed at Mikuman and then loudly announced, "The winner of the contest is Mako." Mako gaped and blushed, because not only did Mikuman win, but she used her name to enter the contest. Matt glared at the announcer and then yelled at him, "What? Gabuman didn't win. Are you blind?" But everyone ignored him and just watched while Mikuman received a medal that was placed around her neck. While everyone cheered, Mikuman happily smiled as she stared at her shiny new medal. Mako saw Mikuman smile and sighed, though she soon softly giggled as she watched Mikuman practically glow with happiness. "Oh, Mikuman, she looks so happy." Everyone smiled and sighed, no point in being worried. Besides, Harry was right, the Digimon deserved to have some fun too. Soon enough the DG Destined gathered the Digimon and went to meet with Eri and Nejire, who were going around and buying food to try, while the DG Destined went to get their Digimon partners. Mako was hugging Mikuman tightly and looked very proud of her. "You look so cute up there." Mimi sighed and then smiled at Palman. "Did you have fun?" Palman nodded and raised her claws up. "Yeah." Mimi giggled and hugged her Digimon partner. Eri was hugging her Gataman and Black Gataman. "Why didn't you tell me what you were doing? I would have helped." Her Gataman smiled and answered Eri's question. "Sorry Eri, but we wanted to have fun with everyone, besides, I'm sure you were having fun on your own too." Black Gataman nodded. "Yeah. But next time we'll get you. I'm sure we can win no problem with your help." Harry smiled as he watched the Digimon in such high spirits. Being cooped up sucks, especially for Digimon, who are curious and active creatures. Even now they were all ready to go eat and have more fun again. Even though it was risky for them to participate in the costume contest, at the end, nothing bad happened, especially since Harry placed his ward back on the Digimon the moment they got off the stage, allowing them to sneak off. Suddenly, someone yelled and ran toward the group, "Gamaman!" The DG Destined, Harry, Eri, and Nejire, along with the Digimon, turned their head towards the person that just called out to Gamaman, only to see Joe coming their way while huffing for air. He looked tired and out of breath, but more than that, he looked very worried. Gamaman looked at Joe with concern in his eyes. "Joe." Joe didn't even notice Harry nor Eri and Nejire, so focused on Gamaman he was, that he ran past him and straight towards Gamaman. Harry smiled and waved at everyone else to leave. To him it looked like Joe and Gamaman needed some privacy right now, so might as well go get some food for the Digimon, otherwise they might just riot. Wanting to talk, Joe and Gamaman headed to the school's rooftop once they noticed that everyone was gone. Once up there, they took a seat on one of the benches up there. Once Joe and Gamaman were seated, Joe sighed and began to speak. "I don't get it, why did you leave, without saying anything?" Gamaman looked down but didn't seem to want to speak just yet. This worried Joe a bit, so he tried to convince Gamaman to speak. "Talk to me, were you unhappy or something?" Gamaman shook his head and sighed. "It's not that." Joe looked at Gamaman and then asked, "Then what is it? There has to be a reason why you left." Gamaman turned his head towards Joe and then sadly said, "You didn't want me there." Joe gasped a bit, not expecting Gamaman to say that. "I never said that, ever." Gamaman closed his eyes and then responded, "You didn't need to, everything you did, sent that message loud and clear." Joe stared at Gamaman in silence for a few seconds, before asking, "Are you mad at me?" Gamaman shook his head, "No." Joe sighed and shook his head, "Then what's wrong? Stop playing around and tell me the truth." But Gamaman huffed in frustration and then pointed at Joe with one of his claws without looking at him. "You're the one not telling the truth." Joe frowned and then asked, "I am." But Gamaman turned his gaze towards Joe and then said, "Look, just say it. You don't want us to work together anymore, do you?" Joe flinched at Gamaman's question and gasped a bit. Gamaman sighed and once again looked down. "This is all a big burden to you and I just get in your way." Joe looked down and then nodded. "Well, yes, it is kind of a burden, but..." Gamaman sadly frowned. "Thought so." Joe shook his head and continued on, "But you're not a burden." Gamaman looked up at Joe in surprise. "Hey." Joe looked up at the sky and went on, "It's this whole being one of the DG Destined thing, why does it always have to be us? Why do we have to fight?" Gamaman immediately answered Joe's question, "Because, that's who you are, Joe." But Gamaman's answer just made the frustration in Joe just grow. "But why? If there's a battle, it should be fought by people who want to be soldiers." Gamaman looked surprised by Joe's outburst, but quickly responded, "Do you really think that I like to fight?" Joe stood up from the bench and shook his head, "That's not the point. But fighting is the last thing I should be concentrating on." Gamaman spoke up before Joe could continue on, "I know. And that's why you don't want me around anymore, cause you don't have to fight if I'm not there. But this is my destiny." Joe tightened his fist in frustration and trembled a bit. Gamaman paused a bit and then continued to speak his mind. I'm not running away. Joe looked down and stayed like that for a few seconds, until he began to speak. So that's what you think I've been doing, but you just can come out and say it. Gamaman tear up a bit. Joe suddenly shook his head and yelled, do what you want. With that said, Joe turned around and ran off. Gamaman narrowed his eyes and yelled back, fine. Then I'll stay away. I'll just leave you alone. A tear fell down Gamaman's face as he looked down feeling sad and frustrated at the situation. Harry was listening to the conversation Joe and Gamaman were having with a worried frown on his face, while keeping an eye on some of the Digimon, since after eating a lot of food a few of them got sleepy and were taken back to Mimi and Mako's classroom. Some of the Digimon were already napping under the table, but Mikuman and Palman had their head out from under said table and were wide awake. Mikuman suddenly yawned. Mako, who was taking orders on a table, walked over and smiled at her Digimon partner. What is it, May? Mikuman smiled at Mako and then said, I want dessert. Palman nodded, me too. Mako giggled at the Digimon's request, while Harry smiled. All you guys ate was dessert. But Mikuman and Palman just innocently smiled at Harry, who just shook his head in amusement. Mako smiled and then said, sorry, just a bit longer and I'll be done for the day. We can walk around together then and get you guys something to eat. With that said, Mako cheerfully went back to taking orders. Mikuman and Palman smiled and watched Mako run to a table, but suddenly, music began to play, surprising Mikuman, Palman, and Harry. Mimi took out her pom-poms and called out to Mako, Mimi. It's showtime. Mako, who was taking some food to a table, panicked. I'm too tired. I'm too busy. Whatever it takes not to do it. Mako suddenly took off running, while Mikuman, Palman, Mimi, and Harry watched her run away. Harry raised an eyebrow at this and then asked, okay? What was that about? Mimi sighed and gave up. Luckily for her, Nejire was more than ready for the show, so both girls began to dance and cheer. We'll handle it. Nejire smiled and as she danced, she called out to Harry, check out my moves, Harry. Harry nodded but seemed very confused. Okay, but I still don't know what you're doing. Palman began to dance as well, while Mikuman looked on board and stood up. She then began to walk towards the classroom door, though Harry kept an eye on her, just in case. Mikuman began to walk down the hallway when suddenly, Maki arrived and grabbed hold of Mikuman from behind with a smile on her face. Hi. Harry narrowed his eyes as he sensed all of this and decided to keep a close eye on Maki and Mikuman. This looked very suspicious after all, so he discreetly digitized the DG Distance Digimon into his smartphone except Palman and then sent them to their partner's smartphone, just in case. Meanwhile, Tai was in the middle of his soccer game and scored a goal, causing everyone to cheer. Eri, TK, Carrie and their Digimon were loudly cheering. Agumon, who came to cheer for Tai as well and was the only Digimon who didn't go to sleep with rest, like Palman and Mikuman, cheered the loudest. Carrie suddenly noticed Joe, running out of the school. Hey? Was that Joe? Joe suddenly stopped and looked down. Carrie immediately took off running towards him and called out to Joe, where are you going? Where's Gamaman? Joe didn't look up, but did answer Carrie's question, I'm going home. Carrie stopped running towards Joe and looked confused. What? Joe continued to look down and then continued on, I need to study. Carrie looked worried for Joe now. Something was obviously wrong, and she really didn't know what to say right to help her friend though. Joe tightened his fists and huffed in frustration, I just don't get it, why does it always have to be me? Why, hey? Why does this stuff always happen to me? Joe sobbed and then began to walk away, while Carrie could only watch him leave completely stunned by Joe's questions. Meanwhile, Maki took Mikuman to the school's garden and then put her down. Tell you what, you stay here and I'll go buy you a crepe. Mikuman cheerfully smiled and nodded, okay. Maki smiled and then walked away, while Mikuman excitedly began to laugh and sway on her feet. As Maki disappeared from Mikuman's sight, she looked around and noticed the beautiful flowers around her and immediately went to go get a closer look. Ah. Hee hee. Meanwhile, back in Mimi and Mako's classroom. Mako finally noticed that Mikuman was gone. Hey? Mikuman is gone. Palman nodded. Mako looked worried, but Harry walked over to her and said, I know where she is, I've been keeping an eye on her. She got bored and went for a walk, though Maki seemed to have picked her up and took her with her. Mako looked confused and relieved at the same time, though she soon questioned what she heard. Maki? But why would she take Mikuman with her? Harry shook his head and said, I don't know, but I plan on asking her later, but do you want me to take you to her? Mako smiled and nodded, please. Harry nodded and was about to walk towards her when his, Mimi, and Mako's smartphones began to make a beeping sound. This was a program designed to detect strong digital distortions. Harry narrowed his eyes when he sensed something happening around Mikumin. So he quickly grabbed Mako and Mimi's hands and took off running to get Mikumin, though he was already prepared to teleport to Mikumin if needed. Palman quickly woke up Daruman and together they followed Harry and the girls. Izzy had gotten the notification about the digital distortion as well and quickly began to text everyone. All the DG destined received the warning and were now trying to meet up to check it out, knowing that an infected Digimon was on its way to the real world. Harry sensed something walking through the portal created by the digital distortion, and walk over to Mikumin. Not liking the situation, he immediately yelled to the girls, get ready. I'm teleporting us to Mikumin. Something is happening. Mimi and Mako looked worried and immediately nodded to Harry. The dragon god didn't have time to use a dark corridor, so he instead used his power over space and teleport Mimi, Mako, Palman, Daruman, and himself straight to Mikumin's location. Meanwhile, Mikumin looked over to the stranger who walked out of the portal that opened up nearby. The stranger smiled and then reached over to Mikumin, while she stood there confused. While this was happening, Maki was buying 2 crepes, when Daigo suddenly ran over to her. She of course, immediately noticed and turned to face Daigo. What's wrong? Daigo stopped right in front of Maki and leaned forward to whisper to her, there's a distortion behind the school. Maki gasped and dropped the crepes she had in her hands. Damn it. Let's go. Both Daigo and Maki immediately took off running towards the back of the school, as fast as they could to try and stop whatever was happening. Maki narrowed her eyes in frustration, this is bad, I messed up and let my guard down. I left Mikumin alone. Daigo looked surprised at what Maki just said, what? Mikumin. At the same time, back in the school back garden. The stranger picked up Mikumin and was about to walk back to the portal, while Mikumin began to panic. However, in a flash of blue light Harry, Mimi, and Mako arrived, and the moment he saw the stranger walk away with Mikumin in his arms, he let go of the girl's hands and moved in a blur. The stranger didn't see Harry move and couldn't even react when he suddenly appeared beside him and kicked him away from the portal. While pulling Mikumin off his arms, the stranger grunted in pain and flew through the air, then ragdolled on the ground until he crashed against a wall of the school. Mikumin hugged Harry by the neck tightly, scared about the fact that someone just tried to take her away. She quickly looked up at Harry and said, Harry. That guy feels wrong. Harry nodded to Mikumin and then responded to her, yeah, I feel it too. Mimi walked up to Harry and looked over to the stranger and gasped when she got a better look at him. Is that Ken? Meanwhile, Mako ran over to Harry and Mikumin. Mako quickly reached Harry and her Digimon partner. Harry immediately handed Mikumin to her, seeing that she was looking very worried for her. Mako immediately hugged Mikumin tightly and asked about her condition. May. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Mikumin shook her head, nope. Harry rescued me. He looked so cool. Mako smiled at Mikumin and nodded, I saw that, he is the best. Harry, however, was too distracted staring at the so-called Ken, while Mimi stepped close to him, with Palman in her arms. Daruman also walked over to her partner, but she stood in front of Harry, while keeping an eye on the fake Ken. Harry? What is going on? Why did Ken just try to take Mikumin? Harry frowned and then said, that's not Ken, Mimi, he's a digital life form. The fake Ken stood up and laughed, ha ha ha. If it isn't Harry Potter. I thought I didn't have to worry about you, but it seems you came back. Tell me. How did it feel to come back after you abandoned the DG destined? Did it hurt? Did it make you feel guilty? Please tell me. Harry narrowed his eyes at the fake Ken. You're a digital life form and you know me, that means you're probably working for King Drazel, right? The fake Ken frowned and glared at Harry, who grinned at him. Got you, didn't I? Only that outdated program would think to send someone like you to try to get a rise out of me. After all, King Drazel never took me as a threat and you obviously don't either. Pretty arrogant of both you really. Fake Ken scoffed at Harry, why should we be worried about you? You're just a human with a few weird abilities. King Drazel already computed your growth. You're not a threat to me nor him, not even with those fake Digimon of yours. Harry chuckled and shook his head, compute my growth? How ridiculous, as if an absolute program like King Drazel could compute what I'm capable of, especially because you don't know where I've been and what I've done. Fake Ken scoffed again and shrugged, you're not that special kid. King Drazel wants to reboot the digital world, make it so Digimon and humans can never interact again. And there's nothing you can do about it. Harry grinned and summoned Oblivion and Oathkeeper into his hands. I'm going to delete your arrogant self and then go and delete King Drazzle as well. I'm really going to enjoy making you both hurt. We'll see if you can keep saying the same thing after I'm done with you. Fake Ken laughed and spread his arms open. I've been prepared for you, Harry Potter. Once you're gone, I'll deal with the DG Destined and then reboot the digital world. Right on top of your corpse. At this moment, the rest of the DG Destined arrived and watched on shocked as Harry stood in front of Mimi, with Mako a bit further behind him, and right in front of Harry was someone who they think is Ken, though what had everyone the most confused. Why did Harry look ready to fight and kill Ken, while he looked at Harry with an insane gleam in his eyes? Just what is going on here? As everyone watched this happen, no one noticed the portal nearby begin to pulsate and grow, as if wanting to let something big into the real world, something really dangerous and powerful. Chapter 198. Tai immediately yelled towards Harry to ask about the situation the DG Destined just arrived in. Harry. What's going on? Mimi quickly turned her head towards Tai and explained as fast as she could since Harry was busy staring down at the fake Ken. That's not Ken. It's a digital being, Tai. He just tried to kidnap Mikuman. Hearing this, the DG Destined immediately got ready. The fake Ken just darkly chuckled and said, Are you sure you should be paying attention to me? When you have to deal with that, the fake Ken suddenly pointed at the portal that had expanded. As if called by the fake Ken's words, a massive claw suddenly emerged from the portal. Harry clicked his tongue in annoyance and quickly raised Oathkeeper above his head. Protect Taga. A barrier made out of white light engulfed Harry, Mimi, Mako, Nejire, and Eri, along with their Digimon partners, and blocked the massive claw that smashed against the barrier and pushed it back. Harry narrowed his eyes at the claw, in surprise from the strength behind the attack. Whatever was coming out of the portal was not only big but very powerful as well. He wasn't using a lot of power yet, and still, that claw was able to push him back. Suddenly from the portal, a purple-hued Imperial Dragon Dragon mode emerged and roared. Harry's eyes widened in shock. He knew full well how powerful and normal Imperial Dragon is. This one is obviously infected by the Teneri virus, and that was bad news. Fuck. Eri. A barrier and time stop. Nejire, get ready to support. Mimi, Mako. Get to the others and get ready for a big battle. Imperial Dragon mode pulled his claw back and took off into the sky. Harry's protect tag is shattered, and then the girls in Harry's group immediately began to get to work. Eri pulled out her staff and immediately gathered her mana to cast some very powerful spells. First, she cast one of the most powerful time spells in Neo Kyoto, O Holy Current of Eons. I bid of you, here and now. Time stop. A giant clock materialized above Eri and then it exploded in a flash of light. A split second later, everything in the world became grey as the time flow was stopped, and everything except those involved in the battle or had anything to do with the Digimon remained frozen in time. But Eri wasn't done yet. She suddenly slammed the tip of her staff onto the ground as her mana danced around her. The DG Destined gasped and gaped at the power displayed by Eri as a spiral of mana suddenly emerged from her and spread out from her. Her mana engulfed all of Japan, and everything in it was suddenly covered by an all-powerful barrier, a ward meant to protect the city, and the innocence was created by Eri, and nothing will be destroyed, as long as this barrier exists. A second prior to Eri's stopping time, Joe, who was walking towards his bike, suddenly stopped when the world became grey. He looked around confused and frowned when he saw that everyone around him stopped moving and just stayed where they stood. Suddenly, a massive pillar of energy arose to the heavens, and then the light spread from it. Joe gasped and closed his eyes expecting pain, but instead, he felt a warm and caring feeling from the light. It lasted a split second, but when it was over, he quickly opened his eyes and looked around, only to gape when he saw that everyone and everything around him was now covered in some sort of barrier of shining white light. He suddenly remembered Gamaman, and Joe couldn't help but grow worried for him. He knew this had something to do with the digital world after all. Joe hesitated for about a second, but in the end, his desire to see Gamaman and make sure that he was safe, was stronger than his doubts and worries, so without thinking more about it, Joe suddenly took off running towards where he saw the pillar of light coming from. Meanwhile, Maki and Daigo saw everything go down, and both became very worried, but both had different reasons to be. Daigo was worried about the DG Destined and the Digimon, while Maki was worried about something else entirely, a wish and desire she had in her heart, one she wanted nothing to stop it from becoming true. Back with the DG Destined, Digimon, Harry, Eri, and Nejire. The fake Ken laughed out loud and then maliciously grinned. Such power coming from a little girl. You must be another monster like Harry Potter, aren't you? Eri grabbed the edge of her witch's hat and pulled it down, though she grinned and pointed her staff towards the fake Ken. Yup. I'm a monster like daddy. No, actually, I'm dragon god like him. Better that than someone as pathetic and weak as you. The fake Ken frowned and glared at Eri, but Harry stepped up in front of his daughter and smiled proudly at her. Go help our friends Eri, that Imperial German Dragon mode is infected by the Teneri virus, it's far more powerful than a regular mega-level Digimon, they're going to need help. Eri nodded to her daddy, and quickly went to join the DG Destined. Mimi and Mako quickly joined Eri and ran toward the rest of their friends. Nejire stood by Harry's side and asked, "You're going to take that guy on, your own?" Harry nodded. He's dangerous. He wasn't kidding when he said that he had been prepared, and knowing how King Drazel computes things, I'm sure he can pull off a few nasty tricks. It's best I take care of him by myself. You stay with the others and help them with Imperial German Dragon mode. That thing is going to take all of them to take it down. It's a fake Digimon, but the virus has made it stronger and it's pulling energy from somewhere in the digital world, so take it down quickly, before it gets too strong. Nejire nodded and then quickly ran off to join the DG Destined and Eri to face Imperial German Dragon mode together. Meanwhile, the fake Ken grinned and then mockingly began to speak to Harry. Are you done planning? I'm quite busy after all, and wasting my time with you is already a bore. Harry chuckled and shook his head. For a mere digital creation of King Drazel, you sure like to talk a lot, arrogant too, but oh well, I faced others like you before and they all ended up on the floor begging for their lives. The fake Ken narrowed his eyes at Harry. He certainly didn't like what Harry just said nor what he meant by it. Both the fake Ken and Harry got ready to fight. Harry got into his dual-wielding stance with both Oblivion and Oathkeeper in his hands beginning to glow with darkness and light. Meanwhile, Eri, as soon as she reached the others, quickly began to tell them what she heard her father say about the Imperial German Dragon mode. Guys, that Imperial German Dragon mode is beyond a mega-level Digimon thanks to the virus. You have to be careful when facing it. I'll support everyone with magic, but go all out, use your new smartphones, and make sure to keep your link with your Digimon strong. Just like Daddy taught you. The DG Destined nodded. Nejire arrived and then also explained some things, that Imperial German Dragon mode is a fake Digimon, so we can go all out, but it is pulling energy from somewhere in the digital world, so keep an eye out for anything strange. Izzy narrowed his eyes, not at all liking what he just heard. It's pulling energy from the digital world. Could it be? Seems like Izzy realized something, but he didn't have the time to voice it out, when Imperial German Dragon mode suddenly roared and then fired a blast of positron particles toward the DG Destined, causing them to gasp at the attack. However, Eri suddenly jumped in front of everyone and blocked the blast of energy with her hand and then slapped it away, making fly over everyone. The energy then exploded in the sky a second later behind everyone. Nejire immediately took out her smartphone and turned her head towards the DG Destined. Come on guys. Hit it with everything you have. The DG Destined nodded and took out their smartphones, and then looked at their Digimon partners. The Digimon nodded at their partners as their eyes glowed bright and they got ready to go to battle. Tai and Matt were suddenly engulfed in orange and blue digital energy and they both began to roar. Their smartphones began to vibrate and glow with the same color of their energies as the crest of courage appeared on the screen of Tai's now glowing orange smartphone. Meanwhile, on the screen of Matt's smartphone, the crest of friendship appeared as his smartphone began to glow blue, and both Aguman and Gabuman were suddenly engulfed in an orb of digital energy. Aguman suddenly roared from within the orb. Aguman. Warp Digivolve 2. Wargreymon. The orb of digital energy around Wargreymon shattered and Wargreymon roared as he took off flying. Gabuman roared from within his orb of digital energy and a second later, Gabuman. Warp Digivolve into Metal Garuruman. The orb of digital energy around Metal Garuruman shattered and Metal Garuruman howled as he also took off flying. Both mega-level Digimon reached Imperial German Dragon mode and immediately attacked it. Wargreymon slashed at Imperial German Dragon mode with his Draymon claws causing the infected fake Digimon to roar in pain. Metal Garuruman saw the opening and immediately barraged Imperial German Dragon mode with a multitude of missiles, that exploded on contact with the infected Digimon and released multiple explosions of sub-zero energy all over the infected Digimon's body. But Imperial German Dragon mode roared and lashed out with his claws glowing with golden digital energy. Both Metal Garuruman and Wargreymon braced themselves since the attack came fast, but were pushed away from the infected Digimon, when its claws smashed against them. Izzy and Sora nodded and immediately got ready to help. Izzy's body was suddenly engulfed with purple digital energy as his smartphone began to glow with purple light. Let's go Tintaman. Tintaman nodded. and his body was suddenly engulfed in an orb of purple energy as he loudly began to speak. Tintaman Digivolved to Megacobuterimon. Megacobuterimon immediately took off into the sky, as soon as the orb of purple digital energy around him exploded, to join the battle. Meanwhile, Sora's body was suddenly engulfed with red digital energy as her smartphone began to glow with red light. Let's help Bioman. Bioman flapped her wings and nodded as her body was engulfed in an orb of red energy. She loudly spoke out from within the orb of energy, Bioman. Digivolve to Guridaman. Guridaman immediately flapped her wings and took off into the air to help with the battle. Megacobuterimon's horn began to let off a massive surge of electricity as he flew a high speed towards Imperial Dragon Dragon mode. The ultimate level Digimon reached the infected Digimon and rammed his horn into the Imperial Dragon mode's body, unleashing a blast of electricity point blank. Imperial Dragon mode roared in pain as he was electrocuted, but soon recovered and head-butted Megacobuterimon away from itself. Megacobuterimon grunted in pain and rolled on the ground for a bit, but Guridaman flew past him and pushed Imperial Dragon mode away with a fire-engulfed fist, right on the infected Digimon's face. Imperial Dragon mode's head whipped to the side, but it then quickly slashed at Guridaman with its golden claw. Guridaman used her forearm to block the attack, but an explosion of golden digital energy engulfed Guridaman on impact and pushed her away from the infected Digimon. But Guridaman quickly recovered and fired a blast of red flames towards Imperial Dragon mode. The blast of red flames exploded in contact with the infected Digimon, but Imperial Dragon mode quickly recovered and blasted both Guridaman and Megacobuterimon away with its positron cannon blast. Meanwhile, Mimi looked up and got her smartphone ready. Mako saw this and looked down towards Mikuman, who she was still holding in her arms. Her Digimon partner nodded at her and Mako smiled, knowing that Mikuman wanted to help, so Mako let go of Mikuman and took out her smartphone. Mikuman landed on her feet and quickly ran to stand beside Palman, who smiled at her. Mako walked over to Mimi and nervously smiled. Mimi noticed this, and to help her friend calm down, she gave her a smile and then said, "Remember what Harry told you, Mako? Just believe in yourself and call out to your heart, your crest will respond." Mako nodded and held her smartphone tight. When she received her smartphone, Mako asked Harry about the crests, and he, of course, explained about the tags and crests the DG Destined used during their adventures in the digital world and later in the real world. The story of how the DG Destined looked for the crests and tags all over the digital world, while facing very powerful foes, left her feeling odd, but also concerned. After all, how can she help Mikuman Digivolve past her champion form without a crest? When she voiced her concerns to Harry, the Dragon God smiled and told her how the crests and tags were just a focus to help DG Destined use their own inner power, that the DG Destined's crests had always been inside their hearts, and that they eventually learned to harness their powers on their own. Hearing this inspired Mako to look within her own heart to look for her crest. Though she hadn't had much luck yet, she had felt something warm in her chest at times, but she failed to pull it out. Now though, she felt like she can do it. Especially because she wanted to help her friend, she wanted to protect them and the bond she has created with them, so Mako closed her eyes, and as Harry had taught her, she reached deep within her heart. Mako suddenly felt something warm and strong fill her body. She quickly opened her eyes and watched as her body was engulfed in a white digital energy and her smartphone glowed with a white light. It was then that she knew what her crest is, the crest of bonds. "I found my crest. May. Let's help our friends." Mikuman nodded and smiled as her body was engulfed in an orb of white energy. Within it, she loudly said, "Mikuman, Digivolve into Mikrakman." The orb of white energy shattered and Mikrakman jumped into the air and quickly reached Imperial Dragon mode. She spun in midair and axe-kicked the infected Digimon right on top of its head. The infected Digimon roared in pain as he was sent dropping from the sky by the force behind Mikrakman's axe kick. The Digimon were impressed and shocked as they watched Mikrakman kick a mega-level Digimon like that. Mako smiled and cheered for her Digimon partner. Mimi giggled and then decided to join in on the fun. Her body was suddenly engulfed in green digital energy as her smartphone glowed in a green light. "Let's do this, Palman." Palman cheerfully smiled and waved with her claw as she was engulfed in a green orb of energy. She loudly said, "Palman, Digivolve to Lilymon." The orb around Lilymon shattered and she immediately took off flying towards where Imperial Dragon mode had landed after Mikrakman's axe kicked it. Imperial Dragon mode stood up and shook its head, but before it could do anything, Lilymon appeared above him with her flower cannon already charging energy. Lilymon then wasted no time in firing a green blast of digital energy right onto Imperial Dragon mode's body. Lilymon flew past the infected Digimon and got out of the way of Mikrakman, who was now diving towards Imperial Dragon mode. with her fist glowing with digital energy. Imperial Draman looked up in pain and then roared in rage towards Crackman, but the ultimate level Digimon kept going until she finally reached the infected Digimon and lashed out with a fearsome punch. Crackman's punch crashed against Imperial Draman Dragon Mode's head with a loud bang, while the infected Digimon's whole body flipped over from the force of Crackman's attack and landed on its back on the ground with a growl of pain. Crackman jumped off Imperial Draman Dragon Mode and landed on all fours a fair distance away from it. She smiled and nodded to herself, happy that she now had the power to really help her friends. Carrie and TK were awed by Mako as she held her own glowing white smartphone. She looked happy, but most of all, she looked like she was having a lot of fun now. Carrie giggled and lifted her smartphone, which began to glow with a pink light. It's our turn. TK brought up his smartphone as it began to glow yellow and nodded to Carrie. Let's do this then. Kari's body was suddenly engulfed in pink digital energy and her smartphone pulsated, while still glowing pink. Gadaman's body exploded with pink energy and engulfed her body, forming an orb as she loudly said, Gadaman. Digivolve 2. Eri and her Gadaman turned their heads towards Carrie and her Gadaman and watched as Gadaman digivolved and emerged from the orb of pink energy as it shattered Angewoman. Eri and her Gadaman awed at Angewoman and watched her take off into the air. Eri smiled and looked down at her Gadaman and cheerfully said, Wow! Your ultimate form looks very pretty, Gadaman. Gadaman nodded while staring at Angewoman. Black Gadaman scoffed and shook her head. I bet my ultimate form is even prettier than Gadaman's. Eri giggled at her Black Gadaman's words, while Gadaman's sweat dropped and deadpanned at her sister. It isn't a competition. Meanwhile, TK's body was engulfed with yellow-colored digital energy, as his smartphone began to pulsate with a yellow light. Let's go, Padaman. Padaman nodded and smiled. Right. Padaman's body was suddenly surrounded by an orb of yellow light. From within the orb, Padaman suddenly loudly began to yell, Padaman. Digivolve 2. Magna Angeman. Magna Angeman burst out of the orb of yellow light as it shattered and immediately took off, flying towards Imperial Draman Dragon Mode. Imperial Draman Dragon Mode flipped his body upwards and immediately took off, flying towards the sky, but Angewoman suddenly shot his wings through with her celestial arrows, causing the infected Digimon to fall from the air towards the ground again. However, before its body could hit the ground, Magna Angeman caught him with a punch engulfed in yellow holy light. Angeman's punch crashed against Imperial Draman Dragon Mode's chest with a crack and then an explosion of holy light. The infected Digimon was sent flying away from the force behind the holy light explosion. The rest of the Digimon immediately began to attack it in midair before it could recover, causing a multitude of explosions to fill the air and engulf Imperial Draman Dragon Mode in bursts of lights of different colors. Gamaman watched all of this, waiting to help his friends, but the mega-level infected Digimon was beyond him right now. He knew it. In fact, he felt how powerful Imperial Draman Dragon Mode was becoming by the second, and that fact was worrying him to no end. He turned his head towards the DG Destined and stared at them as they stood strong amidst the battle while holding their glowing smartphones. It made Gamaman feel lonely and even more sad. Joe. Meanwhile, the fake Ken watched as the DG Destined battled Imperial Draman Dragon Mode and were actually pushing it back. He then looked at the smartphones they were holding and narrowed his eyes at them. What are those things? The amount of digital energy they're giving out is too ridiculous. Harry grinned and then pointed Oblivion towards the portal. A beam of light shot out of its tip and hit the portal, engulfing it in a shroud of white light. Harry then twisted Oblivion and a loud locking sound echoed through the area as the portal was closed and locked. While doing this, Harry explained, "They're a gift from me to the DG Destined, an upgrade to their DG vices and a better focus for their powers." The fake Ken glared at Harry. He was unhappy that he closed the portal and locked it somehow, but to learn that he was able to create something that works better than the DG vices and give them to the DG Destined, pissed him off to no end. Still holding their hands. I see. Big bother, Harry, always helping, always making things easier. Harry grinned, "That's right, asshole. Unlike the rest of the adults in the world, I didn't just stand there and just accept the fact that everyone expected children to save the world without any help. No. I decided to help those children. Teach them and make sure they survive. Fuck fate. I'm not about to abandon children who were forced into this, especially when there are psychopaths like you around." Harry disappeared in a flash of twilight, and the fake Ken created 2 energy swords out of black digital energy and disappeared in a blur as well. Both Harry and he clashed all over the place at speeds beyond even light. Each clash unleashed a powerful shockwave and blast of power that shook the air and the ground. This caused the DG Destined to grunt and held onto each other to avoid being blasted away. Harry, seeing this, immediately raised a barrier around them to protect them. The fake Ken suddenly and maliciously grinned. He blurred out of sight and arrived above the DG Destined, wanting to attack them, but he was suddenly blasted away from there, by a beam of spiral energy. the fake Ken grunted and then pushed himself away from the beam which continued going through the sky until it dissipated high above the clouds. The fake Ken looked down and glared at Nejire, who had a hand pointing upwards and looking at him with a serious look on her face. "You're not going to touch my friends." The fake Ken gritted his teeth and then roared as he launched himself at high speed toward Nejire, but she just scoffed at him, as Harry appeared beside the fake Ken and lashed out at him with a spinning kick, but the fake Ken quickly blocked it with his black digital energy swords. But he quickly found himself hurled away from the area by the force behind Harry's kick. He soon crashed against the school building, but thanks to Harry's barrier, he just bounced off the building without causing any damage and violently crashed against the ground. He quickly recovered though and appeared in front of Harry in a blur, while slashing down with both of his black digital energy swords. Harry quickly blocked them with Oathkeeper and stared at the fake Ken, who grinned at him with a look of madness in his eyes. A black and purple aura suddenly flashed around his body, increasing the fake Ken's strength, making Harry narrow his eyes as he realized something about the fake Ken. "You infected yourself with the virus." The fake Ken laughed and then mockingly grinned at Harry. "That's right. Like I said. I have been prepared for you, Harry Potter. King Drazzle wanted to be ready, just in case you returned. He gave me the data of all his holy Digimon Knights. All of their power and skills. You can't stop the reboot of the digital world. We will be free of humans and you will be dead." "Ha ha ha ha." Harry huffed in annoyance. "You and that outdated program are underestimating me a lot. Honestly, it isn't the first time someone does this, nor will be the last, but something about the way you act as if you're better than me just pisses me off." Harry swiped Oathkeeper to the side and parried the fake Ken's digital energy swords up. The fake Ken's eyes widened when Harry suddenly moved at a speed he couldn't perceive, only for a split second later to roar in pain as Harry unleashed a fast combo of keyblade attacks on his abdomen. The combo ended with Harry flipping over the fake Ken and pointing Oathkeeper towards his head. "You have no idea of who you're facing, but I'll be more than glad to show you." Flare. From Harry's Oathkeeper tip, a small blue and black orb of energy materialized and a second later, shot itself towards the fake Ken, who was still reeling in pain from Harry's keyblade combo. The orb of energy crashed against the fake Ken and violently exploded in a blast of black and blue energy, which a second later turned into red-hot plasma. The explosion of Harry's high-level spell shook the air, and soon after everything else around him, the fake Ken was suddenly sent flying out of the blast of the explosion hole, screaming in pain. He crashed against the ground and ragdolled a few times, before flipping himself to his feet and skidded along the ground to a stop. The fake Ken growled and looked up to glare at Harry, who just floated up in the air and coldly stared at the fake Ken. This is where Maki and Daigo finally arrived at the area running, though, the both of them were forced to stop and brace themselves from the shockwave created by Harry's flare spell. Daigo grunted and he protected his face with his arms, from the explosion that was still going. "What the hell was that?" Maki growled as she was struggling to not get sent flying away. "I don't know. But it was definitely powerful." The explosion soon subsided and Daigo immediately looked up, only to gape when he saw Harry floating in the air while holding a pair of key-looking weapons. What? Maki heard Daigo's sudden exclamation of shock and turned her head to face him. She saw him look up, so she followed his gaze, only for her eyes to widen when she caught sight of Harry floating in the sky. Harry Potter. Somehow, Harry seemed to have heard her, because he looked back and then gazed at her with a glowing green eye. That eye soon narrowed and it made Maki jump in fright. She didn't know why, but that look she got from Harry made her feel like he was staring into her soul, and that scared her. Suddenly she heard a roar of rage and a pillar of purple and black energy rose to the sky. Maki and Daigo turned their heads towards the pillar and narrowed their eyes as they both saw who appeared to be Ken engulfed in the dark and evil-looking energy. Harry turned his attention back to the fake Ken, who looked as if he was powering up with the help of the virus. However, the fake Ken was suddenly interrupted when Daruman whipped him in the back with her tail and sent him sailing through the air a few seconds and then rolling in the ground. Daruman landed on her feet and huffed in annoyance. "I hope you didn't forget about me." Harry grinned and suddenly dived down until he blurred out of sight and appeared right above the still rolling fake Ken, only for a split second later, to stomp down with both feet on top of the fake Ken, right in the middle of the fake Ken's body, rolling and driving him into the ground with a loud crack and boom sound. Harry then quickly jumped away and landed beside Daruman. "How is everyone doing?" Daruman quickly began to explain. "They're doing fine for now, but that Imperial Dragon Dragon mode is getting more and more powerful by the second. It's a good thing Eri and Nejire are there. But if they don't stop it soon, it's going to get dicey. At that point, I'm going to have to get involved and deal with that fake infected Digimon myself." Harry nodded. "Keep an eye on that Imperial Dragon mode, it's definitely not normal and I can feel its energy shifting." Daruman frowned and looked down, realizing what that would mean. You don't think it's going to transform, do you? Harry frowned and nodded to Daruman. Yes, I think it's gathering the energy to do it, so be ready to jump in right away and keep an eye on Maki as well. The darkness in her heart is flaring. Daruman immediately looked up and looked over to where Maki was standing with Daigo. She narrowed her eyes at her as she too was able to feel the darkness within her heart flare and bloom. So, she has something to do with all of this, stupid child. Harry nodded. He certainly was suspicious of Maki when she suddenly took Mikumin away with her for some unknown reason and took her to the back of the school. It wasn't a coincidence that a portal appeared in the same exact spot Maki left Mikumin. Nor that the fake Ken wanted to kidnap her, it's how he realized what was going on here and how King Drazel was involved as well, especially with the fake Ken's words about rebooting the digital world. At the same time, Imperial Dragon Dragon mode suddenly emerged from the explosion and began to let out a massive amount of black and purple digital energy. It then roared at the Digimon surrounding it, pushing them back. Wargreymon grunted as he tried to stay firm. It's getting stronger. Metal Garuruman gritted his fangs and then loudly responded, tell me something I don't know. The DG Destined watched in worry as their Digimon partners were doing their best to avoid getting sent flying away from Imperial Dragon mode. Gamaman gritted his teeth in frustration. His friends need his help and he couldn't do anything other than get in the way. Suddenly, Imperial Dragon mode opened its jaws and fired a massive orb of purple flames forward toward the Digimon. The orb exploded as it crashed against Megacabuterimon. The explosion was powerful, enough that it sent the Digimon flying away while screaming or roaring in pain. The DG Destined immediately called out their Digimon partner's name in worry, while Gamaman's eyes widened and he suddenly jumped towards Imperial Dragon mode as hard as he could and head-butted his head away before it could shoot at his friends again. Imperial Dragon mode grunted and quickly slapped him away, causing Gamaman to get sent flying and crashing against the ground with a lind bang. Everyone gasped as they saw him hit the ground, but Carrie was the one who called out to little rookie Digimon, Gamaman. Gamaman grunted in pain and shakily pushed himself off the ground. Well, that was embarrassing. Imperial Dragon mode suddenly stomped his way towards Gamaman, intent on finishing him off. Eri and Nejire were ready to step in, while the Digimon called out to Gamaman in concern, unable to move from the pain their bodies were feeling from Imperial Dragon mode's attack. But Joe suddenly appeared out of nowhere running and threw himself towards Gamaman. He quickly grabbed his Digimon partner and rolled out of the way as Imperial Dragon mode stomped the spot where Gamaman was standing a second ago. The infected Digimon roared in rage and tried to attack Joe and Gamaman with his claws. But Eri quickly pointed her staff at Imperial Dragon mode and then quickly cast a spell, Furuga. A condensed orb of flames shot forward from the tip of Eri's staff at high speed and quickly crashed against Imperial Dragon mode, and made him stop his attack. The infected Digimon roared in pain as he felt his body being burned by the flames of Eri's spell, only to be forced to shut up by a twin beam of spiral energy that pushed him away from Joe and Gamaman. However, both Joe and Gamaman weren't paying attention to anything else. Instead, they were staring into each other's eyes. Gamaman teared up a bit when he saw that it was Joe who was holding him in his arms. Joe, you came. Joe gave a teary smile to his Digimon partner and then gave him a nod. I'm sorry, Gamaman. I forgot that I don't have to do this alone, that we're in this together. Like always. Gamaman's eyes let out fat tears as he chuckled at Joe. You're always thinking too much, Joe. But I'm glad you're here, with me. Joe nodded as he began to cry as well. You're right. I don't need a reason to be a DG Destined, nor to fight. As long as I have you by my side, then I'll give it my best shot. I'm sorry I made you wait. Gamaman shook his head and then waved towards Harry, who had heard everything. It's fine. But let's show this bully who is boss. Harry. Joe's eyes widened and he began to look around wildly, only to catch sight of Harry, who was standing a fair distance away from them. Joe's eyes watered even more as he began to cry fat tears when he saw Harry standing there and staring back at him. Harry. Harry waved at Joe and then gave him a proud smile, something that made Joe very happy. The dragon god suddenly reached into his inventory and then took a smartphone out, and he quickly threw it at Joe. Joe tried to catch it but fumbled with it a bit and then dropped it, but Gamaman caught it before it could hit the ground. He then smiled at Joe and then pointed at it with one of his claws. Joe. Take out your DG Vice. Joe had tons of questions right now, like what Harry was doing here, when did he come back, and what the smartphone was for, but he then stared at Gamaman and then suddenly chuckled. Right, stop worrying so much, right. Gamaman smiled and nodded to Joe. The DG Destined of Reliability then pulled out his DG Vice and the smartphone immediately began to drain all the data from the DG Vice, until the small DG Vice turned grey and stopped working. Joe looked worried towards his device, but then, the smartphone began to glow with grey digital energy, the energy that Joe recognized as the one that he had always felt whenever he used his device. He unconsciously grabbed hold of the smartphone and smiled as he felt the all-familiar warmth of his digivis's power within the smartphone. Joe smiled and then nodded to Gamaman, who nodded back at him. Joe then stood up, while Gamaman stood by his side. The destined of reliability then tightened his grip on his new smartphone and then loudly said, "Let's go Gamaman. Let's fight, together." Chapter 199. Gamaman jumped forwards towards Imperial Dragon mode, while Joe roared as his smartphone glowed with a bright grey-colored light. His body was suddenly engulfed in grey digital energy, while Gamaman was suddenly covered in that same grey light, and that grey light became an orb that surrounded Gamaman, and within it, the rookie-level Digimon loudly said, "Gamaman. Digivolve to Zudaman." Zudaman emerged from the orb of grey energy with a roar as the herb shattered and then swung his hammer as hard as he could onto Imperial Dragon mode's face. The infected Digimon's head whipped to the side with a roar of pain, but Zudaman wasn't done yet. The ultimate level Digimon raised his hammer above his head as he narrowed his eyes at his enemy. The hammer suddenly let out arcs of yellow electricity that began to lash out the ground around Zudaman. With a battle roar, Zudaman then swung his hammer down in top of Imperial Dragon mode's head. When it whipped back, Vulcan's hammer. As soon as Zudaman called out the name of his attack, the electricity around his hammer surged out and exploded, engulfing the infected Digimon in a blast of yellow electricity that sent him flying back and ragdolling on the ground and away from Zudaman. Joe smiled at his friend. He felt so stupid, always overthinking things. Who cares why he was chosen as a DG destined? So what if he has to fight? All of that doesn't matter, because he got to meet his best friend, all because he is a DG destined. Gamaman needs him and Joe needs Gamaman, nothing else matters, and if he has to fight to protect this bond with Gamaman? Well, like Harry always said, fight for those you love, and so Joe tightened his hand holding his smartphone and loudly yelled, "We're not done yet. Let's go Zudaman. Play Digimon Ghost Game Ost Machquake." As soon as Joe called out to Zudaman, his body exploded with grey digital energy as his crest of reliability manifested behind him. At the same time, Zudaman's body became grey digital energy and merged with Joe's a few seconds before shooting towards the sky, leaving Joe standing on the ground looking up at his partner with his smartphone pulsating and glowing grey. The mass of grey digital energy coalesced into a big orb of energy, and from within it, Zudaman suddenly roared, "Zudaman! Warp Digivolve to Vikaman!" The orb of grey digital energy cracked and exploded, letting the new mega-level Digimon drop right behind Joe, who stood up straight and glared towards Imperial Dragon mode. Vikaman is a large mammal Digimon that resembles a Viking and a walrus. It has 2 large canine teeth, and white fur covering its entire body except around its blue eyes and hands, which reveal black skin. It wears a red Viking helmet, a yellow fur coat that has what appears to be the limbs hanging around its neck, an X-shaped harness around its chest with the ring as its center, a red loincloth, belts wrapped around its fists, and a ring on each finger. It also has 2 large round shields on its shoulders for defensive maneuvers. The 2 large maces on its back can be wielded handheld for close range, or the spiked iron balls can be launched with chains attached to the handle for far range. The DG Destined stared at the new mega-level Digimon in awe. Izzy suddenly shook his head and said, "What? But how? Gamaman has never reached this level before." Eri giggled, catching everyone's attention. She suddenly pointed at her chest, right where her heart is. Big bro Joe's heart. It's all in his heart and how much he wants to protect the bond he has with Gamaman. Our Digimon are our best friends, our families, and the bond we have with them is our power. Daddy has always told me that our hearts are where we can find our true power. Everyone stared at Eri in awe. Mimi suddenly grinned and then took a look over to Harry, who was still battling with the fake Ken with Daruman. Our hearts and bonds. Hey. Yeah, I want to protect this too. I want all of us to be happy and together forever. Mimi's body suddenly explodes with green digital energy as her crest of sincerity manifested behind her. Lilymon's eyes widen as her body became green digital energy and merged with Mimi's for a few moments until it shot up upwards into the sky, leaving Mimi with her smartphone glowing green and pulsating with energy. The green digital energy soon stopped high above Mimi and coalesced into a green orb of digital energy, and from within the orb, Lilymon's voice echoed outwards, "Lilymon! Warp Digivolve to Rosamund!" Rosamund exploded from the orb of green digital energy as it shattered and landed behind Mimi. As she stood up straight and smiled, the DG Destined looked up in awe at the new mega-level Digimon. Rosamund is a pixie Digimon. She has an appearance rose-like appearance, so she is said to be the queen of flowers. She has the appearance of a beautiful woman and desires to remain beautiful forever. Her personality is more or less that way, and though she is excessively self-conscious about such things, her true strength does not in fact compare unfavorably with other megas. She wears on her breast a Tiferet, a jewel that is engraved with the symbol of love and beauty, that is said to promise it eternal beauty and power. Joe and Mimi suddenly pointed towards Imperial Dragon Mode, who was barely standing up, and yelled at the same time, "Go!" Rosamund flew straight towards Imperial Dragon Mode with her thorn whip ready. As soon as she got close to the infected Digimon, she lashed out with her weapon at high speed, Ivy Hug. Rosamund's whip immediately wrapped around Imperial Dragon Mode and began to cause him damage with the thorns on the whip. The infected Digimon roared in pain and began to thrash around, but Rosamund held on tight to her whip and kept Imperial Dragon Mode from escaping her whip's painful embrace. Vikaman jumped high into the air and toward the tied-up Imperial Dragon Mode. He quickly grabbed his morning stars from his back and raised them above his head as he dropped towards the infected Digimon. Arctic Blizzard. A blast of sub-zero air blasted towards Imperial Dragon Mode, flash freezing him solid, until Vikaman dropped from the air and smashed his morning stars on top of the infected Digimon, shattering the ice and driving the infected Digimon into the ground. Vikaman jumped away and landed beside Rosamund, who grinned, "Great combo." Vikaman nodded and gave his friend a thumbs up, "The best actually." Rosamund giggled, while the DG Destined cheered. Meanwhile, the rest of the Digimon grinned at the new power displayed by their friend's new mega-level form, but Eri suddenly frowned as she stared towards Imperial Dragon Mode lay on the ground unmoving. Something is wrong. As soon as Eri said that, Imperial Dragon Mode's body suddenly exploded with black and purple energy, creating a massive shockwave. Eri quickly raised a barrier to protect everyone, but she certainly didn't like what she was feeling. Oh no! It's transforming and growing even more powerful. Harry instantly sensed the change in Imperial Dragon Mode and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn, it's becoming Imperial Fighter Mode. Daruman, get ready. Daruman nodded, but the fake Ken suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. It's not just transforming. It's digivolving into a new form of Imperial Dragon. Harry narrowed his eyes and then turned his head towards the digivolving Imperial Dragon Mode. The black and purple energy engulfed the infected Digimon into an orb of corrupted digital energy as Imperial Dragon Mode suddenly roared from within it. Imperial Dragon Mode. Digivolve to Black Imperial Fighter Mode. The fake Ken laughed even more and then loudly began to speak. Say hello to Black Imperial Fighter Mode. He's an ancient Dragon Man Digimon that has gone on a rampage. Shadows have taken over Imperial Dragon's heart, transforming it into a draconic warrior form with the virus attribute. It absolutely abhors Digimon of the vaccine attribute, and specifically pursues Digimon belonging to the virus busters to eliminate them. This terrifying Dragon Emperor will carry out even violent destruction for the sake of its own justice. Isn't he just the coolest? But Harry ignored the fake Ken's rambling and stared at Black Imperial Dragon. Shit, that thing has the power of 7 mega-level Digimon and it's a corrupted version of a Digimon Holy Knight. Daruman, don't hold back and make sure to protect everyone. I have to focus on this guy. Daruman nodded, leave it to me. That thing won't even be a challenge. Harry let go of his keyblades, which began to float beside him, and took out his smartphone. Seeing this, the fake Ken stopped laughing and attacked Harry, thinking he was distracted. However, Oathkeeper and Oblivion immediately blocked the fake Ken's attacks and pushed him back. The fake Ken growled as he was pushed away from Harry and then angrily said, "What?" But before he could do or say anything else, both keyblades shot forward and began to attack him full force, forcing the fake Ken to focus on the attack rather than Harry. The Dragon God shook his head and scoffed, "Idiot, did he really think I was defenseless?" Daruman shrugged, "He doesn't seem to be all there, to be honest, he sounds rather insane really." Harry nodded in agreement and then got ready. "How about we try something new, Daruman? I'm sure it will be fun and interesting." Daruman smiled and nodded, "I'm game. Let's do this. Like old times." Harry grinned and his smartphone suddenly began to glow in twilight as the crest of the Peveril family appeared behind him, his symbol and proof of his title as the Master of Death. Daruman suddenly turned into twilight digital energy as Harry's body exploded in twilight energy as well. Both of them merged together and then the twilight digital energy shot into the sky, leaving Harry floating in the air with his smartphone in his hand glowing and pulsating with twilight. The twilight digital energy floated above Harry and coalesced into an orb. From within, Daruman loudly proclaimed her Digivolution, Daruman. Warp Digivolve to Gaoman. Daruman's new Digivolution form broke out of the orb of twilight as it shattered and floated behind Harry with a calm smile on her face. Harry smiled and nodded. "You look good, how do you feel?" Gaoman smiled at her partner and best friend and answered his question, it definitely feels different from my Alphaman form, but I like it, but what exactly I am now? Harry smiled and quickly explained you're a Gaoman now and what I know about it is that it's Dragon Digimon and a carrier of the X antivirus like your Alphaman form. It increases its own strength as it wins battles, and is a subspecies of the Greymon species discovered within a neglected Oriental computer. There are many parts of its strength that are unmeasured, but it has been confirmed that it possesses an unbelievable combat record from its countless battles. Its uniquely shaped Kikurin swords, which it acquired due to its combat experience, leave behind eerie tracks of light, and it is said that anything that comes in contact with those tracks will be cut to pieces. Gaoman nodded and took a look at her new form. She appears to be a samurai version of Black War Greymon now that she's taking a closer look at her body. It's a feminine muscular black reptilian humanoid body with orange eyes, silver spiky hair, 3 fingers on each foot, and bronzed claws on her hands and feet. She's also wearing a black tattered hakama and a bronze helmet with 3 white horns, bronze chest plate and leg armor, black and red layered shoulder, thigh and groin armor, bronze leg armor, bronze and black gauntlets with a red wrist, and black fingerless gloves with an armored back. The back part of the gloves is black with a red outline with 2 bronze spikes on them. The shoulder and groin armors have a bronze spike on each side of the top of each layer, and each shoulder has a large white blade on its top. Each gauntlet also has a blade on the elbow, and the helmet has red borders on the back and near the mouth and a red stripe near each eye. Overall, she looks like a shogun general or a rogue samurai. She then looked at her swords and she immediately knew the kind of swords they are with a single look. Kikurin swords, hey? Looks like I'm swordsman like you now, Harry. Harry chuckled at how excited Gaoman sounded about the fact that she can now dual-wielding swords like him. Well, then, how about you show that Black Imperial Druman who is the better fighter? Gaoman grinned and then gave Harry a nod. She suddenly dropped from behind Harry and landed on the ground with a loud boom. She quickly drew her Kikurin swords and disappeared in a blur. Harry smiled and then commented, hey, she's faster in that mega form, neat. With the DG destined, a few moments before Imperial Druman Dragon Mode digivolved. The DG destined watched in shock and worry as Imperial Druman Dragon Mode suddenly digivolved into a new version of Imperial Druman Fighter Mode, one that no one recognized, but the DG destined and Digimon could feel the power radiating from the infected Digimon. It made everyone rather worried and a bit scared, that Black Imperial Druman Fighter Mode felt far more powerful than anything they have faced before, but Eri suddenly widened her eyes and looked over her father and his Digimon partner, Daruman, look. Daddy is doing something. The DG destined looked over to Harry and watched as he took out his smartphone and then gaped as his keyblades began to automatically attack the fake Ken when he tried to surprise attack Harry. That was a surprise since he couldn't do that when he was in this world the first time. It was then that they watched Daruman digivolved and everyone sighed in relief. Tai chuckled and shook his head. This is great, with Alphaman helping us, we should be okay. Matt nodded. Yeah, she's incredibly strong, and knowing Harry, I bet she's even stronger than before. However, everyone was suddenly stunned when, what appeared from the orb of twilight digital energy, wasn't Alphaman, but a Digimon they haven't seen before. Carrie tilted her head in confusion not knowing what happened. That's not Alphaman. Ariata. It's a new Daruman Digivolution. That caught everyone's attention. However, it was Mako who asked about what everyone just heard, a new Digivolution form? What do you mean, Eri? Eri smiled and then answered the question. Daddy isn't a DG destined. He's a Digimon tamer, so he's not limited to a linear Digivolution. His Digimon can digivolve into different forms. Everyone stared in stunned silence. They of course knew that as a Digimon tamer, Harry has more options, but this? Daruman was already a very powerful Digimon. That was a fact that the DG destined knew, but now? With the ability to access other Digivolutions lines? That made Daruman an even more dangerous foe. Everyone, suddenly snapped out of their stunned silence, when Daruman's new mega form appeared in a blur, right in front of Black Imperial Druman. Both mega-level Digimon moved in a burst of speed, so fast in fact, that the DG destined nor their Digimon couldn't see their movements nor attacks. Only the loud booms and bangs were an indication that both Gaoman and Black Imperial Druman were clashing against each other. The barrier protecting the DG destined prevented them from feeling the shockwaves and blasts from the mega-level Digimon's clashes. But the Digimon could feel them, and it left them utterly in shock. Megabuterimon grunted as a big clash between Gaoman and Black Imperial Druman unleashed a massive shockwave that cracked the ground and then crushed it beneath their feet. Megabuterimon sighed and shook his head. I'm so glad Eri created barriers around everything here and stopped time. The sheer amount of destruction we would have caused would have made things awful for all Digimon in the real world. Angewoman frowned and nodded, yes, but this battle is getting quite ridiculous too. Magna Angeman nodded in agreement, well, what else did we expect when Harry and Aruman are involved? Those two always do ridiculous and impossible things. Rosamund giggled and rested her hand on her hip, and we wouldn't change anything about it, right? The Digimon shared a laugh and agreed with Rosamund. The DG Destined, who heard their Digimon partners, smiled. Joe walked over to everyone and sighed, well, I'm sorry for being late everyone. Tai shook his head and clapped Joe on his shoulder, did you find the answers you were looking for? Joe chuckled and shook his head, no, but that's okay, in the end, none of that matters. I refuse to let Gamaman and all of you fight alone, that's what's important right now. The DG Destined smiled at Joe and nodded at him. Joe then sighed and scratched his head, though, I still have to study for my exams, not looking forward to that. Everyone shared a laugh, while Joe just gave them a look of betrayal, but he soon joined in the laughter. A few seconds later, he turned around and moved his gaze towards Black Imperial Drummond. I will have an explanation about why no one told me Harry was back. But for now, I say we help Daruman's new mega-level form deal with Black Imperial Drummond. She might not need our help, but we can't just stay here and do nothing, right? Everyone nodded. Izzy quickly pointed his smartphone towards Gaoman and got her information. Daruman's new mega-level form is named Gaoman. She's a close-quarters fighter, so everyone support her with long range. Everyone immediately answered Izzy's strategy, with one loud, right. Gaoman swayed to the left to avoid a punch from Black Imperial Drummond and lashed out with a cross-slash across the infected Digimon's chest. Sparks flew everywhere upon her blades, clashing against Black Imperial Drummond's chest armor, and a loud clang echoed through the area. But the infected Digimon didn't even flinch, and then it suddenly activated its positron laser blade and swung at Gaoman, but she quickly kicked off the ground and let the positron laser blade sail below her. She then spun in midair and kicked Black Imperial Drummond, right in its head. The infected Digimon grunted from the impact and lost its balance for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Gaoman landed on her feet, but before anything else could happen, Wargreymon suddenly rushed past Gaoman and then began to spin like a tornado and smashed against Black Imperial Drummond's abdomen, sending him flying and away. Gaoman raised an eyebrow at the assist, but then softly smiled as she sensed the rest of the Digimon coming to help. You guys know that I'm fine, right? The Digimon just grinned at Gaoman, letting her know that little fact didn't matter to them. Gaoman just shook her head in amusement, though her soft kind smile never left her face. Children, I swear. Black Imperial Drummond suddenly rushed forward with its positron beam blade pointing forward and letting off a massive amount of digital energy. The infected Digimon suddenly roared the name of its attack, Positron Laser Lance. Gaoman narrowed her eyes and then rushed forward, just like she had seen Harry do with his Keyblades. Countless times, she intercepted Black Imperial Drummond's Positron Laser Lance with one of her Kikurin swords and slapped it away. She then quickly slashed at the infected Digimon's arm with her other Kikurin sword. Black Imperial Drummond roared in pain as its arm was cut open by Gaoman's counterattack. Gaoman, seeing that the infected Digimon was too distracted by its pain, and immediately unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast slashes to Black Imperial Drummond's body. Gaoman then kneed Black Imperial Drummond's face with a quick jumping knee strike, sending the infected Digimon reeling back in pain. Angewoman immediately aimed her hand towards Black Imperial Drummond and manifested her light bow. She quickly pulled back and shot a light arrow at the still reeling infected Digimon. The light arrow struck and exploded against Black Imperial Drummond's chest. The infected Digimon lost his balance and dropped to a knee, only to have his head smashed from behind by Vikaman, who swung one of his Morning Stars full strength at Black Imperial Drummond. The infected Digimon's body leaned forward from the blow and was about to hit the ground, but Rosamund swung her whip at Black Imperial Drummond and wrapped it around one of his legs. She quickly pulled her whip back and then lifted Black Imperial Drummond above her, only for a second later to slam him on the ground behind her and away from everyone. Metal Garurumon and Mega Kabuterimon immediately charged their attacks and then unleashed them on the downed Black Imperial Drummond. Metal Garurumon howled and then fired a barrage of missiles at Black Imperial Drummond. The missiles crashed on top of the infected Digimon a split second later and flash froze him before he could even try to move. Mega Kabuterimon then let go of the large charged electrical surge he had been charging in his horn. The electrical blast shot forward and then crashed against Black Imperial Drummond, causing a massive explosion. The infected Digimon suddenly stood up from the explosion and roared in pain and anger. He quickly stabbed his positron laser blade into the dragon face on his chest and then called out his next attack, Giga Death. A massive destructive energy wave blasted off Black Imperial Drummond's body and began to destroy everything around it. However, a barrier suddenly engulfed the infected Digimon's body and prevented the energy wave from moving forward, until it violently exploded inside the barrier. The Digimon turned their head back towards where the DG destined are, and sweat dropped when they saw Eri grinning while pointing her staff towards Black Imperial Draman. It was obvious that she was the one who made sure the infected Digimon's attack exploded in its face. The explosion subsided and Eri waved her staff to the side, causing the barrier to shatter, allowing her to see the aftermath of Black Imperial Draman's Giga Death attack. The infected Digimon was once again on his knees. This time, however, most of his armor was gone and he seemed severely weakened. Gaoman saw this and immediately issued commands to everyone, "Finish it off now, before the virus makes it stronger again." The DG Destin's Digimon immediately roared and went to attack full force. Crackman blurred right in front of Black Imperial Draman and hit him with a 3-punch combo and then a spinning kick to the face. Guridaman dropped from the sky and hammer-fisted Black Imperial Draman on top of his head, causing a massive explosion of flames. Wargreymon flew high into the sky and gathered the planet's energy into a massive orange orb of energy and threw it down towards Black Imperial Draman, causing a massive explosion of energy, only for Metal Garuruman to fire a massive missile from his chest. The missile went through the explosion caused by Wargreymon and hit Black Imperial Draman. The missile exploded on impact, flash freezing everything around the infected Digimon, including the explosion. Vikaman jumped into the air and then dropped down towards the frozen dome of energy stood. Vikaman then violently smashed both of his morning stars on top of the dome, shattering it and hitting Black Imperial Draman on both of his shoulders. A loud sickening crack echoed through the area as Black Imperial Draman roared in pain, while both of his arms hung uselessly at his sides. However, 2 celestial arrows from Angewoman pierced through his knees, forcing the infected Digimon to drop on his knees onto the ground. Both Rosamund and Magna Angeman rushed forward. Rosamund whip hardened and took the shape of a rapier, while Magna Angeman summoned his holy energy blade. Both Mega and Ultimate level Digimon reached Black Imperial Draman and stabbed him through the chest with their respective weapons. Black Imperial Draman grunted in pain and began to glitch as the damage his body was going through was becoming too much for it. Both Magna Angeman and Rosamund pulled their weapons out of Black Imperial Draman, only for Mega Kabuterimon to run him over with his horn and then sent him flying back with a blast of electrical energy. Black Imperial Draman crashed against the ground and ragdolled for a few seconds, before skidding to a stop. The infected Digimon's body violently glitched and began to turn into data, but it still tried to get up, though it only made it to its knees. The Digimon stared at the corrupted version of Imperial Draman with wariness, but Gaoman suddenly stepped forward and calmly said, "It's fine, I'll end this now." The Digimon nodded and relaxed a bit as they watched Gaoman ready her swords. Suddenly she began to swing her Kikurin blades around her, leaving behind eerie tracks of light. She then merges both of her swords in one and raised it above her head. Gaoman then glared at Black Imperial Draman, a fake Digimon made to look like an old friend, which made her quite angry. She then decided to end this and roared her final attack, Rinkijeki. Gaoman immediately swung her fused sword forward, sending a slash of eerie light that traveled towards Black Imperial Draman. The slash of eerie light cut down the infected Digimon, and then, all the tracks of light around Gaoman convergence on Black Imperial Draman, slicing the infected Digimon into pieces, finally ending it. Gaoman sighed and watched as Black Imperial Draman turn into harmless data and disappear. She then turned her head towards the Digimon and gave them a proud motherly smile. "Good job everyone." The Digimon, despite most of them being bigger than Gaoman, smiled and looked like proud children, feeling very happy for the praise, which made Gaoman laugh a bit in amusement. She then turned her head towards Harry and then said, "Go with your partners, stay with them and protect them, leave the rest to Harry." The Digimon nodded and immediately rushed back to their human partners. Gaoman then moved her gaze toward where Maki and Daigo were standing. Both government agents flinched when they noticed Gaoman's gaze on them, only to jump in shock when she suddenly blurred and appeared behind them. Daigo was about to speak, but Gaoman suddenly slammed one of her swords right in between Maki and Daigo, causing the ground to shake and for both humans to flinch. "You both will stay here and will not move. I don't know what game you're planning, Maki Himekawa, but you better have a good explanation because Harry knows you're involved in this and trust me, he's angry." Daigo looked both worried and concerned towards Maki. On her part, Maki was now nervously sweating. The fact that she had an unknown mega-level Digimon keeping an eye on her was bad enough, but as it turns out, Harry Potter is anything but normal. She had seen him do some crazy stuff while fighting the fake Ken and was already wondering if what Eri had told her was true after all, though, at this very moment, she was wishing it wasn't, because otherwise, she was going to be in a lot of trouble and no one will be able to help her. Harry smiled as he saw Gaoman trap Maki and Daigo, after taking down Black Imperial Draman with the other Digimon. With that done, he turned his attention towards the fake Ken, who was still having a hard time fending off Oathkeeper and Oblivion. who are still attacking him automatically. Harry scoffed at the sight and shook his head. He then recalled Oathkeeper and Oblivion to his side, and the fake Ken immediately jumped away from Harry and glared at him as the dragon god stood in front of him, with his keyblades floating at his sides. The fake Ken then moved his gaze towards the DG Destined and their Digimon partners, and frowned when he saw them unheard and watching his fight with Harry. TCH. I can't believe Black Imperial Dramon was taken down so easily. Harry shrugged. It was multiple Mega and Ultimate level Digimon against one. No matter how strong that Black Imperial Dramon was, it can't measure up against power and experience, especially with Gaomon there. The fake Ken growled at Harry and then angrily shouted at him, "You must think yourself so smart, hey? But in the end, you're just another arrogant human. Nothing special. Even if you and those meddlesome children were able to destroy someone as powerful as a Pokélimon, you won't be able to stop me." Harry frowned at the mention of a Pokélimon until he suddenly realized something. Son of a bitch. That's where this virus came from, wasn't it? That's why you wanted Mikuman. You were trying to distress her, so whatever was left of a Pokélimon in the virus would awaken. The fake Ken snarled at Harry, "You were always too smart, Harry Potter, but there's nothing you can do about it. Maiko." But Harry cut off the fake Ken with a chuckle and then said, "I already destroyed the virus that was inside Mikuman. She's no longer the origin of the Tenri virus. If your plan revolved around that, then your little plot is over." For the first time since all of this started, the fake Ken just stayed there glaring at Harry in silence. Though the dragon god could see the disbelief and shock in his eyes, it made Harry chuckle in amusement again. "What's wrong? Didn't your precious King Drazel compute the possibility of someone getting rid of the virus from Mikuman? Or let me guess, he thought it was impossible, that his calculations never showed him such an outcome, right? This is why I say that King Drazel and homeostasis are obsolete programs. They're only able to think with what little they can compute. My AI assistant, Friday, is 100 times more powerful and smarter than those two could ever hope to be. In any case, you're making some very wrong assumptions of me. You keep calling me human and whatnot. Hate to break it to you, but I'm not even remotely close to being a human." Harry grinned as the fake Ken glared at him with anger and confusion. Harry smiled and then shook his head in amusement. "You really don't know, hey? Did King Drazel really believe I was a human? Even with everything I showed I could do when I first came to this world? I don't know if this is funny or just plain stupid. So much for the all-knowing, all-powerful god of the digital world." In his arrogance, he denied the truth of something he clearly didn't want to accept. But then again, that thing certainly thinks too highly of itself, just like you. A fake Ken? Or, rather a fake Jenna. The fake Ken narrowed his eyes and then his body glitched for a second before transforming into a brown-haired and eyed, tall adult man wearing black robes. "So, you could see my true form, hey?" Harry grinned and pointed at his eyes. "My eyes are special, they're a modified version of a bloodline ability called the Rin Egan. Not a lot can be hidden from these eyes. Bet you didn't know I had such an ability." Dark Jenna didn't say anything but only stared in absolute hatred towards Harry. He indeed didn't know that he had such an ability, and if everything he just said was true, then who knows what other things he can do, then? If you're not human, what are you? What kind of monster are you? What do you think that King Drazel doesn't know? Harry smiled. "I know what you're doing, you're trying to get me to reveal things, hey?" Dark Jenna frowned, but Harry just shrugged and then said, "Well, lucky for you, I don't much care if you and King Drazel know what I am. So, let me do you a solid and reintroduce myself, fully of course. I am Harry Potter, the Master of Death and the Twilight Dread Dragon God of Chaos and Creation." The ground, the air, and the very souls of everyone around shook as Harry declared his name and titles to this world, something he had never done in this world before, and for the very first time, the world the DG destined live in acknowledged and accepted the arrival and power of a god. Dark Jenna gasped and reeled back in shock and fear. The moment Harry uttered his true name and title, something shifted in the world, and in Harry himself. Dark Jenna couldn't understand nor sense anything really wrong with Harry. In fact, he couldn't sense anything about him now that he thinks about, but for some reason, he now felt like he was in front of King Drazel and that unnerved him to no end. However, things got worse when Harry suddenly floated down to the ground as his keyblades suddenly transformed into the light and dark Ultima weapons and floated behind him like a pair of wings. Harry's feet touched the ground with the tips of his shoes but didn't land, and just stayed floating there. While Dark Jenna suddenly had a bad feeling, Harry crossed his arms and then began to speak with a smile on his face. "You said that King Drazel gave you the skills and powers of the Digimon Holy Knights. That's good, that means I can try this new ability I've been dying to use, ever since I mastered it. Hopefully, you'll last long enough for me to have some fun. Suddenly, everyone watched as Harry's hair flashed silver, while Dark Jenny nervously began to sweat, as he stared as Harry's green eyes suddenly turned silver, and then, a second later, the world was blinded by a powerful and bright beam of silver light that rose to the sky and cleared the clouds away. Chapter 200. The world was blinded by a bright silver light, and at the center of it stood Harry, engulfed in that same silver glow. A pillar of silver light rose high into the sky and parted the clouds as everything around the area was illuminated. Everyone watching this stared at what was happening in awe and shock. Except Ari and Nejire, the young daughter of Harry Potter was in awe. She could feel her father's energy and how condensed and powerful it was burning. She had never felt or seen anything like it before. She didn't even know her father could do something like this. It made Ari wonder, just what other kinds of things her father could do, that she didn't know about. Just wondering and thinking about it had Ari feeling excited to learn what her father was doing now and what he could do with it. Nejire had many questions, so many questions, and as soon as Harry was done with this battle, she was going to ask them all. But besides the questions bouncing around in her head, she was also amazed at what Harry was doing. Such pretty silver light and the vibrations she was feeling in her body, it was just an amazing experience altogether. Izzy gaped at what he was seeing but quickly shook his head and took out his laptop. He then began to quickly scan Harry, his energy output, and physical condition, but to his surprise, nothing was showing on his program, except that Harry's body was heating up rapidly. What? What does this mean? While Izzy was trying to figure out why his program can't scan the energy Harry was putting out, Matt, Ty, and TK couldn't help but comment on what they were seeing. Matt, who was staring up at the beam of silver light cut through the sky, spoke up first. What is this? Harry couldn't do anything like this before, or at least, he never showed it before. Ty nodded as he stared at the beam of light. Yeah, he's never done anything like this. I wonder what it is? I don't know why, but this just feels different, like something big and amazing is coming. TK nodded and then looked at his hands. It's incredible. I can feel Harry's power on my skin. It feels warm but calm at the same time. Carrie smiled as she looked towards where Harry was standing. To her, Harry looked like he was doing something far beyond understanding. There was just something holy or even heavenly about what Harry is doing. I don't know why, but if I would call this anything, I would call it celestial. Sora smiled and nodded. It's amazing. I wonder what this is really called? I don't think I've ever seen him do something like this before. Maybe it's something he learned in another world. Mimi widely smiled and had sparkles in her eyes, and she cheerfully said, "It looks very pretty. Whatever this is, I love it." Mako was staring at the light with an odd expression on her face. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she felt safe and happy staring at this beautiful silver light, like nothing could ever hurt her, and that made her feel very happy and content. Joe smiled as he looked up at the light, and then chuckled in amusement, while shaking his head. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I've missed the craziness Harry brings into our lives. The DG Destined all shared a laugh, agreeing with Joe. Their lives have always been chaotic but fun, and it was all thanks to Harry, who is always doing one crazy thing after another, but they wouldn't change it for anything in the world. Both Maki and Daigo were staring at the pillar of silver light in shock and awe as it parted the clouds in the sky. They didn't know nor understand what was happening, but there was one thing they knew: whatever was happening right now, it was something big. Something this world wasn't ready for. Both had tried to contact their superiors and their teammates, but their phones and other forms of contact didn't work, so all they could do is watch on as Gaoman kept a close eye on them from behind. Though Gaoman had a strike on her face as she looked after the two humans in front of her, she knew what Harry was doing, and she was well aware that he had been wanting to give this technique a try, especially because he was still trying to find out the limits of this technique he took so many years to learn to use and master. Dark Jenny took a step back in terror as he felt the energy coming from Harry burn his skin a bit from how hot it was. However, the pillar of light paused for 1 second and then, all converged right where Harry stood, only to suddenly spread outwards from Harry with a bright bang. This event looked like a whole galaxy was being born with Harry at the epicenter. But that same silver-colored new galaxy was suddenly absorbed into Harry, as he stayed there standing, his hair and eyes now glowing bright silver, as his body had this silver-blue glow around it. Harry blinked and then moved his gaze towards Dark Jenny. He coldly stared at him with a calm, expressionless face. The evil digital humanoid stared at Harry in utter disbelief and horror, while Harry raised a hand and looked at it for a few moments. This still feels so intense. I copied the way Gaku achieved this form, but it's still so intense. is this how he was feeling when he faced against Jiren? I might need some more practice with this, but I should be able to maintain it long enough to deal with you. Harry stopped looking at his hand and then began to walk towards Dark Gene, who began to panic and step back. What is this? What did you do? Harry just coldly stared at Dark Gene, as he continued to walk over to him, though he did begin to calmly explain, Autonomous Ultra Instinct, an ultimate technique that separates the consciousness from the body, allowing it to move and fight independent of a martial artist's thoughts and emotions. It is an extraordinarily difficult technique to master, even for the gods of destruction of another world, though, the angels of that same world appear to have mastered it. That's the reason this form is also known as the state of the gods. Pretty impressive, no? Dark Gene glared at Harry in anger and then began to yell at him with nothing but rage and hate. What sort of insane nonsense are you spouting? Other worlds? Gods of destruction? Angels? Have you gone insane? There's no such thing. Harry smirked at Dark Gene and then stopped walking not too far away from him. What's this? Didn't King Drazel tell you of the existence of other worlds? How strange, after all, the digital world is connected to multiple ones. Looks like King Drazel doesn't trust or believe in you, as much as you think he does. Pretty sad, don't you think? You're just another puppet dancing to his whims. Dark Gene growled at Harry in rage. Suddenly, the black digital energy beam sword in his left hand glitched and then became a black copy of Omniman's cannon and began to shoot at Harry big blasts of sub-zero temperature black digital energy. But Harry just smoothly moved away from the blast and dodged them all with ease. He didn't even move much, he just slightly moved his body away from the black digital energy shots. Dark Gene gritted his teeth as he watched Harry just avoid all of his attacks. So, instead, with a loud battle roar, he took off running at high speed towards Harry, while still shooting him with his black supreme cannon. Harry just continued to easily avoid the shots, until Dark Gene arrived in front of Harry and slashed as fast as he could at him with his black digital energy beam sword. But Harry once again just moved out of the way from all the slashes Dark Gene sent at him. It looked like Harry was just dancing around him, which only served to infuriate him more and more. On the last slash Dark Gene used to try and cut Harry in half, the dragon god jumped over the black digital energy beam sword as it sailed below him and suddenly pointed an opened palm, while being upside down, right in front of Dark Gene's face. Dark Gene froze in shock at the sudden and quick movement Harry used to dodge his slash, only for his eyes to widen a second later when a massive amount of blue energy gathered on Harry's palm. He didn't even get to scream when an enormous beam of blue energy shot forward right in front of his face. The blue beam of energy pushed and dragged Dark Gene back a long distance away from Harry until he crashed against a barrier-covered building behind him and violently exploded with a deafening boom, everyone watching the battle in awe at the enormous explosion that went off so close to them. Luckily, the DG destined were protected by Ares' barrier, otherwise they would have been sent flying by the explosion's massive blast. Meanwhile, Maki and Daigo were covered by Gaoman but still screamed in fright as they felt the explosion's blast. Since they weren't covered by a barrier and there was only so much Gaoman's body can cover, Harry soon landed on his feet, and waved his hand towards the explosion and dissipating it with ease, allowing everyone to see Dark Gene stand there with his black robes almost completely destroyed. He only had his pant and shoes on. But, what really caught everyone's attention, was his condition. He was physically hurt, really hurt for that matter, anyone could see that, but his body was also glitching and bleeding off black digital energy. Harry, however, stood there and coldly stared at Dark Gene. A few seconds later Harry smirked at the shocked and in pain Dark Gene. I see, you covered yourself in Magnaman's golden armor just before my key beam hit you. Didn't help you much though, hey. Dark Gene growled in anger towards Harry and shakily stood up straight. He hated to admit it, but even Magnaman's armor couldn't fully protect him from whatever that energy beam Harry had hit him with. In fact, the armor almost instantly crumbled and was destroyed. It was only able to protect him from the worst of the blast, but he still took a lot of damage. That fact infuriated Dark Gene to no end since Magnaman's armor was supposed to be near indestructible. Harry saw the hate and rage in Dark Gene's eyes and inwardly chuckled. The arrogant bastard was now learning just how low in the pecking order he really is. So Harry just shrugged and shook his head in disappointment. Well, looks like Ultra Instinct is too much for you. It's really too bad. I was hoping to try a few more things while in this form, but I guess I overestimated you. Dark Gene roared in rage as streams of black digital energy lashed out and danced around him while destroying the ground around him. His eyes turned red and his body was suddenly covered in black chrome digizoid armor. Everything in his body was covered, even his face. Suddenly, his black supreme cannon and black digital energy beam sword glitched and transformed in Alphamon's Aryukan. Harry seeing this raised an eyebrow and shook his head a moment later in disappointment. Really? You would use the sword of one of my Digimon partner's Digivolution? Against me? I guess the virus finally consumed your mind, or you rather let it. Very well then, let's end this now. You will pay for trying to make my friends suffer. Dark armored Aryuken Gene roared like a mad beast and then shot forward at a speed surpassing light. Harry narrowed his eyes and cleared both his heart and mind completely. He then let out a breath and let his instincts take over. Everyone couldn't see anything that happened right after. Both Harry and the dark armored Aryuken Gene moved at a speed almost no one could perceive. Only Eri could follow what was happening with both her eyes and senses. She was awed at the fact that no matter how fast the bad guy was moving, he couldn't touch her father. Every attack and swing of Aryuken was smoothly avoided without much movement. Her father was even hitting back and slowly breaking apart the black armor around Dark Gene's body with ease. Each hit Harry connected, caused shockwaves and blasts of air as it destroyed a part of the Digizoid black armor. Suddenly, Harry flipped above Dark Gene and then kneed him in the back of the head, shattering his black Digizoid full-face helmet and sending the crazed digital life form onto the ground face first. Eri cheered loudly for her father and seemed excited. Yeah. Come on daddy. End it with a big bang. Harry smiled as he landed on the ground behind the downed digital life form. He then nodded as if letting his daughter know that he will be doing as she requested, which made the DG destined and Digimon sweat dropped. Tai nervously chuckled. Uh-oh, everyone better hold on to your heads. Everyone immediately dropped to the ground knowing that Harry was about to do something crazy. Eri cheerfully laughed and extended her barrier to cover the Digimon, while Gaoman sighed and shook her head in amusement. She then dropped to her knee and covered Maki and Daigo with her whole body. You better hold on, Harry is about to do something reckless. Maki and Daigo gulped, not liking what Gaoman just said. Dark Gene got off the ground and immediately turned around to face Harry. He snarled like a wild animal as his red crazed eyes glared at the dragon god in front of him with hate. Harry stood in front of Dark Gene, with his back facing the crazed digital life form. He then turned around and took a big breath as he began to use his abilities as a sage. Suddenly, small orbs of energy began to flow from everything and everyone on the planet, towards Harry. The dragon smiled as he felt the pure energy gathered within him. To think I can use this technique so easily because I'm a sage. I remember Gaku being so jealous of how easily I learned it from King Kai. Harry chuckled as he reminisced about his time training under King Kai with Gaku in the other world. At the time, they were on a time limit to get ready for the upcoming Scion attack. But when everything was over with that and with the events on Namek, Harry decided to go back to King Kai's planet and really master everything he learned under him. He stayed there for quite a while and improved his use of this technique to a level that King Kai couldn't even reach. Dark Gene suddenly roared and shot forwards towards Harry and tried to gut him with Aryuken, but Harry just ducked under the slash and avoided the attack completely. Dark Gene tried to cut Harry, but the dragon god was once again impossible to hit. But as Harry dodged the attacks, he kept absorbing the energy of everything and everyone alive on the planet, though he was careful not to take too much. Eventually, he even began to take energy from other planets and even the sun, while holding the energy within him. This is something only Harry can do while using this technique. Gaku had tried once to do it the way Harry does, and his body almost broke down. This technique's pure energy is too much for a mortal to sustain and keep within themselves. Even now that Gaku has access to Divine Ki, he still can't use this technique like Harry does. So, Harry is the only one able to use the technique in this manner. As the energy gathered within him grew and grew, Harry began to merge it with his own Divine Ki, causing the energy to condense and become far more potent than it was before. Harry suddenly stopped moving and caught the black Aryuken between his fingers on the last swing Dark Gene attacked him with. Dark Gene snarled and roared like a rabid beast as he desperately tried to pull the black Aryuken away from Harry's grasp. But no matter how hard Dark Gene pulled, he was just unable to get the black Aryuken away from Harry. The dragon god just coldly stared at Dark Gene as he continued to snarl at him. I know you can't understand me, not anymore, but let me show you a technique that calls upon the power of everyone in this world. Harry tightened his grip on Aryuken and then harshly pulled it up and threw it into the sky. Along with the black Aryuken, Dark Gene was also pulled into the sky with it since he didn't let go of the sword. In the end, both him and the black Aryuken were sent sailing high into the sky. Harry closed his eyes and raised both hands towards the sky. The energy he gathered within his body glowed and shined bright until Harry opened his eyes and then loudly called out the name of his technique, Spirit Bomb. The energy gathered within Harry surged into his hands and then coalesced into a basketball-size orb of pure white and blue ki. Harry roared towards Dark Gene and fired the technique towards him at a high speed. The DG destined, the Digimon, Maki, Daigo, Nejire, and Ariad and followed the spirit bomb with their sight, only to widen their eyes in surprise when the basketball-sized orb of white and blue ki suddenly glowed and grew to the size of the moon as it continued to travel fast towards Dark Janae. The digital life form widened his eyes in shock as he watched the massive orb heading toward him. For a single moment, the madness in his eyes disappeared as the massive orb of white and blue ki headed towards him, but before he could even try to do anything about his situation, the spirit bomb crashed against him full force. The energy immediately pushed him back as he screamed in agony and pain. Dark Janae couldn't do anything, but only be pushed back higher and higher into the sky. Everyone down below watched in awe as the moon-size orb of white and blue ki soared higher and higher until Harry turned around and then snapped his finger. The spirit bomb instantly detonated the moment it reached the vacuum of space. Silence, a deafening silence took over the world. It lasted not more than a second, but it was something the DG Destined and their Digimon partners would never forget, and then came the boom, the loud, earth-shaking boom that shook the very air and ground. It was only thanks to Aries' barrier that nothing was damaged or anyone hurt, though she did grunt a bit from the explosion's shockwave hitting her barrier and making it shake violently, but the little Potter held strong as she narrowed her eyes and increased her mana output on her barriers, protecting everyone and everything in Japan. But, no one even noticed Aries' struggle, for those not frozen in time, could only watch as the sky above Japan was lit up by the massive white and blue explosion. The one most excited about all of this was Aerie, of course, who was awed at the technique her father had used and the massive explosion created by it. Soon enough, the explosion subsided. Harry, no longer sensing Dark Janae energy and confirming he was completely deleted, let out a breath and deactivated his Ultra Instinct. His hair turned back black as his eyes turned back to their emerald green color, though, the dragon Hod soon cracked his neck and huffed, "Looks like Ultra Instinct still affects me quite a bit. I better train with it some more and try to lessen the strain, before using it on someone stronger." With that said, Harry turned over to his friends and began to walk over to them. Aerie, seeing her father walking over, quickly brought down her barriers and everyone immediately took off running towards the dragon god, who could only smile at the happiness and awe shown by his friends. Harry was, of course, immediately bombarded by questions and excited worlds of glee when he arrived in front of his friends. He gladly explained what he used and that last technique he destroyed Dark Janae with. Explaining both, the Ultra Instinct and Spirit Bomb, to everyone took a while since these two techniques weren't simple to both understand or explain. But after doing so, he also began to explain what he had also found out from Dark Janae, about King Drazel's plan to reboot the digital world and how the virus was actually created from a shard of a Pokélimon that somehow ended up inside Mikuman. The DG Destined were of course very distressed about this news. Everything that had to do with a Pokélimon was bad news to them, and most of the DG Destined didn't even want to think back about such an evil and powerful Digimon like a Pokélimon ever again, though Mako and Crackman had to be told more about a Pokélimon and how the DG Destined had to face off against him to save both the digital world and the real world. Izzy frowned as he looked down and thought about what he just learned. A Pokélimon, to think he would still be causing so much trouble, even now after we defeated it so long ago. Carrie sighed and shook her head. Are we really sure we dealt with everything that had to do with a Pokélimon? I really don't want something like this to happen again in the future. Harry smiled and then said, "There's no need to worry. Now that I know what the virus exactly does and where it came from, I can now erase all traces of it from both the digital world and the real world. I'll just use my power over reality to do so." Everyone nodded to Harry, glad that there was a solution to this entire situation, though the DG Destined felt a bit odd with the way Harry can now do things like this with a snap of his fingers. Big explosions and chaos were the norm when one hangs out with Harry. The DG Destined knew this well, but snapping your fingers to rewrite the world, that was a whole different issue. At least, they can be at ease that it's Harry who has such a power. Tai crossed his arms and looked worried. He looked to be pondering for a while until he looked up and asked Harry a question. "What about King Drazel? I don't think he'll stop with this loss. With the way you explained things about to him, it sounded like he really wants to separate the Digimon from us humans." Matt nodded, "And homeostasis as well. That thing must have been involved as well. It always shows up whenever something big is happening." Harry nodded and then explained, "I'll deal with King Drazel later. I need to make sure I can maintain the digital world by myself once he's gone. Homeostasis as well, those two have caused nothing but trouble, but they do have important roles in the digital world. I need to be sure that it won't be affected when I get rid of them." Everyone nodded in agreement. This whole situation with the infected Digimon caused nothing but headaches, but at least, with Harry here, they were able to minimize damages and injuries to zero. Carrie also agreed with all of this, especially about homeostasis being destroyed. She still remembers when that thing possessed her so easily to speak with the DG Destined, and she really did not like that. Sora sighed and then turned towards Maki and Daigo, who were still being held back by Gaoman. What are we going to do about those two? Harry frowned and glared at the two adults, which promptly made them jump in fright. Daigo isn't important, I'm sure he has nothing to do with all of this. Maki, however. I think she had been involved with all of this from the very beginning. Mako frowned. She still remembered how Harry had told her that Maki had taken Mikuman with her for some reason and she still didn't know why she did that. It certainly didn't shed her in a good light. Crackman also glared at Maki. Her Mikuman form might have been more gullible and immature, but as Crackman, she could clearly see that Maki's actions weren't normal and were very malicious as well. Mako turned towards Harry, to ask him a question. Is Miss Heimkawa really involved with all of this? She has been very kind to me, it's just hard to believe she would do something like this. Harry sighed and felt bad for Mako. She's a kind girl, which is why it must be really hard to believe that Maki would do something like this, but in the end, Harry didn't want to lie to Mako, so he nodded to her and then spoke up. I kept an eye on her the whole time she was with Mikuman, the entire time. The darkness in her heart was flaring, even now, that very same darkness is still pulsating. Plus, why take Mikuman with her? Why bring her to the back of the school? Right where a portal opened up and that fake Ken emerged out of? That can't be a coincidence, there's just no way. Mako looked down and looked sad. Everything Harry just explained made sense to her, so she couldn't even begin to defend Maki. Mimi sadly smiled at Mako and then grabbed her hand. Mako's eyes widened for a second, but she soon smiled at Mimi, thankful for her support and care. Mimi then turned her head towards Harry, and asked, but why do all of this? Why risk Mikuman and Mako? It doesn't make any sense. She's a part of an organization that is supposed to protect others from Digimon threats. That was a good question, one everyone was wondering about. Someone does not just risk the lives of many for no reason, well, not unless you're a sociopath, and Maki wasn't one. TK frowned and then narrowed his eyes towards Maki. Then, we should ask her about it. Carrie immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm sure she'll be able to answer our questions. Joe sighed and nodded, though he soon crossed his arms and glared at his friends. That's good and all, but I want to know first, why no one told me Harry was back? Everyone nervously laughed at what Joe had just asked about. After all, they forgot about him with everything about Maki came to light, but they do owe Joe a few answers. The DG Destined quickly explained why Joe was kept in the dark about Harry's return. At first they wanted to surprise him, but eventually, he just never showed up whenever they called or texted him, and then, they figured he was dealing with some stuff, and decided to hold on telling him about Harry until he figured things out. Harry himself told Joe that he seemed to need some time to think, so the Dragon God didn't want to get in the way of that and left him to find the answers he had been looking for, though he did tell Joe that he always had faith in him and that Harry was just waiting for him to find what he was looking for. Honestly, Joe couldn't even be mad at his friends for keeping things secret about Harry's return. He was avoiding everyone after all, though, knowing that Harry always had faith in him, made him very happy. After a few more explanations and conversations, the DG Destined, Nejire, Eri, and Harry went to confront Maki, though everyone except Harry put their now tired Digimon inside the smartphones and then walked over to where Gaoman was standing behind Maki and Daigo while keeping an eye on the both of them. Soon enough, Harry, Eri, Nejire, and the DG Destined arrived in front of Maki and Daigo, though Daigo immediately stood in front of Maki protectively, when he saw that Harry had an angry look on his face. But the Dragon God wasn't in the mood to deal with this nonsense, so he narrowed his eyes and warned Daigo, I'm just going to say this once, get out of the way. Daigo frowned, though on the outside he looked calm and collected, on the inside he was having a panic attack. After all, he just watched as Harry did some very amazing and terrifying things, and he knew that Harry Potter is a very dangerous individual, one they had no idea about until a few moments ago. Looking for some help or even support, Daigo looked over towards the DG Destined, but all he received were looks of mistrust and disappointment. Daigo sighed seeing this and then turned back his gaze to Harry, but before he could say or do anything, Harry waved his hand and sent him flying to the side. A few seconds later, Daigo crashed against the ground with a gasp of pain and rolled a couple of times, before ending up on his belly in pain. He quickly tried to get up but stopped moving when the tip of a staff appeared in front of his eyes. Now, very much afraid, Daigo looked up and flinched as he caught sight of Eri's glowing red eyes. The little girl was only staring at him, but Daigo felt like she would kill him on the spot if he moved, so he laid there completely still. Eri then calmly began to speak. I don't want to hurt you, Mr. Daigo, but I will, if you try to get in our way. Daigo gulped and nodded. the way Harry was looking at him unnerved him but made him know that she wasn't joking at all. Meanwhile, Harry stood in front of Maki, while she calmly just stared into his eyes. However, despite looking calm and collected, Maki was very much afraid and nervous on the inside, but Harry didn't care about her emotions. He wanted answers. Why? What were you really planning? Maki stood there in silence for a few seconds. She knew that Harry was on to her, but she felt like it was best not to say anything. Instead she said, "So everything Harry told me in Mako's classroom about you is true. You're dangerous Harry Potter, far more than any DGGAK." Maki was cut off mid-sentence, when an ungodly pressure dropped on her so hard, that she was forced onto her knees. She gasped as she began to have a hard time breathing. However, she couldn't even ponder about what was happening, for Harry began to coldly speak to her while she was on her knees and hands on the ground. "We can do this the hard way or the easy way, it doesn't matter to me, but you will tell me what I want to know, so speak." The pressure disappeared just as it appeared, letting Maki breathe easy again, though now she was terrified, so she looked up and answered Harry's question, I just wanted my Digimon partner back." Harry narrowed his eyes at Maki. "Your Digimon partner?" Harry thought about what Maki just said and realized what was going on. "I see, so your Digimon partner is gone. You were hoping that rebooting the digital world would have brought it back, that's why you helped Dark Gene and King Drazel, isn't it?" Maki nodded and looked down in shame and sadness. Harry shook his head in disappointment at what he just heard. It wouldn't have worked. Rebooting the digital world would have deleted its entire memory, and no Digimon would remember anything about their time before the reboot. All you would have done is give King Drazel the means to do what he wished, but you didn't care, right? After all, you were willing to sacrifice Mikumen for your goals. Why would you care what King Drazel's true plans are? Maki frowned and looked down in shame. Harry just scoffed and turned around. "You're pathetic. I could have brought your Digimon partner back, but now? You can go to hell for trying to hurt my friends." Harry summoned his Dark Ultima weapon and approached Maki, intending to end her, but he was suddenly hugged tightly from behind by Mako, which surprised him quite a bit, not expecting anyone to try and stop him. "Mako." Mako shook her head while hugging Harry, and began to speak, "Please, don't kill her. I know what she did was wrong, but I know she is not a bad person." Harry frowned and looked back a bit to see Mako. Mako, she wanted to sacrifice Mikumen, more than likely she wanted to force her into tapping into the virus. You would have lost Mikumen forever and she didn't care. More than likely, she was nice to you just to get close and to have easy access to Mikumen. Mako just tightened her hold and began to cry, making Harry sigh in frustration. He really didn't like it when his friends cry. He then let go of his keyblade, which disappeared in a flash of black light. Harry then began to soothingly speak to Mako. "Alright Mako, alright, just don't cry." Mako nodded and sniffed but hid her face against Harry's back, which got Mimi, Carrie and Sora's eyes to twitch in a bit of annoyance. They love Mako to bits, but Harry was off limits, damn it. Harry turned his head back towards Maki and glared at her. "You're lucky Mako is a kind girl, otherwise, you would have been dead, but make no mistake, stay away from my friends, the same goes for that organization of yours. If I catch sight or hear anything about any of you, I will destroy you all, there won't be second chances nor mercy, and I'll give you all a fate worse than death if you ever get close to my friends again." Maki looked down but nodded. She soon got up and began to walk away, though, she did stop a ways away from the DG Destined. She looked up at the sky for a few seconds and then spoke, "For what it's worth, I am sorry." Everyone looked at Maki not believing her for a second. Harry huffed and then loudly said, "Get going before I change my mind." Maki nodded and quickly walked towards Daigo, who was looking towards her in disappointment. She didn't say anything and just helped him up, while Eri walked away from the two adults and back to everyone. Soon after, both Daigo and Maki walked away from the DG Destined and made their way out of the school. Meanwhile, Harry snapped his fingers and instantly fixed all the destruction that was caused by the battles that happened here today. Soon after, Eri took off the barriers she raised to protect the humans and buildings and then restarted time. The noise of excitement and fun from the school festival began to once again be heard around the area. Harry sighed and shook his head. He then turned to look at Mako, who was still hugging his back tightly. "You're too nice and kind Mako, but I guess, that's why you have the crest of bonds, it certainly suits you." Mako sneezed while still hiding her face on Harry's back, making him chuckle. After the whole battle and revelations of today, everyone was very tired and overwhelmed. Too bad that they still needed to participate in the school festival. Though Harry himself had things to do, and while the DG Destined had to continue to participate and finished what they were doing in the school festival, he left Eri with them. Nejire stayed with Mako and Mimi, as well, since she was still helping them with their school festival event. Meanwhile, the Dragon God left to take care of a few things that needed to be fixed in the digital world. Chapter 201. Harry had gone to the digital world, while the DG Destined finished their duties at their school festival. The Dragon God, now fully knowing King Drazel's plan and the full origin of the Teneri virus, he could now use his power over reality to erase every trace of the virus from both the digital world and the real world. However, when he went to the digital world, he found out that it had been damaged by the infected Digimon and the virus, so not only did Harry have to get rid of the Teneri virus, but also restore the digital world. Once Harry erased all traces of the virus, all infected Digimon went back to normal, and the Dragon God then restored the digital world by rewinding time. This was a good thing, because one of the most important locations of the digital world had been devastated. The village of beginnings had been utterly destroyed by Ogremon, who was very regretful of his actions, even though he couldn't really remember his time as an infected Digimon, but he was aware that he had done something bad. Without the village of beginnings, any Digimon dying would be forever gone, since the village is and has always been the restart point for the Digimon of this world. Upon death, a Digimon's data is reconfigured and reformed as a DG egg. The egg would then appear in the village of beginnings, where the Digimon would eventually be reborn. That's how Patamon was reborn when he sacrificed himself to defeat Divimon, back when the DG Destined and Harry first arrived in the digital world on File Island, so it was important for the village of beginnings to be restored as soon as possible. Harry had no doubt that Dark Gene had orchestrated its destruction just to make sure that the DG Destined's Digimon partners wouldn't be reborn as the village was destroyed. It just sounded like the vile and evil thing that asshole would do. But everything was restored and fixed by Harry soon enough, and with everything back to normal, he could now check out something that had him bothered for a while now. When Black Imperial Dramon appeared to attack the DG Destined, Harry had sensed that it was drawing power from somewhere in the digital world, which had him feeling very concerned, quite a bit actually, since that energy felt familiar to him, albeit a bit faded. So, wanting to find out what was up with that energy, he postponed his visit to King Drazel and homeostasis. The Dragon God would eventually be thankful for taking this decision, since it would lead him to find out some more information and save his old friends, the second generation of the DG Destined. Harry followed the energy signature to a far-off mountain range in the digital world. There he found an odd facility he didn't recognize, so he quickly realized that it had to have been built recently. Odd, since Digimon don't usually bother with building things. Well, most of them, some of the more wise and smart Digimon, tend to make and build things. But nothing like the facility Harry found. Curious and concerned, Harry flew down to investigate. Once there, the Dragon God investigated the facility. It was a small building with just a few rooms inside. Most of the stuff Harry found seemed to belong to Dark Gene, since everything in the facility had his digital energy signature. Still, now even more curious, Harry investigated the facility even further and eventually found an underground room. There he found something that shocked him and ended up making him absolutely livid. Inside the underground room in the facility, Harry found Davis, Yolei, Cody, Ken, their Digimon partners and the real Gene inside some sort of capsules in cryogenic sleep. But that wasn't what had Harry worried. No, it was the fact that his friend looked severely injured. The second generation of the DG Destined and their Digimon partners had some very painful injuries all over their bodies. The Dragon God knew that if they weren't in a cryogenic sleep, his friend would have died. However, despite being worried and absolutely angry, Harry pushed those thoughts away and immediately set each of his friends free. He quickly healed them and restored their bodies, but they wouldn't wake up, which got Harry very concerned. Whatever they might have gone through, it must have been bad if they weren't waking up after being healed. So without any further thing he could do at the moment, Harry opted to take his friends back to the real world. He quickly digitized Veemon, Armadillomon, Hawkman, Wormon and Gene into his smartphone and then called Marinangemon to care for them in the digital plane of his smartphone. With that done, Harry made the unconscious bodies of his friends float by his side and then summoned a dark corridor. The Dragon God made his friends float into the dark corridor and then turned around towards the facility. Harry soon frowned as his eyes began to glow green. He raised his hand towards the facility and then began to chant a spell. O lightless tempest from distant regions, stretch out thy tenebrous arms and lead my enemies to their eternal slumber. Black hole. With a wave of his hand, Harry's spell conjured up a condensed mass of black matter into the facility and he then stepped into the dark corridor. As soon as the dark corridor closed behind Harry, the mass of black matter detonated and expanded, creating a massive black hole that consumed the entire facility and then dissipated a second later. leaving only a circular hole in place where the facility once stood. Back in the real world, at the Kamaya's home, Harry arrived into Ty's room and immediately created a door in a pocket dimension behind them. Once that was done, he then created a small room with beds for his friends so they can comfortably rest. Once he laid everyone he rescued from the facility into the beds, Harry walked out of the room and frowned. I have to call the others and let them know, they're going to get worried. Harry looked over at the clock in Ty's room and sighed. He saw that it was already late, so the DG Destined should be done with their events in the school festival, not really wanting to worry them, but knowing that they needed to be informed of what he found. Harry decided to text everyone so they can all meet at Ty and Kari's home, so Harry took out his smartphone and texted the DG Destined. Once he was done, he then went to sit in the living room to wait for everyone to arrive. Mimi had been helping her class clean up the classroom when she received a text. She quickly took out her phone and checked who had sent her a text at this hour. She smiled when she saw that it was Harry, but her smile soon dropped when she read the contents of Harry's text. Nejire, who was cleaning with Mimi, got the same text and immediately grew concerned for both, the second generation of the DG Destined and Mimi. She quickly put away her smartphone and turned around to speak with Mimi. Let's hurry and meet up with everyone. Eri can teleport all of us to Ty's home once we're done here. Mimi nodded, but she still looked visibly worried. She then put away her smartphone and narrowed her eyes as she began to clean faster so she could leave as soon as possible. Meiko was also putting away the dishes her class had used when she received Harry's text message. She had heard of the second generation of the DG Destined from Harry, Carrie, and TK, but the news she just received just now came as a shock for her. Still, Meiko, as the kind-hearted girl she is, immediately grew worried for the second generation of the DG Destined. Eri, who was helping Meiko with her cleaning duty, received the text and immediately understood why Meiko had grown so worried, so she spoke up to Meiko hoping to give her some peace of mind. Don't worry big sis Meiko, I'm sure they're okay, Daddy is with them and he'll make sure nothing happens to them. Now let's hurry and finish here, so we can go and see Daddy. Meiko nodded and then smiled at Eri, thankful for her efforts to ease her worries. Now feeling calmer, Meiko immediately began to speed up with her duties so she could finish quickly and meet up with everyone. TK and Carrie were at the school's gate waiting on their brothers when they received and read Harry's text. TK glared at the ground in anger after finding out what had happened to his fellow second-generation DG Destined. Damn it! That's why no one could get a hold of them. Carrie sadly frowned and shook her head. I should have known something was wrong, when Davis didn't return my calls right away. TK shook his head and looked over to Carrie. No, we should all have figured that something was wrong, Carrie, after everything going on lately. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that they also got involved. Carrie sighed and looked up at the sky. I'm just glad Harry found them. TK nodded and continued to fume about what had happened to his friends, while both him and Carrie waited for everyone now. Ty was helping his soccer team put away all the equipment that was used in his game. When he received Harry's text, as soon as he read it, he let out a long string of curse words that made all of his team players whistle in awe, but Ty pushed all of that aside. He had more important things to worry about, like, shit. Harry is going to be pissed for sure. With that last thing said, Ty quickly picked the equipment he was in charge of and ran to put it away, to meet with everyone. Matt was talking with his bandmates to decide where they were going to play their next gig when he received Harry's texts. He quickly excused himself and checked the text. Matt's eyes immediately narrowed as he read what had happened to the second generation of the DG Destined. Fuck. I should have known something was wrong. Matt immediately walked up to his bandmates and excused himself. After they quickly decided to get on contact via phone soon, Matt quickly grabbed his guitar case and ran to the school gates. Joe was walking with Izzy around the school, while the DG Destined of Knowledge explained everything that was going on lately with DG Destined and about the infected Digimon in more detail when they both received Harry's text. They both took out their smartphone and immediately checked the text. Joe and Izzy instantly grew worried about what they read on Harry's message, not liking the news at all. Joe frowned and looked over to Izzy. We have to go and check on them as soon as possible. Izzy nodded. Yes, we're all meeting at the school's gate, let's go there and wait for everyone. I'm worried about what could have been done to our friends while they were put in cryogenic sleep. Joe nodded and then spoke up his opinion on the matter. I'm more concerned about the fact that the Black Imperial Dragon we fought was drawing their energy. That thing must have been drawing a lot of their energy, and who knows what their condition is after that battle. Izzy frowned and narrowed his eyes. What Joe said immediately raised a lot of concerns in his mind, so both quickly turned around and headed to the school's gate. Sora was running down a hallway and quickly turned around the corner to go down a set of stairs, which she quickly began to climb down. She had just finished helping her class clean up for her event when she received Harry's text, and she immediately grew worried for the second generation of the DG destined. So once she was done, she quickly ran out of her classroom and began to head to the school's gate to meet up with everyone. This day has just been the craziest so far. First, the school festival, which was just crazy enough as it is, with how busy everyone was. But then they had to deal with Dark Gene trying to kidnap Mikuman, fighting a dark version of Imperial Draman, and dealing with the revelation that Maki was involved in all of this as well, especially with King Drazel's plan to reboot the digital world, all because she wanted to get her Digimon partner back. She could understand the way Maki felt. If she had lost Bioman at some point, she knew that she wouldn't be the same ever again, but to try to sacrifice the digital world and Mikuman? That's just going too far. Still, Sora was glad that Mako had stopped Harry from killing Maki, because she knew full well that Harry was just about to do that. Despite doing some very malicious things, Maki still did it out of longing and pain, so she wouldn't have wanted to see her died because of it. Sure, she wouldn't have complained if Harry had done it, but she was just glad that Mako had stopped him as well. She didn't think it was worth it for Harry to add Maki's death to the list of people Harry had dealt with over his lifetime. With that last thought, Sora made it to the first floor and immediately headed to the main school doors and to the school's gates just outside. It didn't take long for the DG destined, Eri, and Nejire to gather at the school's gates. They all nodded at each other, and Eri then quickly apparatted everyone to the Kamaya's household, though they left a few students shocked since they caught sight of Eri teleporting everyone. Though all of them looked at their food and drinks, with a frown and look of suspicion, suddenly they all threw the food and drinks away, thinking that someone had put something in them for fun or something like that. Meanwhile, Harry had been sitting in the living room watching TV with Miss Kamaya. Tai and Kari's mother had noticed that Harry seemed tense and worried, so she had dragged him to watch her soap opera on TV with her. Harry, of course, didn't refuse her. Being the kind and good boy that he is, he spent some good time humoring Miss Kamaya, which inwardly made her smile, cause even though Harry was worried about something else, he was also chipping in his opinion on the shows they were watching together. Miss Kamaya giggled when Harry raised an eyebrow at the TV and suddenly said, "Oh, come on, mate. She's lying to you arse. Tell her to bugger off already." Miss Kamaya couldn't help but laugh when she heard Harry revert to his British accent. She had always liked it whenever he would use it, even if he only did it when he was upset or really annoyed. He seems very invested at the show now, which was also amusing to her. Harry suddenly shook his head and was about to say something else, when he felt the DG destined arrive via teleportation, inside of Tai's room, so he got up and turned his head towards Miss Kamaya. "Well, everyone is here now, Miss Kamaya, I better go and talk to them." Miss Kamaya nodded, already used to Harry's abilities and the craziness he brings, so she went back to watching her show. While Harry walked over to Tai's room, he quickly went inside as soon as he reached the door to Tai's room and found the DG destined, Eri, and Nidra already waiting for him. He gave everyone a nod and then guided them to the pocket dimension he created, where the second generation of the DG destined were resting and recovering from their ordeal. Everyone was obviously worried for their friends, and when they saw them unconscious but okay, they were able to relax. Soon enough the DG destined approached the second generation and stood by their bedsides. Tai, who was standing by Davis' bed along with Matt, frowned and then spoke up. "What happened?" Harry looked down and glared at the ground. "I'm not really sure, all I know is that they must have been attacked by something very powerful and were defeated. The amount of wounds and damage to their bodies was quite extensive. The fact that their energy was being drained constantly by Black Imperial Draman for who knows how long, just aggravated their conditions. I healed their injuries, but it's going to take a while further to recover from the strain their souls and energy reserves were put on." Matt tightened his fists and growled, "For how long were they injured?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know, my guess? From the moment they went missing." The DG destined frowned. It's been a while since the second generation of the DG destined had left for their trip, months actually, so that means that they could have been so injured for a very long time. Izzy, who was beside Cody's bed with Joe, shook his head. "The facility you found them in, did you find out who it belonged to?" Harry nodded this time. "Yes, Dark Gene's energy was all over the place. The fact that he had that Black Imperial Draman draining their energy, tells me that he probably didn't really care if they survived or not. I even found them in cryogenic sleep, inside some kind of capsules actually, meaning that Dark Gene was planning to keep using them as batteries for something." Joe sighed and shook his head. "How cruel." Mimi grabbed Yuli's hand and stared at her in concern. "What about their Digimon?" Harry took out his smartphone and pointed at it. "I digitized them into my smartphone after healing them, Marine Angeman, one of my Digimon who specializes in healing, is taking care of them. They're okay now, but they're completely out of energy. In fact, they reverted to their baby level form. It's going to take a while for them to recover from that as well. Sora sadly frowned. Oh no. Is there anything we can do to help? Harry shook his head. No, with their current conditions, it's best to let them recover on their own. I healed everything, but their energy levels are practically at zero. I don't want to strain their weak bodies by forcibly restoring their energy. What we can do, is keep an eye on them and be there when they wake up. They're going to be confused and probably scared when they do. Everyone nodded, understanding Harry's plan for the recovery of their friends. Carrie, who was beside Ken, along with TK, then asked a question. You mentioned Jenna too, where and how is he? Harry sighed and then explained, he's in my smartphone as well. He's fine, but like the Digimon, he was drained of all his energy. He's recovering, but it might take him a while. TK nodded. At least he's okay. I wonder how he got captured. He probably got caught way before Davis and the others. It's been a while since we've seen or even heard from Jenna in a long time. Everyone looked down and got lost in their thoughts. This whole situation is just one big mess, and they just don't know enough to even come up with a plan. Mako suddenly walked up to Harry and pulled on his sleeves. This snapped Harry out of his thoughts and made him blink before turning his head towards Mako. Mako smiled at him and decided to ask a question. Sorry, but I'm kind of lost. What do you mean by energy? What kind of energy was taken from them? Harry smiled and closed his eyes. He had forgotten that Mako didn't really know a lot about what was going on here. He soon opened his eyes and began to explain. The DG destined. Izzy and I spent a good amount of time looking as to what makes a child a candidate to be a DG destined. After all, you guys aren't the only ones with that title. There are quite a few DG destined around the world, with their own Digimon partners. Izzy nodded and piped in, yes, we have been keeping in contact with them throughout the years. They help deal with wild Digimon that pop out of the digital world in other parts of the real world. Harry then went on, so, I used all my sensing abilities to find out what makes a DG destined so special, so every time the DG destined would use the DG vices, tags, and crests to digivolve their Digimon partners, I would check the process with my abilities, while Izzy collected data. What we found out, was that the DG destined are unique from other humans, in that their bodies produce digital energy, small amounts of course but enough to trigger a bond between Digimon and human partners. Izzy took out his laptop and messed with it for a little bit. He then turned it around to show the screen to Mako and began to explain, when we first met our Digimon partners, the digital energy in our bodies was a very small amount, so small, that our Digimon could only digivolve to rookie level. But as we fought together and our bond with them grew, the amount of digital energy produced increased, allowing us to help our Digimon digivolve further and further. Harry then quickly went on after Izzy finished explaining that part. However, unlike Digimon, humans can't use this digital energy freely. Their bodies aren't made to harness such energy. After all, their bodies are not digital, and so the DG destined need a focus to harness their digital energy, the DG vice. Mako looked intrigued. All of this might be a bit difficult to grasp fully, but she understood the gist of what Harry and Izzy were explaining. But that also rose some questions in her. Then what about the crests? Harry smiled and continued to explain. Once the bond between Digimon and DG destined grows to a certain point, their digital energy begins to merge within the human partner, manifesting a crest, with the characteristics more prominent in the DG destined. However, the combination of a Digimon and DG destined's digital energy is wild and susceptible to negative emotions, and that in the hands of young kids, could cause, at worst, damage to the DG destined's body, soul, and heart. Or at best, a dark DG-evolution in the DG destined's Digimon partner, and so, the tags and crests were created to act as a second focus, just for the merge of a Digidestined and their Digimon partner's digital energy. Izzy went on, the DG vice, crest, and tags, were designed to allow a DG destined to control and use that digital energy safely and without harming their own bodies, though, sometimes, they can't prevent some things. Everyone turned their heads towards Tai, who nervously chuckled. Mako seemed confused as to why everyone was staring at Tai, but Sora quickly explained, when Tai found his tag, and the crest of courage, he became curious about Agumon's ultimate level DG-evolution. So he ended up forcing a dark DG-evolution on poor Agumon, into a dark Digimon called Skullgreymon. Skullgreymon went on a rampage after being fed Tai's negative emotions soon after. Carrie shook her head and sighed, I wasn't there yet, but I know that it was because Harry was there, that nothing bad happened. Mako turned her head towards Harry, now curious about the whole thing. After all, Mikuman has a dark Digivolution as well, what did you do? Harry smiled and shrugged, I have experience dealing with dark virus-type Digimon, I have a few myself, and I had already raised a Skullgreymon before. The thing about that Digimon is that they don't have any intelligence. They're pure instinct, which is why, Ty's Skullgreymon immediately knew I was not one to mess with, so when I yelled at it to stop and sit down, it instantly did so. Everyone shared a laugh at the memory. It was quite the sight to see a Digimon like Skullgreymon take a seat on the sand and wait for Harry to give it commands like a puppy. It was what cemented in everyone's mind, that he isn't normal. Mako was in awe at Harry, which made him chuckle a bit. Harry walked up towards Harry and grabbed his hand. What are we going to do next, Daddy? How long will take for everyone to recover? Harry sighed and turned his head to look at the second generation of the DG Destined. They should be fully recovered by a week from now, maybe a bit more, it depends on them really. I have an idea of who did this to them, given how Dark Gen A was involved, but I'm going to wait for Davis and the others to wake up to confirm things. Meanwhile, I'm going to begin connecting this world to ours and create a gate directly to our house, Izzy, and I have a few plans to help the DG Destined around the world and I want to get started on that. Eri smiled and fist pumped in excitement at having her new big sisters and big brothers be able to visit her in her world. She has so much to show them and people to introduce as well. It's going to be a blast. The DG Destined fondly smiled at Eri. She seemed so happy and excited right now, not that they were any different. They were also happy and excited about the fact that they will be able to go to another world and see Harry whenever they want. Matt turned his head towards Izzy and asked him a question, what are these plans that you both want to get started with? Izzy grinned and then took his smartphone out while explaining, after Harry gave us these smartphones, I was able to really look into the DG Vice. I found out that they have an expiration date. That news shocked everyone into gasping. After all, if the DG Vices had an expiration date, that means that so does their bond with their Digimon partners. Izzy, however, ignored everyone's surprise and went on, in time, our digital energy would have become too much for our DG Vices and they wouldn't be able to take the burden anymore, eventually burning out and stop working. But Harry's smartphones are far more powerful than our DG Vices, they're able to take the burden of our ever-growing digital energy with ease, and even open up the possibility of alternate Digivolution paths. So, I asked Harry if we could get smartphones for the other DG Destined. I don't want anyone to ever have to say goodbye to their Digimon, so I thought this would be the best solution. Everyone sighed in relief, happy that they wouldn't have to ever say goodbye to their Digimon. Harry smiled at everyone and began to further explain, the only problem we have, is that the Potter smartphones are both hard to make and the materials to do so are rare. It's why we don't mass reproduce them for the entirety of Neo Kyoto. In fact, only those with a close connection to the Potters have one. It actually took me a while to get the materials to make yours since I didn't want to use the resources we had at home. Everyone nodded in understanding, to both the plan and the difficulty of actually making more smartphones, but given how powerful and useful they are, it's understandable that it wouldn't be easy to make said smartphones, even for someone like Harry. Izzy smiled as he saw everyone understand, so he continued on, so, Harry and I came up with a plan to both get materials and the money needed to mass-produce smartphones for the DG Destined from around the world. Everyone snapped out of their thoughts and gave Izzy their full attention. Carrie, however, was the one to ask for further details. What's the plan then, and how can we help? The rest of DG Destined smiled and nodded to Izzy, letting him know that they were willing to do whatever was necessary to make this plan happen. Izzy smiled and then proceeded to further explain, well, you guys know how Harry told us about the guilds in Neo Kyoto. Everyone once again nodded to confirm that they understand what Izzy was talking about. The DG Destined of Knowledge then went on, well, I was thinking of creating a Digimon taming guild in Neo Kyoto. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, but that surprise soon turned into excitement. Tai grinned and actually felt fired up for the first time in a while. I like the sound of that. A guild dedicated to Digimon taming? Sign me up. Carrie smiled and fully agreed with her big brother, that actually sounds like a lot of fun. Can you imagine? It would be like having a club dedicated to Digimon. Mimi widely smiled and then said, ooh. We need to come up with a logo. Maybe even uniforms. Mako clapped and excitedly spoke up, I'll begin to draw up designs. This is so much fun. Matt sighed, but soon grinned, feeling excited as well. Sounds interesting and all, but don't forget we're still students, we can't really spend too much time in another world doing who knows what. Joe nodded in agreement to Matt's words, yeah, I still need to study and take my test, then I'll be going to university. I don't think I'll have a lot of free time, I'll still help though. Sora smiled and then piped in, I think we can make it work though, we just need to schedule things, so we don't lose important time when we're busy in this world. TK hummed for a few seconds and then spoke his opinion, well, we have to at least make sure one of us is always at the guild, otherwise it would be a waste, don't you think? Harry smiled and then spoke up, well, I will be registering the guild under my leadership, I'm actually head of the Craftsmanship Guild as well as one of the leaders of the Research and Development Guild, so having another guild to take care of won't be much of a difference. Izzy nodded and then spoke, besides, I'll register as leader of the guild as well and actually go there every day, I'll make it my job to make everything move smoothly for everyone, this is important after all. Everyone smiled at Izzy, thankful for his dedication and willingness to help, not only his friends but the rest of the DG destined from around the world. Harry then spoke up again, also, you guys would get lots of benefits becoming members of a guild, things that can help you later on when you decided what to do in the future. That caught everyone's attention, but it was Joe who asked about it. Oh? What sort of benefits? Harry grinned and then explained, well, for one, as a part of an organization founded by Neo Kyoto, you guys would be getting paid a check every week for being active members of a guild, it is something we created to help new members of any guild when they start or if they get busy with other stuff. There's also, the benefit of since you will members of an organization founded by Neo Kyoto, that makes you citizens of Neo Kyoto and members of the yokai faction, that means that you have access to all facilities and resources of Neo Kyoto. Joe, you want to be a doctor, right? Joe nodded. Well, as a member of Neo Kyoto, you can choose to study under the healing temples where you can learn about the most advanced medical practices and then study under the best doctors or healers we have, all paid of course. Everyone gaped at the opportunities offered up to them by just creating a guild in Neo Kyoto. Honestly, it's amazing everything you can get just by being part of something like this. Eri giggled and then piped in, that's not the best part, in Neo Kyoto, we don't discriminate or judge, your Digimon can go and come as they please and they'll be accepted by everyone. In fact, Daddy's Holy Digimon Royal Knights are a big part of the city's defenses and are highly respected by everyone in Neo Kyoto. There's also Holy Digimon in charge of Neo Kyoto's healing temple as well. That made everyone both excited and happy. Being able to be with their Digimon partners in the open was pretty cool for the DG destined and will allow them to spend more time with them, that's always a good thing. Nejire smiled and then said, I'm definitely joining this guild. Now I can even access the natural dungeon. Harry chuckled and nodded, that's the plan, we need you guys to go in there and collect materials for the smartphone, plus money as well, that way we can mass produce them. Everyone nodded in agreement on the plan and were now excited about it as well. It was just too much a good thing and it will help, not only them, but future generations of DG destined, and so, everyone stayed up late in Ty's room speaking about future plans and whatnot, while the second generation of the DG destined rested and recovered. Chapter 202. The next few days were busy for Harry and the DG destined. First, Harry began the creation of the portal connecting his world to that of the DG destins. However, a small problem arose. What was the problem? Where exactly would Harry create the barrier? For one, using one of the DG destined's houses is a big no. Not only was the government able to identify all of the DG destined and where they go to school, but the government also had information on their families and friends. Sure, Harry had Friday hacked into the government files they had on the DG destined and erase everything, but that wouldn't really prevent them from getting the information again someday, so, creating a portal to another world, in a place the government is aware of, wasn't a good idea. So Harry had to come up with something else. He created a digital subspace connecting Izzy's office, the digital playroom he created for the Digimon, and the actual digital world. It took some creativity and hard work from Harry and Friday, but they were able to create a whole new digital plane, right between the digital world and the real world. Just to make sure it was safe from anything, Harry warded it to hell and back, while Friday and Izzy created some of the most advanced firewalls and digital protections they could think of, all to keep this new digital plane safe from both sides. Harry also used his keyblades to lock out the digital plane from both the real world and the digital world, ensuring that only the DG destined and their Digimon would be allowed into it, and that's because Harry connected the digital planes to their smartphones. The DG destined's smartphone will now work as both a key and door to the digital plane created by Harry. After that was done, the Dragon God then began to work on creating a portal and gate to his world inside the digital plane. This way, only the DG destined or someone with a registered Potter smartphone can have access to the digital plane and portal. It took a few days but eventually, Harry had it done and ready. However, before the DG destined could use the portal, Harry still had a few things to take care of in this world. For one, the government organization keeping an eye on the DG destined had to be warned off his friends, and he was sure Maki and Daigo had already told their superiors of what happened on the school festival. So Harry had to make sure they fully understood what he meant when he said that he didn't want to see them anywhere close to the DG destined ever again, though he was sure they did somehow follow through, since a few days after the school festival battle, Daigo was pulled off from the DG destined school and replaced by a new calligraphy teacher. Nevertheless, Harry still wanted to make sure they left his friends alone. He didn't trust this government organization, much less with Maki being a high-ranking officer in the organization, so Harry paid a visit to the government building used by the organization. This, of course, shocked everyone in the building. After all, no one expected Harry Potter to suddenly show up, much less actually know the actual location of the organization's command center, but everyone stayed away from Harry. The entire organization was warned from ever approaching Harry in any way, especially after Maki and Daigo gave their report of some of the things that Harry can actually do. Turns out that the high-ranking members of the organization already knew that Harry Potter was a very dangerous individual to begin with and really didn't want anything to do with him. However, they never expected Maki to betray the organization and help the enemy, much less actually put the DG destined in harm's way. These things were a big no. When it comes to Harry Potter, the high-ranking members of the organization knew this well, and knew that Harry would eventually show up. The question was, would he come to talk, or to kill them all? Luckily for everyone involved, Harry just came to talk. Since Mako had asked him to spare Maki, he had no intention to kill anyone unless someone provokes him, which is something no one had any intention of doing. So Harry had a long conversation with the organization. They were all accommodating to Harry, which kinda surprised him a bit, but Harry rolled with it. The high-ranking members of the government organization immediately apologized to Harry for Maki's actions and informed him that she had been relieved of her position in the organization, along with being sentenced to an indefinite house arrest and under constant surveillance. Things that Harry was glad to hear about, but not what he came to do here, so he talked to the high-ranking members of the organization and negotiated their backing off the DG destined indefinitely, or as Harry would call it, threatened them with utter annihilation if they didn't leave the DG destined and their Digimon partners alone. The organization agreed, of course, but did raise a few concerns, things about the infected Digimon and any wild Digimon that might just make their way to the real world. Harry shrugged, not really caring about their concerns. After all, the DG destined already take care of any wild Digimon that make their way into the real world, and he had already destroyed all traces of the Tenri virus, so the organization wasn't really needed anymore. This would become even truer in the future, once Izzy and Harry create the Digimon Taming Guild. Once it is established, they can organize the DG destined and their Digimon partners from around the world to better deal with situations involving Digimon in the digital world. Though Harry didn't really feel the need to explain his plans to the organization, all he wanted was for everyone to back off from the DG destined, even those around the world as well, and the organization quickly agreed, not wanting to make someone like Harry angry. Though Harry did agree with them on monitoring any situation involving Digimon and helping with crowd control and such, Harry did not really see anything wrong with the request as long as they don't approach the DG destined in any way or form. With that conversation done, Harry left the organization building, allowing everyone inside to finally relax and calm down. Harry then quickly headed back to the Kamiya's home to get back to work after dealing with the organization and setting up boundaries. A few days later, now that Joe knows that Harry is back, it was time for the Dragon God to face the music, and so Harry met up with all the parents of the DG destined to let them know he was back in this world. Boy, did everyone's mothers let Harry have it. Each one scolded, pinched his cheek and ear, or downright hug him half to death. Even Tai and Kari's mom joined in the fun and scolded Harry again just for shits and giggles. Harry took it like a champ though, or at least he did so for a while, before unleashing one of his most powerful weapons. Harry unleashed Eri on the angry mothers of the DG destined, and as expected, they all forgot about the poor manhandled Dragon God and began to fuss over Eri's cuteness. Eri did her father a solid and distracted the mothers, while the Dragon God dropped to the ground tired and weary. When it come to mothers, Harry had no defenses or resistance to their scolding or punishments. One of the few weaknesses he has. The fathers felt bad for Harry and sent him a small prayer for a fast recovery, both spiritually and mentally. Seeing that he had been scolded and punished enough, the fathers of the DG destined instead opted to pick him off the ground and talk about all the cool worlds, things, and people he met, saw, and witnessed during his travels. Harry spent a good few hours talking to the fathers of the DG destined and showed them pictures and videos of the places he's seen, which the male DG destined soon joined in to watch as well since it was all cool. Meanwhile, the mothers just gushed over Eri and asked her about her mothers, whether Harry was taking good care of her, and about her many sisters and brothers, something Harry was really happy to talk about with who she now considers her new grandmothers and grandfathers, much to the amusement of the DG Destin's parents. Nedjire and the female DG Destined found the whole thing amusing, so much in fact, that they spent a good amount of time giggling at how the men were all acting like boys, whenever Harry showed them something cool, and how Harry had the mothers wrapped around her little finger, not that they were any better in that regard though. In the end, the DG Destin's parents were happy that Harry was back and seemed to be planning to be around permanently as well, especially with the plans he has, which he had explained to everyone a few moments ago. After that, everyone just spent some time together and enjoyed each other's company. Despite the hard time Harry was given at the beginning of this reunion, he was still happy to be around people who took him in as a son. Eventually, with everyone being busy, and spending time together, 2 weeks passed by. Harry had finished the portal and it was now ready to be used. However, today, everyone got distracted by the fact that the second generation of the DG Destined were finally beginning to wake up from the coma. The first one to show signs of waking up was Davis, though he did panic a bit, especially because his friends were also in the same unknown room. He found himself in and unconscious as well. Luckily, Friday was monitoring their condition and immediately contacted Harry to let him know that Davis was awake. Harry, of course, immediately teleported to the recovery room created to allow the second generation of the DG Destined to recover and rest in peace, after texting everyone else to let them know about Davis being awake, which both scared and made Davis jump from where he was checking on his friends. However, he calmed down when he saw Harry standing in the room. Harry? What? What's going on here? Where I am? Am I dead or something? Harry shook his head and smiled at Davis. You're not dead, Davis. Came really fucking close though. Davis sighed and grabbed hold of his forehead with his hand. We were in the digital world. We had been hearing rumors of wild and crazed Digimon causing all kinds of trouble all over the digital world. So, we went there to investigate and told everyone else that we were going on a trip to not worry everyone. We spent days fighting crazy strong Digimon, but eventually, we found out what was going on. Harry paid attention to what Davis was saying, though Davis suddenly stopped talking and looked like he was thinking hard about something, but eventually Davis growled in frustration, damn it. Why can't I remember what happened? All I can remember is that, there was a big battle but nothing else. Davis glared at the ground in confusion for a few moments, until a groan caught Harry and Davis's attention. Both quickly turned around towards where the groan came from and watched as Ken slowly tried to sit up. Harry quickly walked over and helped his friend sit up. Ken smiled at Harry, while Davis walked over. Ken then said, "It's good to see you, Harry. We were all very worried about you, but I'm glad you're back. I guess you're the one who saved us, hey?" Harry smiled at Ken and then nodded. "It's good to be back, Ken, and yet, I was the one who saved. Do you remember what happened?" Ken sighed but nodded. He looked down and began to explain. "We found out that a digital being called Yggdrasil created a virus from some sort of evil Digimon's data. Jenny was the one to actually explain it, but I don't really remember all the details, but this Yggdrasil wants to reboot the digital world. We couldn't allow that to happen, but Jenny told us how dangerous and powerful Yggdrasil is supposed to be." Suddenly a male voice continued on from behind Davis. "Yggdrasil is supposed to be the god of the digital world, so we intended to come back to the real world, and ask for help from everyone else, but..." Davis, Ken, and Harry turned around and watched as Cody turned his head towards them and continued on, "But someone who looked like Ken when he was the Digimon Emperor attacked us." Cody then smiled and said, "It's good to see you, Harry, we missed you." Harry smiled at Cody and gave him a nod. Suddenly Davis gasped, "That's right. I remember now. That fake Ken attacked us with some infected Digimon, but we beat him. And then this crazy strong black armored Digimon appeared. Whatever that Digimon was, it was too powerful. We couldn't do anything against it, even when X-Veman and Stingman cross-digivolved into Imperial Druman, we still got defeated." Harry frowned and stood up straight after helping Ken sit against his bed headboard and narrowed his eyes. "I see. King Drazel must have sent Alphaman to take care of you after Dark Jenny lost against you." Ken, Davis, and Cody turned their heads towards Harry and looked intrigued. Davis then spoke up, "You know the name of that crazy powerful Digimon?" Harry nodded and began to explain, "You guys have never seen her in that form, but Alphaman is actually Daruman's mega form. Alphaman is a holy royal Digimon knight, one far stronger than Omniman or Imperial Druman Paladin mode. You guys just couldn't stand a chance against that kind of Digimon and King Drazel knew that, so he sent it against you." Davis, Ken, and Cody frowned, not all happy about what they learned about the Digimon who defeated them so badly. Ken, however, was a bit confused at something Harry mentioned. King Drazzle? Who's that? Harry moved his gaze towards Ken and explained, King Drazzle is another name Yggdrasil goes by. It seems like he didn't like that you guys found out about his plans and decided to get rid of you. Ken frowned and looked down. Suddenly, a feminine voice called out to Harry, our Digimon. How are they? Harry and the guys quickly turned around towards where the feminine voice came from and saw Yuliai groaning and struggling to sit up. Ken immediately nodded to Harry and the dragon god quickly walked over to Yuliai's bed and helped her up. Yuliai smiled at Harry for about a second as he helped her sit up, but then, she suddenly grabbed hold of Harry's eyelids and pulled them as hard as she could. Harry, not expecting such an attack to his eyelids, yelped in surprise and let go of Yuliai, which caused her to fall back to the bed and hit her head on the bed's headboard. Yuliai yelped in pain and grabbed hold of the back of her sore head while squirming from the pain that was assaulting her poor head. Meanwhile, Harry held his eyes in surprise and yelled, Yuliai! What the hell was that for? Yuliai groaned in pain before yelling back at Harry, that's for disappearing on us like you did, jerk. Now come and help me sit up again before I kick you in the DG eggs. Harry grumbled something about domestic abuse and an aggressive woman, as he quickly helped Yuliai sit up. As strong as he is, he really didn't want to get hit in the balls anytime soon. Yuliai just glared at him for a few seconds while Harry just grumbled away, but she soon stopped glaring and hugged Harry tightly, forcing his head on her chest. If you ever disappear like that again, I'll pull on something else far more painful. But I am glad you're back. Harry's sweat dropped, but nodded in acceptance. Honestly, knowing how Yuliai is, he really got off easy with her punishment, so he wasn't going to complain. Meanwhile, Ken, Cody, and Davis' sweat dropped at the way Yuliai punished Harry but didn't say anything. They didn't want to get any of what Harry got after all. Harry sighed and then smiled at Yuliai. Veman, Hawkman, Armadilloman, and Worman are okay. I healed their injuries, and they're resting, though they and you guys were severely drained of energy. That's why you guys feel weak right now. It's going to take some time before you guys can be back to 100% again. Yuliai nodded and sighed. Harry let go of her after he made sure she could sit up by herself on her bed. Yuliai then looked up at Harry and frowned. How long has it been, and what has been happening in the real world? Harry quickly began to explain. We're not sure when exactly you guys were defeated, but it was at least a month if not more. Infected Digimon began to cross over to the real world, but the first generation of the DG Destined dealt with that, but there were some things that were brought to light recently as well. And thus, Harry informed the second generation of the DG Destined about what happened in the real world while they were gone. The infected Digimon, Mikuman being the origin of the virus being created from Apokolimon's data. Dark Genei's plans, Maki Heimkawa's involvement and the battle on the school festival, which led to even more revelations and gave Harry the necessary information he needed to finally stop all of the bad guys' plans. All of this information and what happened had left the second generation of the DG Destined feeling relieved and a bit frustrated. Relieved, because despite having been defeated, the rebooting of the digital world was prevented by the first generation of the DG Destined and Harry. Though they felt frustrated that they had been defeated and left in such a bad state, they were even used as batteries against their friends, and that made everyone feel guilty, though Harry was quick to tell them that the situation wasn't their fault. Some hours passed away as Harry spoke to the second generation of the DG Destined. After explaining what had happened during their absence, he then began to tell them about Izzy and his plans to help all the DG Destined from across the world. Yuliai, Ken, Davis, and Cody immediately grew excited about the plan to create a guild in Neo-Kyoto. The fact that they would get to see the world Harry came from just sweetened the deal. Eventually, the others came out of school and they all met up in Tai and Kari's home. Harry had texted everyone that the second generation of the DG Destined were now awake and everyone wanted to check on them. The first generation of the DG Destined were all relieved that Ken, Yuliai, Cody, and Davis were fine now. The fact that they all had smiles on their faces as they hung out and spoke to Harry was a big sign that they were okay. That still didn't prevent them from being fussed over by Mimi and Sora, or scolded by Carrie, who was pulling on Davis' ear for being reckless. Tai, Matt, Izzy, and Joe just asked if they were okay now, and when they got told that yes, they were fine, they just nodded and smiled at the younger DG Destined. TK just joked around and teased his friends for getting bedridden, only to receive a barrage of pillows to the face from everyone. Things calmed down after that and the full team of the DG Destined was now calmly speaking and joking around. Eventually, Sora noticed something and decided to ask Harry about it, so he called out to him while he was speaking with Davis and Tai. Harry. The dragon god turned his head towards Sora and smiled. What's up, Sora? Sora looked around for about a second and then asked Harry a question, where are Eri and Nejire? I haven't seen them all day. Davis, Cody, Ken, and Yuli looked confused at the new names they heard and were now wondering who Sora was talking about. Meanwhile, the others were looking around as well, confused at the fact that none of them had seen Eri and Nejire all day. Harry grinned and then said, I just finished the portal a few hours ago, so I sent Eri and Nejire back to Neo Kyoto to get a few things and bring someone here that I want you guys to meet. The DG Destined were really confused and excited at the same time, though the second generation of the DG Destined looked utterly lost. However, it was Cody who took it upon himself to be the one to ask about what everyone was talking about. Excuse me, but who are Eri and Nejire? Mako, who had been talking with Yuli and getting to know her, smiled and explained, oh. Nejire is a Digimon tamer from another world. She's also a superhero and can shoot energy spiral beams from her hands, it's so cool. And Eri is one of Harry's daughters. The second generation of the DG Destined widened their eyes in shock. Sure, having heard that there was a girl from another world that has a Digimon partner and is a superhero was super cool and all, but the news about Eri and the fact that she's Harry's daughter was what got them really surprised. Yuli shook her head and then pointed at Harry, you have a daughter? With who? Who took your first time? Which woman is the mother of my future child? Sora, Carrie, and Mimi glared at Yuli, who suddenly jumped when she felt their icy cold glares directed at her. She nervously laughed but didn't correct herself, which only got her hisses and sneers in return from the girls. Mako, feeling a bit protective of Harry, opted to sneak to his side and grab his hand. Harry looked over at her, but she just innocently smiled at him, so Harry just smiled back at her. Davis' sweat dropped and shook his head. Geez, there are so many things wrong with what Yuli said, I don't even know what to say. Ken shook his head and sighed, you better off leaving it alone, we're not difficult to kill dragons like Harry, he can take the girl's nonsense safely. Tai chuckled and rested the back of his head on his hands, ah, kids. They learn fast. Mimi, Yuli, Sora, and Carrie finally noticed what Mako was doing and immediately turned their glares at her, but Mako just blushed and hid behind Harry, though she didn't let go of his hand either, causing the girls to growl. Harry just sweat dropped at all of this. Deciding to distract the girls, he began to explain a couple of things to Yuli and the second generation of the DG Destined, so Harry told them about his adventures across the multiverse. About what he had done and accomplished in his world, the many girlfriends he has, and the children he considers his own. Yuli, Davis, Cody, and Ken were flabbergasted at everything Harry told them and didn't respond for a few moments as they absorbed the information they just received. Yuli suddenly grabbed her head and shook it. Wait. That means you already had your first kiss. Your first time. Ah. Those were supposed to be mine. Carrie, Mimi, and Sora, understanding what Yuli was going through, patted her shoulder and gave her looks of pity, while Harry sweat dropped and said, I lost all of that long before I even met you guys. Everyone turned their heads towards Harry, so fast in fact, he got scared they might have hurt themselves or something, well except Mako, she was still hiding behind Harry. Tai suddenly spoke. What? When? Harry raised an eyebrow at Tai. You do know I'm way older than you guys are, right? I practically lived entire lifetimes in other worlds. My first kiss in air time was with Jessica, in the very first world I visited. Everyone gaped. Well, not Izzy. He crossed his arms and hummed as he thought for a while. He then spoke up. I see, I must admit, it's easy to forget how old you might be and the things you must have experienced, but we really should have known better. Even back then, you were very mature for your age, at the time when we met. Harry smiled at Izzy. Mako suddenly pulled his hand to grab his attention. Harry turned around to face her and she gave him a smile with a small blush on her face. I don't mind that you're old, Harry, I think that's just adds to your charm. Harry's sweat dropped at the sudden compliment but nodded. Thanks. The male members of the DG Destined sighed and shook their heads. Matt looked up and then said, I'll never understand the girls in our group. TK chuckled and nodded, and this is why I go after girls outside of our group. I know where I stand against Harry when it comes to girls. Izzy grinned and nodded. I should start taking notes from you, TK. Joe sighed, but he also had a fond look on his face. I'm so glad I have a girlfriend already. Tai turned his head towards Davis and gave him a serious look. Davis, are you sure you want to go against Harry for Carrie? 'Cause let me be honest here, I don't like your chances. Davis slumped and became surrounded by a dark and gloomy aura. Ugh. Ken chuckled at seeing his friend take so much emotional damage, but even he knew that Carrie would never look his way. Now that he thinks about it, he better ask for a copy of Izzy's notes on TK's pickup techniques with the girls, it might come in handy for later. Cody just stayed silent, but he had an amused look on his face as he watched the girls glare at Mako once again. Suddenly Yoli huffed and shook her head. Mako is a very dangerous girl. Mimi nodded. Yeah, I noticed it too, that shy and kind attitude attracts the boys' attention. Carrie glared. Must destroy. Sora nodded in agreement, but before any of the girls could say or do anything, the room's door was slammed open, causing everyone to jump in fright. A few moments later, a couple of blurs suddenly rushed inside at high speed toward Harry. The dragon god widened his eyes in surprise and only had time to let go of Mako before he was bodily tackled by the blurs and then sent flying back. Gawk! Everyone turned away when there was a loud boom from Harry's impact against the floor soon after he was tackled, but they all soon turned around to look towards Harry, to check if he was okay, only to sweat dropped when they saw Eri, a black-haired little girl and a dropped gorgeous blonde woman on top of Harry. The dragon god groaned and then looked up towards who had just tackled him with such force, only to smile when he saw Eri, Lily, and Gabriel on top of him. He coughed a bit, but happily greeted them. Eri, Lily, Gabriel, it's good to see you. Eri grinned and fist pumped. I'm back and brought company, Daddy. Harry chuckled and gave Eri a head pat. Then 3 more people walked in. The first one was Sherry, who nervously laughed when he saw her sisters and mother on top of her father. Sorry Dad, I tried to stop them, but you know how they are. Harry chuckled and smiled at Sherry. It's all right Sherry, now get over here. Sherry blushed a bit but listened to her father's request and also plopped herself on top of him, causing him to grunt and Eri, Lily, and Gabriel to giggle. Tony was the second one to step inside the room and he immediately chuckled when he saw Harry on the ground. Ah yes, the dragon god's only weakness, family hugs and snuggles. Harry just flipped him off, which just made Tony snort in amusement and laugh a bit, not only because Harry did that, but because he didn't say anything to refute what he said. Nejire stepped inside next and giggled when she saw Harry on the ground. She then noticed the second generation of the DG destined gaping at the situation. So Nejire clapped and smiled. Oh! You're finally awake. We've been very worried about you guys. Yoli, Ken, Cody, and Davis stared at Nejire in confusion, while Harry, Gabriel, Sherry, Lily, and Eri got up. Tony just scoffed seeing how stunned the second generation of the DG destined are right now. Davis shook his head and then pointed at the new people in the room. Who? What? Why? What's going on? Everyone shared a laugh at poor Davis, well except the second generation of the DG destined. They were feeling the same way he was feeling right now. Harry then decided to take pity on his friend so he introduced everyone. He started with Eri. He patted her head and then said, well, most of you already know Eri, but for you guys who don't, this is Harry Potter, my daughter, and the dragon god of magic. Harry then moved his hand over to Sherry and also gave her a head pat. This is Sherry Potter, also my daughter. She is not a dragon god yet, but she's getting close. She's also a wielder of white holy light like me. He then moved his hand over to Lily and also gave her a head pat. This one is Lily Thrudane, my goddaughter and Princess Dragon Knight of the Kingdom of Thrudane. He then grabbed Gabriel's hand and smiled. This is Gabriel, an archangel and one of my girlfriends. She's also a member of Kuaha's healing temple. Harry then pointed at Tony with his thumb and then said, the dill hole over there, is Tony Stark, retired Avenger known as Iron Man and the smartest person I know, well, the only one who isn't as crazy and evil that is. Tony grinned and shrugged, not really caring about Harry's introduction to his awesome self. Harry then smiled at Nejire and then pointed at her. That's Nejire, you already know about her but yet, she's a bundle of questions and excited energy. Nejire just waved her hand at everyone with a wide smile on her face. Mimi stared at Gabriel and then looked at herself. She's so pretty, that's not fair, how I am supposed to compete with that? Sora nodded and glared at Gabriel's impressive chest. Those aren't fair either and she's an archangel too. Carrie frowned. That doesn't matter guys. We've known Harry since we're wee kids. We can do this. Yoli frowned. Still, I sort of feel like I lost something important today. The girls slumped and nodded. Mako didn't have the same problem though. In fact, she was instead intrigued, so she walked over to Gabriel and pulled on her clothes. Gabriel blinked and then turned to face Mako, who blushed and began to fidget a bit. Hello. Are you really an angel? Gabriel looked intently at Mako, which only made the poor girl feel very nervous, until Mako suddenly sneezed, causing Gabriel to squeal and hug Mako to her chest. which only made Mako stammer and flail around a bit. Gabriel turned her head towards Harry and gave him a very serious look. Harry. I'm keeping her. Harry chuckled and shook his head. You can't just keep her, Gabriel. She has a home and family in this world, though. You will see her more often in Neo Kyoto soon enough. Gabriel pouted at being denied the opportunity to cuddle with Mako forever and ever. Mako pushed her head away from Gabriel's soft and plush chest and gasped, I can't breathe. Gabriel gasped and let go of Mako right away. Oh. I'm so sorry, I just get so excited sometimes. Are you okay? Mako blushed as Gabriel fussed over her, but soon nodded her head and then said, I'm fine, but Gabriel looked into Mako's eyes and smiled, ah, that's right. You wanted to know if I'm really an angel, right? Mako nodded, causing Gabriel to smile. Ooh. People never really question when I introduce myself as an angel, so this is new. But I like it. To answer your question, yes, I am an angel, though I'm no longer a part of the Heaven faction. My siblings were acting like dummies, so I left. Oh. I know, I'll just show you. Before Mako, or anyone else for that matter, could say anything else, Gabriel suddenly took out her golden glowing wings and her halo, leaving the DG destined to gape at the fact that they really do have a real breathing angel in front of them. Chapter 203. The DG destined gaped at Gabriel as she stood there with an amused smile on her face. She found it funny how impressed and surprised these children seemed to be with her just showing off her wings and halo. She kinda wanted to show off her light manipulation now. Ari grinned and puffed up her chest in pride. After all, Gabriel is one of her moms and she had always been happy and proud of all of them and what they could do, especially when they do cool stuff like her mommy Gabriel was doing now. Sherry just giggled a bit. She knew what the DG destined were feeling right now. After all, she had been in their position not so long ago, but now that she was on the other side, she could now see why her family loved revealing themselves so openly. It was funny to see the expression and reactions people have when they see that they are real supernatural beings. Now, if only Hope and Morgan would stop asking her to pose and do the whole show of introducing themselves, she could enjoy this sort of thing more easily. That was really embarrassing to her after all, even if it was funny to see people try to make sense to what they're saying. Lily actually laughed and then grinned at the DG destined. She knew that they were friends of her godfather Harry and it was funny to see them gape so much. She certainly wanted to see if one of them might pass out or something. Tony laughed at them out loud. He really loved pranks like these, while Harry snorted in amusement of it all. Looks like Gabriel has been corrupted. Mako suddenly touched one of Gabriel's wings and smiled. They're so warm and soft. Gabriel blushed a bit at the compliment and smiled. She suddenly turned around and hugged Mako into her chest again. Ah. I'm so going to keep you now. You're adorable. Mako squirmed and whipped her arms around. Harry chuckled and poked Gabriel on the back of the head, which made her snap out of it and let go of Mako. Poor girl, her face was now crimson red, while gasping for air. Gabriel panicked and began to fuss over Mako. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Tony chuckled and shook his head in amusement. He already knew where this was heading. This is going to be a regular thing now, isn't it? Harry smiled and nodded to Tony. Seems like it. I feel bad for Mako though. She's exactly like Asia, so she's going to be hugged and spoiled by all my girlfriends when they meet her. Tony snorted, knowing full well how true that was. Carrie suddenly spoke up, after finally snapping out of it. She's a real angel, like from heaven and everything. That's amazing. Harry raised an eyebrow at Carrie, a bit surprised by her words. He tilted his head and then said, Carrie, why are you so surprised? Gadamon's DG-evolution is an angel as well. Her megaform is actually based on Gabriel. Carrie instantly shook her head in denial. That's different, Harry. Angewoman is a Digimon, Gabriel is a real angel, one from heaven. I mean, she must have spoken to God himself. It's both crazy and amazing to think about it. Gabriel stopped fussing over Mako and turned her head towards Carrie. She then gave her a smile. I rather like Neo Kyoto better than heaven actually, it's more fun and peaceful. The DG destined looked confused, and no one could blame them. After all, how are they supposed to react to the fact that a city full of supernatural beings and all kinds of otherworldly technology is more peaceful and fun than heaven? Sora scratched her head and then sighed, but that makes no sense. Isn't heaven supposed to be a paradise? Why would a Japanese city be better than heaven itself, and what about God? Gabriel sadly frowned, which made the DG destined panic a bit. Something about Gabriel looking sad just seems so wrong to them. But before they could begin to apologize or even do anything else, Gabriel began to speak. Father is dead in our world. He died in the great war between devils, heaven, and fallen angels. After that, Michael, My older brother took leadership of heaven, but he was never one for leadership, and he had to also take care of my father's system, a creation of his that helps maintain and control many things father worked on. Things like the sacred gear system, the reincarnation system, and the miracle system. Eventually, this caused Michael to neglect the human world and the church. Lots of horrendous things and events were caused by the church in the name of our father. Things stayed like that for a very long time, and eventually, I grew tired of it all. Then I met Harry and then got to live in Neo-Kyoto. Seeing everyone there, caring, and living in peace regardless of race or power level was something I thought I would never see. So I left heaven, moved to Neo-Kyoto, and eventually convinced Harry and the girls to let me join his harem, and then moved to the Potter household. I've never been happier. I have a big family and lots of daughters and sons, plus I live in the most beautiful and amazing place in my world. Well, that was a lot to dump on the DG destined. I mean, sure, they were happy that Gabriel found happiness and seemed very happy now, well, except Carrie, Sora, Mimi, and Yuli. They were a bit jealous of the fact that Gabriel is a member of Harry's harem still. Some of the information they just received was very concerning. Joe frowned, very confused and very worried about what Gabriel just said. He decided to ask a question. The Christian God is dead. Gods can die. Honestly, this was a great question and one that was something everyone was wondering about. Harry smiled and explained a bit. Normally, it's hard to kill a god. You need some very specific things before that can actually happen. Usually, when a god dies, they later reform, but God never did. I and a few others think that his death wasn't a normal incident. Something else happened, and we have been investigating that for a long while now. Joe nodded and looked pensive. Izzy rubbed his chin and then asked another question, one he wondered about when everyone began to speak about deities. What about the Japanese pantheon? Harry chuckled and then said, they're still around. Amaterasu actually visits our home often to gossip with the girls or play with my daughters. She's actually a very cheerful and kind goddess. Everyone stared at Harry in silence. The way he described Amaterasu, a major Japanese deity, and a sun goddess, just didn't match the image they had of her in their minds. The members of the Potter household watched on in amusement, knowing what their friends were thinking about. Mimi suddenly shook her head and then asked, but wait. Then, is this Michael who is listening to everyone's prayers and making miracles happen? Gabriel shook her head and smiled. She then turned her head towards Harry and stared at him for a few seconds. It didn't take a genius for the DG destined to understand what she was hinting at, and all of them realized the same thing right away, causing them all to exclaim the same thing at the same time. What? Harry winced at the volume of everyone's voices, while Gabriel giggled and then explained the situation. That's right, Harry is the one who now sits on the throne of heaven. He is God. What? Gabriel just went on. We don't know what caused it, or even why, but Father's system tore itself free from Michael and merged with Harry. It caused quite a bit of chaos and turmoil, but in the end, I believe that there was no better person to inherit my father's throne. What? Harry frowned and sighed. He really didn't think this was a big deal, and his friends were being a bit too loud right now. All right, everyone calm down, and let's stop trying to destroy my oversensitive dragonic hearing, okay? You guys are being ridiculous. Hey! The fuck did you throw at me, Yuli? Yuli pointed at Harry, and started to yell at him. Shut up. Don't act like this isn't a big deal, idiot. You're God. As in the Heavenly Father. The Christian God. You're the guy everyone around the world prays to. Don't act like this isn't important. Izzy slumped and looked like he wanted to cry. My poor laptop. Tony was trying really hard not to laugh at his fellow nerd. Yuli had yanked Izzy's laptop from his hands and threw it at Harry, who nailed him on the head. Harry sighed and rubbed his head. Don't throw laptops at people, are you nuts? And I don't make a big deal out of it, because it isn't important to me. First of all, heaven is a mess and so is the church, so I want nothing to do with it. Sure, Michael is doing a good job cleaning house and fixing mistakes, but that doesn't make the church and heaven's evil deeds disappear, especially in my world. You guys have no idea the kind of atrocities heaven and the church did, in the name of God. Gabriel sadly frowned and nodded. Harry then went on, I wouldn't touch that faction with a 10-foot pole, honestly, they're lucky I didn't erase them all. Second, when God's system bonded with me I had to fix everything wrong with it. I spent a considerable amount of time getting rid of stuff and changing things, like that stupid sacred gear system. Who the hell creates a bunch of legendary to God level artifacts and then say, you know what I should do? I should make it so just any random guy or girl could be born with the power to kill gods like it's a goddamn gotcha game. The amount of chaos, death, and destruction these sacred gears caused because they landed in the hands of some psychopath or someone with a chip on their shoulder, is ridiculous. So I made it, so only someone worthy can be born with a sacred gear, and if someone tries to do anything evil with it, then the sacred gear gets taken away and sent to the reincarnation cycle. The DG Destined stared at Harry as he ranted and fumed over the changes and fixes he had to do to God's system. According to everything Harry was saying, the amount of work he had to do was a bit on the big side, and knowing how much Harry despises work like this, told them why he really wasn't that much into the fact that he was apparently God. Gabriel just laughed in amusement as she watched Harry rant and fume. Some time ago, she felt a bit sad and upset with the way Harry kept criticizing and ranting about her father's work, but over time she came to understand and even agree with Harry's criticizing. Nowadays, she wondered if her father perhaps had too much faith in humanity, or if he made a mistake. She knew better than anyone that her father wasn't as perfect or flawless as the church liked to believe. In the end, Harry fixed everything wrong with her father's system. To the point that it pretty much manages itself independently from Harry. Sure, sometimes it can't do anything without Harry's input or orders, but that in itself isn't a big issue for Harry. Eventually, Harry stopped ranting and huffed, which made the DG Destined sweat drop. This must be something Harry really dislikes or something, because that was a long rant, so they decided to drop it and never step on that landmine again. Harry shook his head and then turned his head towards Gabriel. Anyway, what are you guys doing here? I know asked Ari to bring Tony and to pick up some stuff from the healing temple in Kuaha, but I didn't expect you guys to tag along. Gabriel smiled and gave Ari a head pat. Well, our little daughter here asked Tsunade for some nutrition potions and a few pineapple gels, which made her curious as to why Ari would ask her for that. So, Ari explained what had happened to your young friends, and Tsunade, understanding the situation, asked me to come along and give them a checkup, especially because they have been under cryogenic sleep for who knows how long. I know you healed them, but it's better to be safe than sorry, and besides, we need to make sure the nutrition potions won't have any bad side effects on them as well. Harry nodded and smiled. That's a good idea, actually. Good thing Granny Tsunade thought about it, but how come she didn't come here herself? Sherry wasted no time answering Harry's questions as well. Granny Tsunade is very busy with some of the stuff Hope and Morgan gave her from Link's world. The water from his world is not only super clean, but it also has high levels of concentrated mana. There's also the Lon Lon milk, which Morgan brings once in a while. Apparently, it can even heal wounds to a very high degree. Granny Tsunade is very curious as to why milk has this effect, so she's been studying and researching non-stop, so she couldn't really come over and do the check UPS herself. Harry scratched his head and chuckled in amusement. I feel like Granny Tsunade has been more and more busy lately. Lily grinned and shrugged. What can you do? We're always bringing her new and more interesting things that have healing and boosting effects, but despite being so busy, Granny Tsunade looks to be having a lot of fun and very happy though. That was true, Tsunade might be busier than ever, but she seems to also be having a ton of fun studying all kinds of new things, along with being happier as well. Lily then went on, I was waiting for Sherry to finish her training with Auntie Gabriel and Asia, so when Ari appeared and explained the situation we decided to tag along. Sherry nodded. Yeah, Morgan and Hope's world jumped with Yuruaki and Konako, so we were kind of bored. Visiting this world and hanging out with you Daddy sounds like a lot more fun, than staying at home and doing nothing but training. Harry smiled and gave Sherry a head pat, which made her smile and look very happy. Over the time Sherry has spent with her new family, she had opened up, more and more, and now she's more open with her opinion and seems to seek to have more fun, just like her sisters and brothers. It honestly made Harry very happy for her. Tony walked over and grinned. So, what exactly do you need from me, Harry? Ari didn't explain much. She just broke into the living room, grabbed me by the nape of my clothes, and dragged me out. Harry raised an eyebrow at what Tony just said and then turned his head towards Ari. The little Potter pouted and pointed a finger to Tony. Hey! I asked Auntie Pepper if I could take Uncle Tony with me and she said yes. I asked permission. Tony's sweat dropped, while Harry laughed. Sweetie, next time ask Tony as well before you kidnap him, okay? Ari smiled and nodded to Harry's request. Tony sighed and rubbed his forehead. There's no need for kidnapping to begin with. Harry shrugged and just smiled in amusement at Tony. He then began to explain. Well, the reason I need you here, is because I'm about to go and murder a super sentient program that is maintaining a whole digital world, that's connected to multiple parallel realities and sustaining thousands of digital life forms. Tony's sweat dropped at what Harry just said, but Harry just went on not caring about Tony's reaction, so, I need a replacement program, an AI that can maintain, sustain, and protect the digital world, one that's not insane and psychotic like the one that's currently in charge of the digital world. Tony deadpanned at Harry, while the dragon god just smiled at him. Gabriel giggled, finding the whole thing amusing, while Ari, Lily, and Sherry looked a bit lost as to what exactly was Tony asked to do. The Digidestined just stared in anticipation, though they didn't personally know Tony, nor what he can do. They knew that Harry trusted him, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for his help, so they were willing to leave the fate of the digital world in his hands. Tony continued to deadpan at Harry as he began to speak. So, you're asking me to create an artificial god AI that can take care, protect, and maintain a massive digital plane connected to its own multiverse. Harry nodded. Tony grinned and then clapped. Well then, when do we start? This sounds like a fun little project. And I'm all up for it. The Digidestined gaped at Tony. The way he quickly agreed and then talked like it was an easy thing to accomplish, was just too shocking to even understand. Izzy shook his head and then spoke. Wait. You're taking this too well. This isn't a simple thing, you know? A program like this would take a massive amount of data. Not to mention the kind of precise programming that needs to be done before whatever AI is created could be trusted to take King Drazel's place. The fate of the digital world and all the worlds connected to it would be in the hands of this AI. It's not something we can take lightly. It's going to take us years to even program something like this. Much less trust it to do its job. Tony smiled at Izzy and then said, Harry spoke to me about you, kid, told me you're smart and someone that would fit in with us crazy nerds. Cow's hero Izumi, I believed, right? Izzy blushed a bit from the praise, but nodded. Yes, but you can call me Izzy. Tony nodded and then walked over to Izzy. He then wrapped an arm around his shoulders and began to pull him away towards the door leading out of the recovery room created for the second generation of the Digidestined to rest and recover. Well, Izzy, buckle up. Because Harry and I are going to show you some of the most advanced and powerful technology the world has ever seen. We have things that will make your super brain, super pop out of your head. Can't wait to show you around my lab, or Harry's lab, but stay away from Urahara's lab. That guy is crazy, and definitely stay away from Remus and Sirius labs, unless you have a dog whistle, that is. Ha ha ha. And Tony walked away while dragging Izzy and telling him all kinds of things. Harry chuckled and smiled. He knew that Tony would get along with Izzy and Izzy would find good and kind friends he could nerd out with. Honestly, he was excited for him to join the boys. Gabriel giggled and then spoke as she cheerfully clapped her hands. All right everyone. Strip. The Digidestined widened their eyes and began to nervously sweat. Ty quickly spoke up. What? What do you mean strip? It's only Davis and the others that need a checkup. Davis gaped at Ty for throwing him under the bus like that. What? Ty, you bastard. Ty however ignored him and stared at Gabriel, who just sweetly smiled at him. Oh? Of course, Davis and his friends are the ones that need a checkup the most, but since I'm here, I might as well check all of you. Honestly, I'm curious as to how your digital energy works and flows in your body. Don't worry though, I'm a certified healer and doctor too. So take off your clothes. Ty paled and shook his head. He quickly turned his head towards Harry hoping that he would stop this, but he found him walking Lily, Sherry and Ari out of the room, though he sent Ty a small smile and said, well. You heard the Archangel. Better strip. Ty raised his arm towards Harry, but the dragon god quickly stepped outside and sealed the door. The Digidestined turned their heads towards Gabriel, who was now putting on some rubber gloves. This made the young women and men very nervous. But Gabriel sweetly smiled, and then, just as sweetly said, don't worry. I'll be gentle, now relax and let me give you a thorough examination. It took a couple of hours, but Gabriel eventually finished giving a checkup to the Digidestined, much to their embarrassment. The good news about all of this? The first generation of the Digidestined were healthy and growing fine. The second generation of the Digidestined only had a bit of dehydration and malnutrition, but with the nutrition potions and plenty of water, they will get better in no time, though the Digidestined did give Harry a look of betrayal for abandoning them to Gabriel's examination. The guys were so self-conscious and embarrassed by the fact that someone as beautiful as Gabriel examined them that they could even look into her eyes. The girls felt a bit embarrassed but tried to get over it quickly. It was a good thing that Gabriel raised a barrier around the girls and the boys, so nothing could be seen of each group. Otherwise, they never would have lived it down. After that, a cheerful Gabriel took the results of her examination back to Kyoha's healing temple so she can study them better and find out more about the fact that the Digidestined somehow have digital energy in their bodies. The only one who escaped this fate was Izzy, but that was because he was speaking with Tony about creating the replacement for King Drazel, to make sure everything in the digital world runs smoothly once Harry deletes him in homeostasis. The next couple of days were spent, making sure the second generation of the DG Destined recovered and were back to 100%. Ty and his group had to go to school, but Harry, along with Sherry, Lily, and Ari, made sure to take care of Davis and his group. After a few days of drinking nutrition potions and drinking plenty of water, the second generation of the DG Destined finally recovered from their ordeal and were able to go back home. Of course, by the time they were okay, so were their Digimon partners. Harry had been keeping a constant eye on them, while their human partners recovered, and they had woken up by the time the second generation of the DG Destined were fully recovered. Though they were still in the baby level form, it was going to still take them a while to recover from being so drained. Now reunited with their Digimon partners, Davis, Yolei, Ken, and Cody went back home along with Harry, who got yelled at and scolded by the parents of the DG Destined and Cody's grandfather for disappearing like he did. Harry took it like a champ for a bit but eventually used his secret weapon. His daughters and goddaughter, the parents immediately forgot about Harry and began to fuss over and spoiled the girls. Harry smiled at how fast the parents of the second generation of the DG Destined accepted Ari, Lily, and Sherry into their lives. He really can't wait to introduce the rest to his family. Everyone. The only one who hadn't awakened was Janae. Harry wasn't sure what was the cause. He wasn't hurt and his digital coding was fine. He was still a bit drained from his energy, but he should have awakened like the Digimon did, and yet, he hasn't. Harry wasn't sure what Dark Janae and King Drazel could have done to Janae, to begin with, but he was going to find out and then fix it. He just hopes that Janae would still be the same after all of this was over. In the meantime, the DG Destined, Nejire, Ari, Sherry, and Lily hung out. The guys just played and took the girls to the coolest and most fun places they knew. Joe was even helped with his studies for his exams at first. He wasn't sure if getting helped by 3 little girls was a good idea, but as it turns out, Lily, Ari, and Sherry are terrifyingly smart. You couldn't tell by just looking at them, but Ari was incredibly bright and was best in math, and hard equations, formulas, stuff that would stump even college students and professors was easy for her. This was a result of her magical studies, which require her to be knowledgeable about stuff like this. Sherry is well known for her medical and biological knowledge. According to her, she had been taught all of this by Gabriel, Asia, and Tsunade, and her ability to use the element known as white holy light made her a perfect candidate for healing, and the more she knows about the medical field, the better. Lily likes history, and when she moved to Kyoto and had access to Neo-Kyoto, she was able to learn more about it. She learned a lot about how civilizations rose and fell, how wars were fought and the consequences brought about such conflicts. Most of the time, she learned from beings who had been alive during those times. So she was well capable of helping Joe study. Nejire, being a third-year student of one of the most prestigious and hard-to-get-into high schools in her world, meant that she was very smart, not something you expect from her, but to the surprise of everyone, she indeed is incredibly intelligent. When asked about it, Nejire just smiled and said that she liked learning new things. Honestly, Joe was very happy about the help and even got his girlfriend involved in the study sessions. While all of this was going on, Harry, Izzy, and Tony were working on the creation of a new AI program to take care of the digital world, a replacement for the arrogant and digital administrator known as King Drazel. Izzy learned a lot from Harry and Tony from this whole process. He has always known that Harry was a smart person, someone he could talk to and understand, but it seems that traveling through the multiverse only increased his knowledge and intelligence. Harry was now a genius, and it showed with how fast and efficient he worked with him and Tony. Tony Stark was a whole new can of worms for Izzy. To him, Tony is one of the cool guys, and he made science fun, something that Izzy didn't think was possible. He was used to adult not taking him seriously or even not bothering to listen to him when he has something to say, but Tony was different. He listens and paid attention to Izzy's opinions and suggestions. The DG Destined of Knowledge was learning a lot from both Harry and Tony and having a ton of fun. Something he really is enjoying. Creating a new AI powerful enough to maintain, protect, and administrate the digital world was a whole new experience for him as well. At first he had no idea how it could be done, but to Izzy, creating something so complicated and powerful as King Drazel was impossible. But he quickly learned that, to Harry and Tony, it was like any other weekday. Magic, divinity, alien technology, networking, and programming, things that Izzy had no idea existed, was introduced to him, and it opened new paths for the DG Destined of Knowledge. With Harry and Tony working together with Izzy, a new digital life form was created, one meant to take the place of the god of the digital world, a young but very powerful AI program that Izzy named Wizard. Something he decided to do, to honor Wizardman, a friend, an ally that sacrificed himself to protect them, Carrie, and Gadaman, a true friend and loyal Digimon that the DG Destined owed a lot to. Harry was happy with the name and was happy to be able to honor a brave Digimon like Wizardman. At the time, he didn't have the ability to manipulate data, so he couldn't bring back Wizardman when he died protecting Carrie and Gadaman from Miasmon. But now that Wizard was finally ready, Harry was now ready to take on King Drazzle and finally make him pay for everything he put his friends through. It was time for King Drazzle to disappear, and for good this time. Change is about to happen in the digital world. But first, Gabriel brought Harry a few new details about the DG Destined, things that came to light from the examinations she did on the DG Destined. The Dragon God decided that his friends need to know about what was found out about them. So, he decided to give one more meeting before he left to deal with King Drazzle and homeostasis for good. He was sure the DG Destined needed to know what was found out about them as soon as possible. After all, it was going to change their lives. Chapter 204. Harry gathered the DG Destined in Ty's room and decided to call a meeting to let them know what was about to happen next and what was found out about the DG Destined, though Ty frowned and deadpanned at everyone. Okay. I've been wondering this for a while now, but why do we always hold these kind of meetings in my room? Everyone shrugged. No one really had an answer to Ty's questions and really didn't care either. Matt, who was sitting on the ground, grinned at Ty and then said, "Well, your room is bigger than all of ours and your apartment is right in the middle of everyone's home, might as well take advantage of that." Ty glared at Matt, because 1, bullshit, his room wasn't bigger than his, and 2, the bastard shouldn't look so smug right now. Davis chuckled and then grinned at Ty. "You are the leader, Ty." Ty's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. "Bull. Harry is the leader of this group. You guys know that. And besides, when have any of you listened to me?" Sora giggled and then piped in, "Yeah, true, but Harry lives here as well. Miss Kamaya practically adopted him, so why not gather here for meetings?" Ty glared at Sora but didn't really have anything to say against that. Carrie laughed and shook her head in amusement. "Mom loves Harry because he's the only one who likes her cooking and can survive eating it." Izzy frowned and shook his head. "That's not true. I like her recipes too." Ty threw a pillow at Izzy, which nailed him on the face, causing the DG Destined of knowledge to yelp and fall on his back. "Shut up you. You might like them, but you always get sick whenever you eat something my mom makes." Izzy paled at the reminder of how sick he got the last time he tried one of Miss Kamaya's recipes. "Okay, fair enough, but that beef jerky shake was good." The DG Destined sweat dropped at that last comment from Izzy, while Harry, Tony, Ari, Sherry, and Lily laughed at the silliness of this entire situation. Yoli suddenly sighed and shook her head. "Besides, we can't really all gather in Kari's room, especially with all the men in the group." Carrie nodded in agreement. She really didn't want a bunch of boys in her room. While the men frowned at the verbal jab Yoli just shot at them, it's not like they were going to look around and be nosy. TK chuckled and shrugged. "Besides, it's best we keep Harry away from the girls' room, they might not want to let him out aftoof." The guys winced when TK suddenly received a barrage of elbows from the girls. The poor bastard got hit on the ribs, stomach, and even a kidney. TK paled and coughed in pain. He then turned his head and stared in shock as Mako smiled at him and pushed her elbow deeper into his kidney. Matt wanted to help his little brother, but he knew better than to get in between the girls when they get like this. TK suddenly dropped to his knees and then to his side, squirming in pain. Davis and Cody immediately ran to his side and held him up. Davis suddenly yelled, "Ah! TK! Hang in there, buddy!" Cody shook his head and then shook TK's body a bit. "Stay strong, TK. Harry can heal you." TK coughed but shakily grinned. "Worth it." Ken sighed and shook his head at his friend's shenanigans. "Idiots." Mimi huffed and ignored the overdramatic idiots and turned to ask Harry why he had gathered everyone here today, anyway. Leaving TK aside. "What's this meeting about, Harry?" Harry smiled and was about to speak, but then paused himself when he saw Lily, Ari, and Sherry poke TK with a stick. Why were they doing that? He didn't know, but it was funny, so he took a picture and then began to explain. "Okay, so Izzy, Tony, and I finished the AI that's going to take King Drazzle's place." Izzy smiled and took out his new laptop, a gift given to him by Tony after Yoli had destroyed his last one when she threw it at Harry's hard head. Izzy turned it around and showed everyone an image of a white orb made of digital energy. Izzy proudly smiled and pointed at the orb. "Everyone. This is Wizard. Or Wiz for short. He's a new AI created with digital energy, Harry's power over the mind and soul, plus it was programmed by both Tony and me." Everyone was awed at what Izzy was showing them. They didn't fully understand everything Izzy explained, but they still knew that it was amazing what was accomplished. Suddenly, the orb wobbled and began to speak. Greetings, I'm Wiz. It's very nice to meet you all and I look forward to working with all of you in the future. Everyone was once again awed. The AI didn't sound like a program, it sounded more like a real person, a really nice guy to boot as well. Mako suddenly spoke, wow. He sounds so nice. It's nice to meet you, Wiz. Wiz wobbled and then raised a little limb of digital energy and waved it to greet Mako, who smiled and giggled at how cute and funny Wiz looked doing that. Harry chuckled and then smiled. Wiz here will keep the digital world safe, maintain its functions and make sure everything is running safely from now on, plus he's also going to connect the digital world to the natural dungeon in Neo Kyoto and expand it even further. Tony grinned and then explained, things will improve in the digital world, but we will need you and the rest of the DG destined from all over the world, to police and deal with wild Digimon. Izzy then said his part, with the digital world expanding, new environments and locations will appear, along with even more new Digimon species, we're going to be very busy guys. The DG destined grinned feeling excited about this new job they're going to be getting. Lily stopped poking the still heavily hurt TK and turned her head towards Harry. Ooh. That sounds like fun papa. Yolei, Mako, Mimi, Carrie, and Sora flinched since they had to physically stop themselves from gushing out from the way Lily called Harry. Despite the dragon god being her godfather, Lily calls Harry her papa, which was adorable to the girls. Harry smiled at Lily and then said, sorry Lily, but only Digimon tamers can go into the digital world via the natural dungeon. Lily pouted at the news. Harry however grinned and then said, then just become a Digimon tamer Lily. You already have a smartphone, just have daddy download the DG Vice app. Lily grinned at Harry and then turned her head towards Harry. The dragon god chuckled and nodded, well, that's actually part of the plan, we have a few things to organize and explain first, but once Wiz begins expanding and creating new Digimon, then we can take you to the Village of Beginnings and you can get a Digimon partner then, but you will have to join the Digimon Tamers Guild, okay? Lily nodded and fist pumped in victory and then went back to poking TK with a stick, who groaned in pain, but didn't do anything and just let her have her fun. Tony then began to speak, this is also part of the plan with the expansion of the digital world, we'll need more help. Once we start mass producing smartphones, anyone in Neo Kyoto could choose to join the Digimon Tamers Guild. This will help with the wild Digimon exploration and most of all, gathering resources, which is the main reason we're creating a new guild. To begin with, it really will grow quickly, which is why I will also be a guild leader and help around. Joe crossed his arms and hummed as he thought about something. For a bit, after a few seconds, he looked over to Izzy and asked, can we keep track of all the new Digimon tamers and their Digimon? Once the guild starts getting new members, we will have a lot of people to keep track of and keep an eye on. Izzy nodded and answered Joe's question, Tony, Harry, and I can do it, but even if we couldn't, Wiz will be taking care of most of the organizing of the Digimon Tamer Guild, but we do have something else to tell you guys. Izzy turned his head towards Harry. The dragon god nodded and began to speak. Gabriel sent me the results of your examinations. You're all very healthy and the digital energy within you guys is not causing any damage. In fact, your bodies are adapting and changing. Especially because of the smartphones, since they are a better focus for the ever-growing digital energy capacity in your bodies. Gabriel and Tsunade believe that you guys are becoming a new kind of digital life form. A hybrid between a digital being and a human. It's something none of us have ever seen and we really don't know just how much you guys will physically change or what you guys could eventually be able to accomplish, but we will keep an eye on you guys and help you with anything you need. Everyone looked at Harry in surprise. They were all aware that they had digital energy within their bodies. Harry had told them about it, but back then, he didn't have the means to find out more about their digital energy and why this was happening to them, but now? Now it seems like Harry found out more about this situation. Sora frowned and then asked, we're not going to be growing tails, or wings, or tentacles, right? Harry shook his head, of course not, the digital energy in your body is using it as a template, it won't physically make changes, instead, it's going to boost and enhance everything else. Sora sighed and nodded. Tony then sighed and began to explain something as well. The thing is, we don't know just how much the digital energy is going to change and what it will allow you guys to do. For all we know, it can make you kids immortal or something like that. Everyone looked intrigued, but not really shocked or surprised. During their adventures around the digital world and the real world, there were times when they suddenly performed some weird or crazy stuff, like riding on top of their Digimon into battle and not getting hurt, or being so close to explosions or beams of all sorts of powers and not even getting a scratch. Izzy suddenly piped in, "We already witnessed something like this before guys. Remember when Ty and Matt somehow went through their computer screens and reached Wargreymon and Metalguruman back when we had to deal with Diaboromon?" The DG Destined gasped and turned to look at Ty and Matt. Both DG Destined of courage and friendship frowned, remembering that day. Diaboromon had heavily injured both Metalguruman and Wargreymon. Both Ty and Matt were so worried about their Digimon friends that they subconsciously reached for their Digimon partners and somehow went through the computer screens and arrived beside their Digimon partners inside the internet network. A good thing too, since they were on a time limit, since Diaboromon had hacked into military bases and fired nukes at Japan and Colorado. Harry nodded and said, "At the very least, it seems like you guys are able to digitize yourselves and go to the digital plane." Everyone looked pensive after Harry said that. After all, after the events that happened during Diaboromon's attack on the internet, the DG Destined wondered for a long time how Ty and Matt had appeared on the internet. It was something that they never really found an answer to, until today, that is. Joe sighed and scratched his head. "This is nuts. Just why did this happen to us? Don't get me wrong guys, I'm over it, but I'm sure all of us are wondering, how come we're able to do what we do, right?" The DG Destined nodded in agreement. Tony looked over to Harry, who smiled and then began to speak. "Well, after Gabriel sent me the results of your examinations, it became important to find out what exactly caused this. After all, who knows who else had been affected and doesn't even know it. So, I decided to tap into the Akashic records and see into the past to find out the cause of all of this, and then I saw it." Harry smiled and turned to look at Ty and Carrie. Two children, a brother and a sister, received the very first DG egg to cross over to the real world. From that egg, came the first Bottomon, and through the care of the young brother and sister, the Bottomon, digivolved into Koromon. I believe you, Ty and Carrie, remember this Digimon. After all, it had a very odd way of showing its appreciation. Ty gaped, while Carrie blushed. Ty suddenly stood up from his bed, where he had been sitting, and gasped, "That's right. I remember now. Koromon soon digivolved into Agumon. But not my Agumon. This one was different. It was huge." Harry nodded and smiled. "That's right." Then Carrie jumped on his back and got a piggyback ride through your window, from the 20th floor and all the way down to the streets. Everyone turned their heads towards Carrie, who blushed and nervously laughed. TK chuckled from the ground, but it seems Carrie didn't appreciate him having fun at her expense, so she kicked poor TK in the ribs, causing him to groan in pain, while Ari, Lily and Sherry giggled at his silliness. Harry laughed a bit. "Looks like our DG Destined of Light was a brave and reckless little girl." Carrie glared at Harry, but the Dragon God just smiled and continued on. "That event, that particular Digimon, is the cause of you guys having digital energy within your bodies. When that Digimon came into existence, it let out a surge of digital energy all around the area. I believe all of you lived close by, so you all had a taste of that digital energy, but it was when the second Digimon appeared and fought Agumon, who later digivolved into a Red Greymon, that you guys were once again exposed to a second wave of concentrated digital energy. That digital energy stayed within your bodies, adapting, changing, as you grew, and when you arrived into the digital world, received your DG vices, and met your Digimon partners, that digital energy within you ignited." Izzy then went on, "Then, we were constantly fighting wild Digimon with our Digimon partners and helping them digivolve with our digital energy, which caused it to grow and become more potent. It just kept growing and growing stronger. Eventually, our DG vices wouldn't be able to contain and support that amount of digital energy. In fact, the amount of digital energy we have in our bodies would have burned them out at some point. It's only thanks to Harry and the smartphones that we don't have to worry about it." The DG Destined frowned. This was a lot of information and quite a shocking revelation, especially for Joe, who had always wondered why they were chosen to be the DG Destined. To think that it all began that night so many years ago. Tony turned his head towards Davis, Yuli, Ken and Cody. "It seems you guys become DG Destined when you witnessed the fight between Onmimon and Diaboromon through the internet. That battle released an enormous amount of digital energy. In fact, that's why there's now DG Destined around the world. That battle happened on the internet and many watched it, especially kids. Eventually, they all digitized at some point and somehow arrived in the village of beginnings, or a DG egg was born from their very own digital energy, or at least that's what Harry and I believe happened in regards, with the second generation of DG Destined and the ones from around the world." Everyone sat around Harry in silence for a few seconds, but Harry didn't blame them. After all, this was a bit much more to think about and absorb, so the Dragon God was more than happy to let them take their time. Eventually, Ty sighed and shook his head. "Holy shit." Matt nodded in agreement. Yeah, no kidding, this is a lot to absorb, but at least, now we know how all of this got started. Joe nodded and sighed, yeah, to think, this all began because I heard an explosion outside my room's window and took a look. Izzy smiled and then began, whatever the reason, or why it happened, doesn't matter, we have to think about what we need to do from now on. Like Harry mentioned, we don't know the extent of the changes our bodies will go through in the future. We have to be alert and learn as much as possible, so we can help the other DG destined and the new ones that will eventually show up. The DG destined nodded, sure, this was quite the information they just got, but Izzy was right, the DG destined from around the world needed them, so they had to make sure they do this right. Harry smiled proudly, as he watched the DG destined begin to speak about the changes their bodies might go through and how they had begun to get in contact with the rest of the DG destined from around the world. They were really taking all of this very seriously. But before anything else could begin, Harry still had two things he needed to do, so he stood up and began to speak. When the DG destined turned their head towards him, Harry smiled and then said, "All right, I'm going to be heading out now. I have to go deal with King Drazzle and homeostasis. They have to disappear before we can actually go through all of our plans." The DG destined frowned at the mention of the two major troublemakers they had to deal with. Homeostasis was something they had dealt with before, or rather, they were used by that thing in some way or the other. King Drazzle was another thing altogether. First of all, they didn't know anything about that being to begin with, but the fact of the matter is, that it wanted to get rid of them and was willing to do and use any means necessary to fulfill its wishes and goals. Carrie frowned and then looked over to Harry. "Are you sure you don't want us to help?" Harry smiled as the DG destined nodded in agreement with Carrie, but then, he shook his head. "King Drazzle is a being far beyond anything you guys have faced before, though I'm sure that in the future, you guys will be able to match its power. But at this moment, he's beyond you and your Digimon guys, plus, he still has that Alphaman on his side as well, that's another opponent a bit away from your power level." The DG destined frowned and looked down. They really didn't like the facts they were told, but they were indeed facts that they needed to accept. Ty and his group already tried taking down Alphaman, but nothing they did worked on it. Davis and his group were defeated by Alphaman and left half dead, so they didn't even have room to complain, but no one liked the fact that they couldn't help Harry. However, the dragon god fondly smiled at his friends and then said, "Guys, it's okay. You guys will get stronger, so strong that you will be able to battle and defeat beings far more powerful than what King Drazzle could ever hope to be, but for now, let me handle this. Let the adults help you guys for a change, okay?" The DG destined all stared at Harry in silence for a few seconds, until they all smiled at him. Ty stood up and then grinned. "All right, we'll leave it in your hands, Harry, but next time it will be us who help you." Carrie nodded, "Yeah. You'll rely on us once we get stronger." Mimi smiled and nodded in agreement. "Better watch out. Next time it will be us helping your butt." Sora giggled and nodded as well. "Be careful, Harry, and come home soon. You still need to take us to your home and introduce your family to us." Matt grinned and said, "Well, be keeping an eye out, just in case you need some backup." Joe sighed but nodded. "Well, since Ari and Sherry helped me study yesterday, I can stay here all day and be ready to help." TK shakily sat up and grunted from the pain his body was forced to go through, but he still smiled and said, "Make sure you make Alphaman pay for hurting our friends." Izzy smirked and said, "We'll watch the battle via my new laptop, don't hesitate to call us for help or advice. We'll be here, ready to help at any moment." Davis grinned and then said, "Yeah. Give that Alphaman a punch to the face for me." Cody nodded, "And a kick too, multiple ones actually." Ken's sweat dropped at how bloodthirsty Cody just sounded, though given how hurt they were, he really can't blame him for being angry. Just be careful, Harry, who knows what sort of surprises King Drazzle and homeostasis have ready for you." Yoli huffed and shook her head, as if Harry needs to worry about those two, they're the ones who should be worried. "Kick their butts for me, Harry." Harry smiled and nodded to his friends. Suddenly, Mako walked up to him and grabbed his hands. She then looked up and said, "Come back soon, okay?" Harry smiled at Mako and nodded, "I will, don't worry, I'll be back soon, everyone." Mako nodded and let go of Harry's hands. Thoughts she suddenly jumped when she saw the glare Carrie, Sora, Mimi and Yoli were giving her. She quickly hid behind Harry and sneezed, which made the dragon god chuckle in amusement. He then waved at everyone and then opened a dark corridor beside him. He gave everyone a small smile and then walked through the dark corridor, which closed right after he disappeared within it. The DG destined looked on worried for their friend and leader. Tony saw this and fondly smiled. he's going to be fine kids, just trust him. The DG Destined nodded. Sherry stood up and then said, I'm new to all this Digimon and DG Destined stuff, but if Dad wants to deal with this King Drazzle guy by himself, then there has to be a reason for it, besides, making it pay for what he did to you guys of course. Lily jumped up to her feet and nodded, yeah. Papa Harry will get rid of that bully in no time. Ari stood up and then walked over to Carrie, and sat on her lap. She then looked up and said, just watch and see as Daddy changes the digital world and makes its future brighter. The DG Destined smiled at Sherry, Ari, and Lily. They certainly appreciated them for cheering them up. Carrie snuggled Ari and hugged her tightly, and Mimi pouted and said, hey. No fair. I want to snuggle with Ari too. Carrie shook her head and just said, no. Mimi frowned and looked around. She sweat dropped when she saw Yoliai snuggling Lily who looked like she was enjoying the affection, and Sora who was hugging Sherry, though the little blonde girl was deadpanning as Sora snuggled with her. This just made Mimi pout even more, which made the male DG Destined sweat drop and Tony laughed, ha. Hope and Morgan are lucky they aren't here. They would have not gotten away without a snuggle. Izzy sighed and shook his head. He quickly began to type on his laptop and began to connect to Harry's smartphone, so they can see his upcoming battle against King Drazzle. Digital World, the center of the digital plane named Origin. Harry stepped out of his conjured dark corridor and arrived at the closest location, to where one can find the domain of King Drazzle. To his surprise however, two massive Digimon were already fighting against each other in here, something that both confused Harry and was unexpected. After all, this location is known as Origin, a digital plane closest to where King Drazzle resides, a place heavily guarded and without any way to easily enter, so seeing two Digimon fighting in this place was not only weird but highly unexpected. So he quickly took off flying to take a better look, only to narrow his eyes when he saw that it was Alphamon and Jesmon, two mega-level Digimon and fellow Holy Royal Digimon Knight, who were fighting each other. Though he ignored that last part and glared towards Alphamon, this Digimon was the one who severely injured Davis and the others. He didn't know what Jesmon was doing here, nor did he care, for at this moment, all Harry cared about was destroying Alphamon. So Harry raised his hand towards Alphamon and began to gather ki into his palm. Both mega-level Digimon didn't even notice Harry as nearby, since they were so busy trying to kill each other. Back with the DG Destined. Davis glared at the laptop screen that was showing what was happening around Harry in real time. That's the Digimon that beat us. It was so powerful that Imperial Dragon Fighter mode couldn't even scratch it. Everyone glared at Alphamon through the laptop screen. All the DG Destined now had a history with this particular Alphamon and they weren't happy about it. Davis and his group were severely injured by Alphamon, while Tai and his group almost shared the same fate. It was only because Harry, Ari, and Nejire arrived in this world, that Alphamon was made to run away, otherwise, they didn't know what would have happened to them. Tony hummed as he stared at the Alphamon everyone was glaring at, until he suddenly piped in, hey, this one looks very similar to Daruman's Alphamon form, though hers is a bit more feminine in shape. Ari nodded, yeah, plus that Alphamon doesn't have our Alphamon's kind eyes. That one looks emotionless. Lily stared at the Alphamon and then moved her gaze towards Harry. Papa is certainly angry at it though, looks, he's going all out from the start. Everyone took a look at Harry and indeed, he was already starting with a big technique. Izzy however, was paying more attention to Jesmon. Who's that Digimon? I don't think we've ever seen one like it before. The DG Destined didn't know the Digimon fighting Alphamon either, but Sherry did and she quickly began to explain, that's Jesmon, there's one guarding Neo Kyoto, and he is also a Holy Royal Digimon Knight, just like Alphamon though. I wonder why they're fighting? They're supposed to be allies. Back in Origin, Jesmon and Alphamon were exchanging blows and strikes hoping to end the other when a massive orb of blue ki came flying towards them so fast, they didn't have time to move or do anything really. The massive orb of ki crashed between both mega-level Digimon and engulfed them in a massive explosion that shook the entire digital plane. Alphamon was suddenly sent flying back out of the explosion while grunting in pain. His armor looked physically damaged from the ki attack as well, however, his attention was drawn to a bright flash of light and then a massive roar that shook the very air around this digital plane. Alphamon immediately looked up, only for his eyes to widen in shock and surprise, when a massive gold and silver dragon came flying at him. Harry in his dragon form suddenly stomped his claw onto Alphamon's lower body, leaving the mega-level Digimon with half of his lower body underneath Harry's claw. Jesmon was sent flying back, though he was able to recover his balance and stand up straight. However, he still skidded on the ground from the momentum his body carried from the explosion, but he soon stopped himself and looked up. Jesmon looked utterly confused and shocked at what just happened. Alf-Amen had attacked him while he was looking for clues on what was going to be King Drazel's next move. After all, Jesmon had seen what happened during the battle during the school festival. Sure, he had been frozen in time just like the rest of the world, but thanks to homeostasis, he was still able to perceive the world around him, so he was aware of what had happened to Dark Gene and how Libra, the one called Mikuman, was no longer the source of the virus. That, and with the events that happened a few days later in the digital world, where everything was seemingly restored and put back to what it was before, he had to find out what happened and what was next, but homeostasis had been quiet for a while and Jesmon didn't know why. So without any guidance or knowing what to do next, he sought to find his own answers, only to come up empty-handed. No one knew how the virus was destroyed or how the infected Digimon were cured, it just happened one day. Even more mysterious was the fact that the digital world was restored and fixed from all the damage and corruption caused by the infected Digimon, but again, no one knew how it had happened. Jesmon knew that this was no easy feat and that it would take a being far more powerful than King Drazel or homeostasis to accomplish this. But that just raised more concerns and questions, things he needed to find out more about, so Jesmon dared to venture into Origin, in hopes of finding answers and figuring out what King Drazel was going to do next. However, Alf-Amen immediately found him, and the Mega Level seemed rather worried and nervous. He didn't hesitate to attack Jesmon at full tilt from the beginning, which forced Hackman, Jesmon's rookie level form, to digivolve to survive and fight back. But now, Jesmon was staring into a massive gold and silver dragon that had Alf-Amen pinned down underneath its claws, and he quite didn't know what to do or say. Jesmon then watched as the dragon leaned its head down towards Alf-Amen and actually spoke, "There you are." Jesmon gaped and floated back and a bit away from the dragon. It just sounded so angry right now that it actually scared Jesmon a bit. Alf-Amen narrowed his eyes at the dragon but didn't say anything. The dragon grinned and pushed his claw harder on Alf-Amen's lower body, causing the mega-level Digimon to grunt in pain. The dragon then coldly stared into Alf-Amen's eyes and then said, "I'm going to tear you limb from limb for what you did to my friends. You will pay for hurting Davis, Ken, Cody, and Yolei." Alf-Amen and Jesmon's eyes widened in shock. With the dragon's words, they realized just who this dragon is, and that meant horrible news for both of them because Harry Potter is here in Origin and he was very angry. Chapter 205. Alf-Amen quickly raised his hand towards Harry's face and began to shoot him with green digital energy blasts. Massive explosions and booms shook the digital plane known as Origin. Jesmon immediately jumped back to get away from the blasts and to avoid getting sent flying away through the air by the shockwaves caused by Alf-Amen's desperate attacks. However, Harry was completely unaffected by Alf-Amen's attack. The dragon god in his dragon form didn't even flinch and instead jumped up, twirled in midair, and then slammed his enormous tail on top of Alf-Amen's body. The digital plane aggressively shook from the slam of Harry's enormous dragon tail, while a massive shock was unleashed from around the point of impact. Jesmon jumped up and flew away, or at least tried to, but Harry suddenly shot out one of his claw and caught Jesmon in midair before it could get away. Jesmon widened his eyes in shock, not expecting such an enormous creature to be able to move so fast, much less be able to catch him. All he saw was a golden blur and the next second he was being crushed by Harry's claws. Harry turned his gaze towards Jesmon and glared at him. "You're not going anywhere. I can sense that defective and meddlesome homeostasis energy you're going to tell me where it is when I'm done with this asshole." Harry suddenly lifted his claw and then swung it down hard. He let go of Jesmon mid-swing and watched him crash against the ground and ragdoll on the floor of the digital plane. Eventually, Jesmon stopped ragdolling on the ground and skidded to a stop. Jesmon groaned in pain as his body cracked and began to fall apart. He looked up and stared at Harry in complete shock and fear. He just threw me, and he almost deleted me." Harry glared at Jesmon one more time and then turned away. He lifted his tail up and took a look at Alf-Amen, the Black Royal Digimon Knight, sat up and then tried to get up, but he soon dropped on one knee as he winced in pain. He looked up towards Harry and glared at him, as his black Digizoid armor suddenly cracked and began to slowly come apart. Harry, however, glared back at Alf-Amen and then said, "That one was for Davis, this one is for Cody." Alf-Amen's eyes widened in panic as he watched Harry take a big breath. The Black Royal Digimon Knight knew exactly what was coming, so he quickly spread out his golden-colored wings and flew away from Harry as fast as he could. Harry stopped taking in oxygen as the temperature began to rise around him. White flames began to lick and flicker outside his jaws, in between his fangs. The dragon whipped his head back and then whipped it forward while opening his jaws wide open. Alf-Amen didn't even get time to react or even try to move away. Harry suddenly fired a massive ball of white flames towards him, so fast that, before he knew it, Alf-Amen was suddenly engulfed in white flames and then trapped inside Harry's white flame fireball. The massive ball of white flame suddenly detonated. There was nothing but silence for a few seconds until a big bright flash of light shined all over the digital plane, and then a massive boom shook the area once more. The DG destined were gaping at the brutality Harry was using and at his power. This dragon form was way too different from the one he used to have. Back when they were children, Harry's dragon form was slightly bigger than Metalgrimon, with black scales and a light green underbelly. His dragon form back then was intimidating and even a bit scary. Harry had called it his Dragon Lord form, but back then it wasn't this powerful. Harry had mentioned that he had outgrown his dragon form's power a long time ago and that only took on that form to just mess with people. In fact, in that dragon form, Harry was unable to do anything but use dragon techniques, which were elements, breath attacks and some basic debuff techniques. He couldn't even use his magic in his Dragon Lord form. But this new gold and silver dragon form was evidently more powerful. After all, Harry could combine his white holy light with the fire element and fire off a massive white flame fireball at Alphaman, something he definitely couldn't do before. Izzy began to sweat as he checked his laptop. He had been scanning Harry's power output and condition while showing what was happening in real time. That white fireball, it was hotter than the Earth's core. Everyone, except Tony, Sherry, Ari, and Lily, gaped at Izzy. Ty shook his head and then said, "Holy crap! That's insane! I've never seen Harry fight in his dragon form before, but this is insane." Matt frowned and looked down. He used to laze all the time and all over the place, in that black and green dragon form of his before, but he never fought while in it. "I admit, I have always been curious about it. I even wanted to see him battle a Digimon in that form, but this is something out of this world." Lily tilted her head and asked a question. "Black and green dragon form? Oh. You must mean his Dragon Lord form. He doesn't have that anymore." Everyone turned their heads towards Lily and looked at her confused. Sora, wanting to know what she meant, decided to ask for more details. "What do you mean, Lily? Why doesn't he have that form anymore?" Lily hummed a bit. She had always been told by the Dragovians of her world to never speak of their secrets and their way of life, but then again, the DG destined are from another world and they're friends too, so it wouldn't hurt to explain a little. So Lily smiled and then began to explain. "When Papa began his journey throughout the multiverse, he began in my world, where there's a race of beings called Dragovians. Papa started out as a Dragovian, and when Papa and Daddy reached the Dragovian sanctuary, during their journey to stop a demon lord known as Lord Rapthorn, the Lord of Darkness, he was accepted by them and taught everything about being a Dragovian. There he learned how to access the full power of his dragon blood and gained his Dragon Lord form, a form that was connected to his concept of death, which is why it was black-scaled. But that dragon form just grants a boost in power and you are limited to a certain set of skills. Each Dragovian's Dragon Lord form has a certain skill set. For Papa that was dragon skills. However, Papa's base form soon outgrew his Dragon Lord form as he learned new skills and gained new abilities, until he was able to evolve himself to the point where he became a true dragon. That gold and silver dragon form is actually his true dragon god form, and he can use all his skills, techniques, abilities, and spells in that form. He can even summon his keyblades and use them in his dragon form." The DG destined looked at Lily amazed and surprised at everything she just explained. Carrie turned her head towards the laptop and stared at Harry's dragon form as he stood there watching the massive explosion of white flames. "So this is Harry's true power as a dragon god?" Mimi smiled and then clapped. "Oh. Do you think he'll give me one of his scales? They look so beautiful." Mako's nervously fidgeted with her fingers. "I want a silver one." Yuliai grinned. "Wow, I always knew Harry was powerful, but he didn't really battle during our adventures. He helped us all the time, but for the most part, he never showed this much power." Ken scoffed and shook his head. "Speak for yourself. Harry beat the ever-loving crap out of me once." Cody chuckled in amusement, as he remembered how Harry wasn't amused by Ken's shenanigans as the Digimon Emperor and beat him up once he got a hold of Ken. "To be fair, you did deserve that beating. You were quite the crazy and evil guy back then." Kay's sweat dropped, but didn't argue Cody's harsh but true words. Davis chuckled at his friend's expense and then said, "Still, this is amazing. I wonder if our Digimon can fight and maybe win against Harry." TK, who had recovered from being brutally elbowed, shook his head. "No way. You didn't see Harry fight against Dark Janae, let me tell you, he did some crazy and amazing things then." Joe nodded. "Oh, that's right, what did he call it again?" "Oh right. Ultra Instinct, he certainly looked cool in that form." His hair and eyes turned silver. Sherry smiled and then said, "Dad is holding back though." That statement from Sherry made everyone stop talking and turned their head towards her so fast, that Sherry actually flinched in worry. Tony chuckled at everyone's reaction and then said, "You guys didn't think this was everything Harry can do in his dragon god form, right? This is the guy that can destroy galaxies in his base form, guys. The amount of power he can use in his dragon form is so massive, that when he lets it all loose, reality begins to crack and fall apart." Izzy gaped at Tony and then loudly asked, "What?" But the amount of energy needed to pull something like that off would be... Tony grinned and nodded. Massive? Well, Harry is like a highly condensed mass of dark matter, especially in his dragon god mode. It's a good thing he has a skill called perfect control. Otherwise, he would have destroyed the multiverse by just breathing and living. He would have to live in his own domain and away from everyone if he didn't have the control he does. That was both a sobering and sad thought, to think that Harry was so powerful, that his presence alone can unravel the fabric of reality. Ty frowned and then asked, "But if he has this perfect control skill, then why is he holding back?" Nejire was the one who answered Ty's questions. Because Harry wants to make Alphaman pay for hurting and leaving Davis and his group half dead, he's holding back, just so he can tear Alphaman apart, piece by piece. Everyone widened their eyes. Sure, it sounded brutal and even a bit cruel, but Alphaman did almost kill the second generation of DG Destined and left them in a horrendous state. That was something Harry wasn't going to let Alphaman get away with. Alphaman and King Drazzle made one simple mistake, one that has, pretty much guaranteed their defeat. They made this personal to Harry, and now they know why Harry didn't want any help. He didn't want to hurt them as he unleashed his anger on his enemies. Sherry smiled and then said, "Never poke a dragon nor attack what it treasures most, for nothing will save you from its rage or retribution." Something so obvious, but most bad guys ignore. The explosion caused by Harry's massive white flame fireball soon subsided, revealing to everyone Alphaman's condition. The once imposing and regal, holy Digimon Royal Knight, now looks like he has seen better days, and his black Digizoid armor was now glowing red and looked melted in some parts. Greed digital energy was also bleeding from his body, and through the cracks in his armor. However, Alphaman was still alive, so he opened his eyes and looked over to Harry, to see where he was, only for Harry's massive form to blur in front of him and swipe a claw towards the straggling Alphaman. The Black Royal Digimon Knight growled in pain as Harry's claw cut into his shoulder and ripped his left arm off, sending it flying through the air. Harry pulled his claw back and glared at Alphaman. That one was Yuli. Alphaman reached over the stump that is now his shoulder, with his other hand, and growled at Harry, "You think this is justice? That King Drazzle will continue to let you do as you please? Harry Potter, your threat to his will, I might not be powerful enough to stop you. But, you won't stop His Majesty from making sure that Digimon and humans never get together, aga." Harry, not wanting to hear Alphaman's monologue, suddenly snapped his jaws on top of the Black Royal Digimon Knight, and bit off the upper half of his body, only to spit it out to the side a second later. Alphaman just lay there on the floor shocked at what just happened. Harry looked down at him and then coldly said, "That was for Ken. That outdated program you call your king will die as well. You, that fool Dark Jenna and King Drazzle have no idea what I'm capable of. Your small and weak minds can't even comprehend nor accept the simple fact, that I'm something beyond your calculations. Alphaman, die knowing you served a foolish, arrogant program with a god complex, die knowing that all his plans will fail." Alphaman glared at Harry, but Harry closed one of his claws and formed a fist, only to raise it above his head and then bring it down on top of Alphaman's upper body, crushing him and finally deleting him. Though not before the digital plane shook and trembled from Harry, slamming his fist on top of Alphaman. Harry soon lifted his fist and watched as Alphaman's green digital energy residue floated up and then disappeared. Harry scoffed and then began to walk away from the crater his punch created on the ground of this digital plane, that was for going after Mako and Mikuman, and for attacking Tai and the others. Jesmon had watched the brutal attack given to Alphaman, and once he saw that the Black Royal Digimon Knight was deleted, he knew that it was his turn, so he tried to quickly get up. However, his body had been severely damaged from the crash and ragdolling he had on the ground. So Jesmon struggled to even get on one knee. However, it was too late, as he suddenly had the face of a glaring gold and silver dragon right on his face. "Are you going to talk, or I am going to have to make you? Because it doesn't matter to me what you chose to do. You will tell me everything you know about what's going on and where homeostasis is, otherwise, you will regret ever hatching from your DG egg." Jesmon began to nervously sweat. Honestly, he couldn't escape, even if he wanted to, so he couldn't really refuse to answer Harry Potter's questions. So with a sigh, Jesmon digivolved into Hackman, The rookie-level Digimon sighed and trembled in pain. Despite not showing any wounds or injuries that he had in his Jesmon form, he was still severely wounded. Harry, seeing that Hackman wasn't going to fight or run, he turned into his human form and stared at the rookie-level Digimon. "You're the Digimon I saw outside Izzy's office when Lemon was telling us what was happening in the digital world." Hackman nodded but didn't say anything else. As he huffed in pain, Harry frowned. "What were you doing there, and what does homeostasis want with the DG destined again?" Hackman looked up and looked a bit confused. "Again? What do you mean again? This isn't the first time homeostasis has involved itself with the DG destined? But then, why?" Harry silently watched as Hackman looked very confused and lost for a few moments, while he thought about what the rookie-level Digimon was saying right now. "Where did you even come from? You're a royal Digimon knight, so why were you fighting Alphamon?" Hackman's eyes widened in further surprise. "What? Me? A royal Digimon knight? That's not true. Homeostasis hatched my DG egg. It told me that it was my job to keep the balance of the digital world." Harry narrowed his eyes. Nothing that Hackman said made any sense. Homeostasis is a formless digital life form. Back during the DG Destined's adventures and battles against the Dark Masters, homeostasis had possessed Carrie and explained how it had chosen the first generation of DG Destined and created the crests and tags. How it had helped Jenna and the few surviving humanoid digital life forms to prepare for the incoming darkness. However, Harry never believed that, and his suspensions about homeostasis just taking advantage of a situation, to claim as its own doing, were spot on. Since he was proved to be right when Gabriel uncovered the real reason as to why the DG Destined have their own reserves of digital energy, sure, homeostasis might have created the DG Vices and the tags with the help of Jenna and the other digital life forms. But he didn't choose the DG Destined, nor did it create their Digimon partners. No, fate had chosen the first generation of the DG Destined, and their Digimon were born out of their own digital energy. That's why the DG Destined's Digimon are so special, much different than any regular Digimon. They were born from the digital energy of their human partners, but homeostasis needed the DG Destined to side with it, to fight the Dark Masters, for it couldn't do so itself, without a physical form. Unlike King Drazel, who has a physical form, it can't interact directly with the digital world or the human world. It needs the DG Destined, but they don't need it, not anymore, especially now that the DG Destined have much better equipment for their ever-growing digital energy. But even then, why would such a being need someone like Jesmon? Why do all of this and get involved now? So Harry got on one knee and decided to ask Hackman a few questions. What did homeostasis ask you to do? Why were you observing the DG Destined? How is homeostasis involved in all of this? Hackman gazed at Harry's eyes. He had already raised some good questions and told Hackman some very confusing details he didn't know about, so, the rookie-level Digimon began to think that it would be best to give Harry some answers. Perhaps, this way, Hackman might be able to learn more. Besides, it's not like Hackman could refuse. He knew he had no chances against Harry, not after seeing how easily he deleted Alphamon. So Hackman began to quickly explain what he knew. Homeostasis didn't explain much after I hatched from my DG egg. All it did, is give me the power to digivolve on my own and then told me to investigate the infected Digimon. It did mention how he was forced to ask for my aid because someone named Jenna was taken and it needed someone to be able to move around and investigate. I soon found out the culprit behind the infected Digimon, a small rookie Digimon in the human world who had somehow absorbed a shard containing a small piece of data from a Pokélimon. I of course let homeostasis know about this. It decided that Libra, the rookie-level Digimon that was infected by the virus and the origin of it, was too dangerous to let it continue to exist, so the plan was to quickly delete it, before Libra would draw on the darkness from Apocalymon's data. However, King Drazel and its minions wanted the virus to create more infected Digimon and cause the reboot, so they protected Libra and sought to create scenarios that would force Libra to draw on the darkness from Apocalymon's data. Harry huffed in annoyance. By Libra you must mean Mikuman, right? Hackman nodded and Harry went on. Always doing whatever it wants without thinking about the consequences or what the kids would have to go through. Homeostasis keeps doing whatever it wants and dragging others into its nonsense without a care in the world, all because it thinks it knows better. Honestly, at this point, it's not better than King Drazel. The conflict between those two has gone on long enough. It has made the lives of my friends difficult for the last time. Hackman, I can see you were brought into this world without knowing who or what you are. More than likely, homeostasis captured you from King Drazel and reconfigured you back into a DG egg, only to use you when you hatched. So, I'll let you go, since you were just following orders. but if you try to get in my way, I will destroy you. Now, where is homeostasis? Hackman shook its head. In all honesty, he was very thankful for the fact that he didn't have to fight Harry, but he really didn't know where homeostasis is right now. I don't know, I haven't been able to contact homeostasis, ever since I told her of your battle with that dark fake Imperial Draman and that guy you blasted away. Harry nodded and stood up. I see, it must be hiding, knowing that I now know of its involvement. That thing is far more aware of how different I am to the other humans and Digimon. After all, it has always been wary of me since I pushed it out of Kari's body the first time it tried to possess her. Hackman didn't say anything and just nodded. Harry turned around and then began to walk away from Hackman, but as he did so, he told Hackman one last thing: you better leave this digital plane. I came here to end King Drazel, and once he is gone, I'll be doing some things that will change the digital world forever. But if you do get in contact with homeostasis, tell it that I will find it and I will delete it. I'll make sure it learns its lesson about going around and changing the lives of children on a whim. It doesn't have that right, and I will make sure it pays for that. Hackman nodded and watched as Harry suddenly take off flying and leave to a deeper part of Origin. Not having anything else to do here, Hackman began to limp his way out of this place, though, at this moment, he was thinking about what he should next with his life. Harry flew deeper and deeper onto the digital plane known to a few as Origin, until he finally reached the center of the digital world, the place connected to multiple realities, a place no one but King Drazel has been able to enter. Here, King Drazel can watch over the many quadrants connected to the digital world as a whole and all the humans who had ever stepped into it. It's in this place where King Drazel makes all his calculations and judges what needs to be done. However, as of late, the xenophobic ruling program had been utterly confused. Ever since he had seen the end of his minion, Dark Gene, King Drazel had been unable to compute or understand what he had seen Harry Potter do. So when he sensed Harry arrive in his chamber, King Drazel immediately showed itself and stood in front of Harry, in his true form, Yggdrasil 7d6, a form where he's covered in white armor-like robes and has green tentacle-like vines growing underneath him. Harry floated in front of him and looked up at the so-called god of the digital world. King Drazel stared back at Harry and then suddenly spoke, Harry Potter, what are you? Harry closed his eyes and shook his head. You still on about that, hey? For a so-called digital deity, you're pretty slow on the uptake. King Drazel didn't do or say anything, for a few seconds, until he began to speak again. You claim to be this dragon god, and yet, there's no record in the digital world or the human world of a being like you, only myths and legends created by human imagination. With what right do you claim to be my equal? What makes you think you can just show your face to me right now, in my doma? A massive ki blast smashed against King Drazel's body, sending him flying back, completely stunned to be attacked so suddenly and actually being hurt. For the first time since he had awoken in this digital plane, he had never been hurt or felt pain before, and yet, Harry just blasted him away with ease. Harry just coldly stared at King Drazel as he watched him fall on his back in this domain, that looks like an empty starless night sky. Only red ones and zeros can be seen floating around in this domain, and there was no up or down, nor left or right. Nothing worked here as it did in the human world, but Harry was completely unaffected by the strangeness of this domain. You talk too much, but then again, beings like you do, really do they think they know better? Honestly, I don't have time for your nonsense. I need you gone soon, so the new and real god of the digital world can do its job and get to work on fixing everything stupid you have caused. King Drazel quickly stood up and lashed out at Harry with a wave of green flame-like energy, but Harry just raised his hand, gathered and manipulated the green flame-like energy into the palm of his hand, and then created an orb with it. King Drazel stared in surprise at what Harry had done. The dragon god, however, smiled in amusement. You honestly thought you were invincible, hey? How funny, but unfortunately for you, you're not even a threat to the real monsters of the multiverse. At best, you're a city destroyer and you need to put some real effort into actually pulling it off, but it's funny how you think so highly of yourself just because you're the most powerful in the digital world when the multiverse is quite bigger than your small processing power can compute. Harry closed his hand over the green flame-like energy in his hand and crushed it. Harry suddenly let his energy surge out of his body, causing King Drazel's domain to shake and tremble. The so-called god of the digital world looked around in a panic, but before he could do anything, Harry hugged his shoulders, while crossing his arms over his chest, and began to growl as his energy began to lash out and destroy the area around him. His ki turned small wisps of golden energy began to swirl around everywhere in the area. Harry suddenly began to roar as his energy began to form massive arcs of electricity that violently lashed and whipped around him, King Drazel began to actually feel fear, and with that new and unknown emotion, his computing program began to malfunction. Cannot compute. Cannot compute. Fatal error. The probability of you defeating me was 0%. Fatal error. But Harry grinned, and his energy began to swirl around him and form a maelstrom of golden energy around him, while King Drazel was trying to make sense of what he was feeling and seeing. Meanwhile, with the DG destined, Izzy gasped as the program he was using to scan Harry's energy levels began to go high-wire. What the? Harry's energy level is skyrocketing. Sora looked worried as Harry's energy was beginning to slowly destroy King Drazel's domain. What is Harry doing? That looks dangerous. Tony, seeing everyone was getting very worried, decided to explain. He's going to destroy both King Drazel and his domain, to ensure that he won't just reform again later on. Everyone looked confused and stared at Tony in confusion. Mako tilted her head and decided to ask, but why? Wouldn't just destroying King Drazel be enough? Why is Harry doing all of this? Tony smiled and then explained, you have to understand that King Drazel is not a flesh and blood being, he's not even a supernatural being, he's a program, and as long as some data of him remains, he could eventually reform again. Just like a Pokémon and the shard that ended up in your Digimon partner, so, Harry is making sure, nothing remains of King Drazel, even his domain. Mako nodded in understanding, I see. Tai then spoke up, what is Harry doing? That's a lot of energy. Eri suddenly took off her witch's hat and began to rummage inside of it. Let's see. I have a book of all the techniques Daddy can use. I got it when I got back to my house. I wanted to know more about Ultra Instinct. The DG Destined nodded, but wondered how and why there was a book with all of Harry's techniques. Meanwhile, Eri began to grab and take out things from her witch's hat. First a super mushroom, which Mimi caught, though sweat dropped when she saw that the mushroom had a blush on its cheeks and was giving her a wink. Then she took out a Goomba, who squeaked in surprise and landed head first on Davis' head, causing both to yelp in pain, though the Goomba quickly recovered and tried to bite Davis. Both Cody and Ken began to fight the Goomba to prevent it from biting Davis's butt off. Then a shotgun flew over the DG Destined and Matt caught it. He quickly looked it over and then grinned, neat. Eri then threw a bottle and Carrie caught it before it could hit the ground and shatter. She looked inside and saw a dizzy fairy inside. Carrie gaped and then showed the bottle to Sora and Yuli, who also gaped. Sherry and Lily were laughing at the chaos Eri was causing by taking stuff out that she keeps in her hat. Oh, there goes a warmer, which made Joe jump to the side to avoid the massive weapon crashing against him. This went on for a while and Eri took out plenty of weird stuff, things like weapons, power UPS, and all sorts of magical objects to even monsters, but eventually, she found the book she was looking for and began to check the technique's description. Eri soon found the name of the technique and smiled, ooh. This is going to have a big boom. The name of the technique is... Harry suddenly spread his arms wide open and roared the name of his technique, Final Explosion. The energy gathered around Harry flashed and then unleashed the attack as a gigantic, swirling dome of golden energy, that spread out from around Harry in all directions. King Drazel and his domain were engulfed in the golden energy in a split second, all of it, and then, the energy detonated causing a massive explosion that destroyed everything around the digital plane. King Drazel only had 1 second to see Harry glared at him before his body was utterly and completely destroyed. Harry watched the technique in awe, though sadly frowned soon after. What a cool technique, though I don't think I can use it anytime soon. Everyone turned to look at Harry, while they were putting everything she took out of her witch's hat back into it, but it was TK who asked about what she said. Hey? Why not? Harry pointed at the book and explained, because that technique uses life energy to work, it's why it's a very powerful technique. Cause you're using your very life to ignite the energy, it's an explosion that destroys anything around the user. Daddy using it, is like multiple supernovas happening all at once, everything is destroyed at a molecular level. Joe frowned and then asked, isn't that dangerous? Life energy is not something someone should use, right? It sounds important. Harry nodded, well yes, life energy is important to most living beings, but someone like Daddy can use the technique without burning out his life. But I don't have the control or amount of energy that Daddy does. That's why this technique is beyond me at the moment. Originally, the technique was a sort of last attack kind of deal and you would turn to stone afterwards, but Daddy is going to be fine. Everyone nodded. The technique sounded very dangerous and made everyone wonder what sort of situation would push someone to use something like it, but right now, they chose to trust Harry, so they turned their attention back to the laptop's screen. Chapter 206. Play Braveheart, Digimon Tri version. The golden light dispersed into golden wisps of energy, leaving only Harry floating in the now dark and empty domain that once belonged to King Drazel, what was once his symbol of power and authority, his throne where he ruled, the very center of the digital world and its point of creation was, no more. King Drazel and his domain had been erased completely from the very world it had birthed, all thanks to Harry's final explosion. The dragon god sighed and looked up with a calm expression on his face as he watched the wisps of golden light dance and fly around the now empty center of the digital world. The golden wisps of energy are remnants of Harry's life force energy used to fuel the dangerous and lethal key technique created by Vegeta, but Harry had a purpose for these remnants of his life force, so he took out a miracle gel and quickly ate it, restoring the damage to his life force and the energy he used on the technique. He then smiled and raised a hand, opening his fingers as if handing out a gift. The remnants of his life force quickly began to gather in the palm of his hand, while Harry used the full power of his domains over time, space, soul, power, reality, and mind. His body began to glow with the colors of the powers he had gained, when he ate the Infinity Stones a long time ago. As his golden life force danced around him, with a soft smile on his face, Harry closed his eyes and began to create a miracle. His golden life force gathered on his hand coalesced and became a seed he then connected to his domains and then merged it to the empty domain around him. His power and life force connected to the very digital world and spread throughout the multiverse connected to it. There Harry was able to witness multiple realities, many children bonding with Digimon and becoming heroes. Harry saw children save their world and the digital world connected to their worlds, with everything they had. Harry opened his eyes and chuckled as his powers and life force began to spread out from his body. He looked up and grinned as he thought about King Drazel's foolishness. You saw all of this, all of these children fighting and living with Digimon, drawing unimaginable power from their hearts, from the very bonds they created, and still believed that humans were a danger to the digital world. King Drazel, you never saw the true potential of humanity working with Digimon, you only saw the bad things. A shame really, because the DG Destined are a big example of what Digimon and humans can do when they work together. Harry blinked as he continued to look up, and his golden life force and power exploded outwards and turned the dark empty domain that once belonged to the digital life form known as King Drazel, into a massive beautiful garden filled with life, a paradise worthy of being the center of the digital world and all the worlds it's connected to. Harry looked around and proudly smiled. There, a new domain and throne for the new god of the digital world, a place where all of his worlds are connected and bonded to. Harry quickly took out his smartphone and then let whiz out of it. The small white orb of digital energy flew around its new domain, its new symbol of power, and began to bond with it. Soon the orb began to glow in a white and golden light, as it grew and grew. The orb soon cracked and then shattered, leaving a new being floating in front of Harry, a small robed humanoid formless being. Harry smiled at the new being and then asked, "How do you feel, Wiz?" Wiz raised an arm and looked at its hand. It wiggled its fingers and then looked over to Harry, connecting to the digital world. Success. Establishing a bond with digital world core, remnants of being known as King Drazel found, deleting, reconfiguring connection, remnants deleted, connection to digital world core, success. Proceeding to expand. Proceeding to create new life forms. Proceeding to create new safeguards. Success. I'm doing fine, Creator Harry. I am now the new god of the digital world. I will begin with all plans and procedures planned by you and CO creators Izzy and Tony. Harry nodded and grinned at Wiz. Great, focus on the digital world, make sure it's stable and the updates and new programs are working fine, before connecting the digital world to the natural dungeon in Neo Kyoto. Okay. Wiz nodded with his formless head, of course. Setting priorities, stabilizing of digital world, new programs, procedures, and new parameters, in progress. Estimating time, 3 weeks. In 3 weeks I'll have everything here running smoothly and perfect, Creator Harry. I would also like to thank you for this new domain and for the energy necessary to go ahead with all scheduled projects. Harry grinned and gave Wiz a nod. You're welcome. We figured that you would need a source of power to draw the necessary data, you would need to accomplish everything we need. After all, we doubted King Drazel had the resources or power to do the same. If he had all of that, he wouldn't have gotten or needed help from Alphaman and Dark Gen A, to actually do something and follow his plans. It comes to show how far from a deity that fool was. Either way, you won't have that issue. You truly are a god now. You might be a program created by me, Tony, and Izzy, but now, you're a true god of data and the digital world. So make sure you're responsible with the power you were given, protect the DG Destined and the digital world, Wiz, but most of all, learn from them and from all the children connected to the digital world's multiverse. Wiz tilted his formless head and seemed to be thinking or watching something. Harry wasn't sure, but Wiz then nodded and spoke, "Ah, I see, so that's what I was sensing when I was connecting to the digital world core. Other real worlds connected to the digital world from its very own multiverse, so many lives, so many adventures. Do not worry, Creator Harry, I'll keep an eye on all of those connected to the digital world and protect them." Harry nodded and looked proudly at Wiz. He then grinned and said, "If you need help or assistance with anything, contact me, I'll always be willing to give you a hand." Wiz nodded, letting Harry know that he will be keeping him informed, just in case something happens. Harry grinned at Wiz and then spread his senses throughout the entire digital world, looking for someone in particular. He soon found what or who he was looking for and opened a dark corridor. He quickly stepped through it, while waving goodbye at Wiz. Once Harry walked into the dark corridor, it immediately closed behind him. Leaving the new god of the digital world alone in his new domain, Wiz looked around at the beautiful garden for a few seconds and then walked over to a tree. Once in front of it, he sat under the tree and then looked up at the sky. He began to hum a soft melody as he enjoyed the wind and cool shadow of the tree he sat under, while he began to work on everything his creators had asked him to do. Meanwhile, back to the DG Destined. The DG Destined were awed at the scene of the beautiful garden Harry created. It amazed them how Harry could destroy something so thoroughly and then create something so beautiful next. It was an incredible sight and one that they will never forget. Mimi was the first one to speak about what they had seen Harry accomplish. "It's so beautiful, like a pictured heaven to be." Sora nodded in agreement with Mimi's opinion. "Yes. I now know and understand what they mean about Harry being a god. I don't think I ever really understood it or even imagined what that really meant until now." Matt looked at his hand and nodded, "The power to not only destroy but create anything. I'm glad it's Harry, who has this power. I shudder to think what other person would do with it." TK gulped and nodded in agreement with his older brother's words. "Yet, can you imagine what Deviman or Piedmon would do with such power?" Joe shuddered and shook his head. "Yet, let's not think about something like that, they were bad enough as it is, I can't imagine them being even worse." Carrie looked at the garden with her eyes shining in both awe and appreciation. "Harry, he used his life force and some of his power to create that garden, he gave up a piece of himself to create this for Wiz and us." Everyone turned their heads towards Carrie in surprise. Tony smiled and nodded, "Yes, we created Wiz, but we couldn't just make him the god of the digital world as is, we needed King Drazzle and the very symbol of his power, gone first. With his domain destroyed, Alphaman and Dark Jenna killed, and with Wiz finding and deleting the remains of King Drazzle's data in the digital world core, we were able to finally erase him from existence for good. But, King Drazzle and his domain were what was maintaining the digital world. Without him and his domain, the digital world would begin to collapse and then fall apart completely. So Harry came up with a plan to create a new domain, bond it with the digital world and then connect it to Wiz, thus causing a sort of degevolution in him, one in which he truly became the god of the digital world." Everyone gaped at Tony after his explanation. Even though they knew that he was keeping his explanation as simple as he could, all of it was still a bit beyond their minds, but they did understand the gist of it. Mako looked down and seemed worried. Did Harry really sacrifice his life force to do this? Izzy closed his eyes and then explained, "Yes and no, he needed to destroy both, the physical manifestation of King Drazzle and his domain, in order to allow Wiz to take his place as the Digimon god. So he chose the quickest way to do this. He used a technique that uses life force to destroy everything and King Drazzle with it, leaving wisps of his life force floating about, life force he used to create a new domain for Wiz and thus, turning him into a real deity. Something that King Drazzle wasn't able to accomplish in all his time ruling over the digital world, but don't worry, Harry has ways to recover the life force he used." Eri nodded and smiled, "Yup. Daddy can use Senjutsu, or eat a gel to recover. Or Mama Yasaka can help him recover it too. Though, she would have to sleep with him naked on top of him, for that." Carrie, Yolei, Sora, and Mimi's eyes twitched in annoyance, while Mako blushed and looked down, whispering something about wanting to learn how to do that, while the guys blushed and silently cursed Harry for being so lucky, well except Joe, who just nervously laughed. Davis sighed and then said, "Well, at least we don't have to worry about Harry or Wiz, but where did Harry go?" Ken nodded and looked over at the screen which only showed darkness, as Harry was walking through the dark corridor right now. "That's right, for a second there he looked like he was sensing something." Cody looked up and began to think, only for him to realize something. He must have been looking for homeostasis or at least tried to sense it out. Tai widened his eyes and nodded, "That's right. Jesmon said that he hadn't been able to contact it, so it must be hiding somewhere in the digital world." Mimi frowned and then asked a question, but isn't homeostasis a being without a body? I remember it said something like that when it possessed Carrie. Carrie frowned and nodded, yeah, but it is a program, and as such, it must have a core. I bet that's what Harry is looking for. Izzy hummed and then nodded in agreement. Carrie is right, homeostasis is almost as powerful as King Drazzle, but it's far more limited, so it must have a core, something it can operate from, a place where it can watch and intervene from. Back with Harry, in the dark ocean. Harry stepped out of his dark corridor into the dark ocean, a world connected to the digital and the real world, that has the power to bring twisted thoughts to life, magnify and corrupt them, and invert the natural order of things. A world that once seeked Carrie and Ken, a world that Harry could enter and control with his connection over darkness, thanks to his dark keyblade, Oblivion. Back when Carrie and later Ken were dragged into this world, he and Yuli had to save them and bring them back to the real world. After that ordeal, Harry closed off the dark ocean with his keyblades and sealed it away. Sure, they still had to deal with the dark spires and whatnot, but at least, no one would be dragged into the dark ocean again. So, Harry was confused as to why he was here and why he sensed homeostasis in this place. He looked around and noticed a crystal with an orb of light in its center floating on top of the beach, right in front of the Black Sea. Harry narrowed his eyes and walked towards the crystal. Soon enough he arrived and stopped right in front of it and glared. So this is where you were hiding homeostasis, to think you would use the nature of this world to create a physical body for yourself. The crystal in front of Harry blinked with a yellow light and then spoke, Harry Potter, so you really are back and still meddling in things that do not concern you. Harry grinned and then said, look at that, if that's not the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what is. You, who saw it fit to drag children into a world of giant city-destroying monsters because you couldn't do things on your own, feel like it has any right to judge to me. Homeostasis immediately responded, the DG destined were necessary to protect the balance of the digital world. King Drazzle refused to do anything about the darkness approaching, so I had to make a choice. Harry shook his head and sighed, that's what I mean, you actually think you're entitled to make choices for others, you think you have the right to choose everyone else's fate, you think you can just make undecided things, all with the excuse of it's for the greater good. It's pathetic. Homeostasis stayed silent for a few seconds, but eventually, it spoke up, someone like you wouldn't understand, you, who lets his heart make decisions, would never understand the necessity of some actions. You who are nothing, but a child with great power will never know what sacrifice and making hard choices is. Do not judge what you can't understand, Harry Potter. Harry closed his eyes and huffed, you don't know anything about me, you call me a child, but I'm way older than you can ever comprehend. You say I don't know what making a sacrifice is? I gave up on many things during my travels, and left behind people I care about and love. You think I don't know what making hard choices is? That actually funny. My friends and family might see me as a hero, you might see me as an idealist, my enemies see me as a troublesome brat who doesn't know better. In reality, I'm a monster, a selfish dragon, someone who would let the world burn if it meant that my loved ones are safe. I have killed millions. I have destroyed cities, civilizations, and entire worlds. What do you know, hey? You're just a program with limited processing power. You speak of balance and stability. But you don't know the first thing about it, you can only make decisions and choices based upon outdated calculations. You're nothing but an old outdated program meddling in things that you can no longer understand nor envision. Just like King Drazzle, you are nothing but an arrogant being, that thinks that it knows better. You're no god, you're no administrator, you're not even alive. You have no right, nor the abilities or skills to take care of the digital world, you're not needed anymore, so just be gone, and let everyone live their lives in peace. Homeostasis crystal body floated back, from the intensity behind Harry's words. Meanwhile, the dragon god summoned his keyblades and glared at the digital being in front of him, not only angry at the way this being made the lives of many so difficult, just because it thought that it knew better, but because it dare berate Harry as if he was an ignorant child, him, who has traveled to multiple worlds, he who has participated in wars, who fought, bled, and screamed to help his friends and allies, he who has died before for others. What homeostasis said was something that utterly pissed Harry off, and anyone in his shoes would rightfully feel the same way. Suddenly homeostasis sent a surge of energy, and the dark ocean immediately reacted to its will and desires. Out of the pitch-black water, all sorts of Digimon began to emerge, black and soulless versions of Digimon Harry has met before. The dragon god narrowed his eyes and then glared at homeostasis. I see, so that's why you were here, you knew I was coming for you, so you waited in this place, you even somehow figure out a way inside as well. All to use the nature of this dark realm, to get yourself some help. Even now, you still can't do anything on your own, always hiding behind others and letting them do your battles. What a useless and incompetent being. At least King Drazel faced me, face to face. Homeostasis's crystal body glimmered but did not say anything, for it was focusing on keeping control of the dark Digimon he summoned. Wild and powerful these Digimon are, and homeostasis needs to really focus, otherwise, these dark creations of the dark ocean will attack it as well. Harry's smartphone popped out of his pocket and began to glow with twilight. Suddenly 3 massive figures emerged from the smartphone in a flash of digital energy. One of the 3 massive figures was of course Alphaman, who immediately glared down at homeostasis. The other was Gallantman, who stood up majestically and put his shield in front of him while looking at homeostasis with a cold look in his eyes. Finally, the third figure is Omniman, who waved his arm wide to the side and let his cape whip behind him. These 3 holy Digimon Royal Knights stood behind Harry, ready to do battle and destroy homeostasis. Both Omniman and Gallantman had been warned by Eri that Harry might summon them. So they had been ready for a while. Alphaman had been waiting from the beginning, waiting for her best friend and human partner to summon her to do battle. Harry stood up straight and pointed at homeostasis with oblivion. Today the digital world and the DG destined will be free. Free from manipulation, free from conflict, free to choose what to do with their lives without you and King Drazel causing trouble. Today is the day that you disappear, homeostasis. And nothing you do will save you. Homeostasis's crystal body began to shine with a yellow light, causing all the dark Digimon it summoned to digivolve into their mega forms. Harry just scoffed and let go of his keyblades. He then grabbed hold of his smartphone. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in an orb of twilight-colored digital energy, while his smartphone began to glow with the same twilight. Suddenly, Harry's crest, the Peveril family insignia, appeared behind Harry as Alphaman, Onmimon, and Gallantman began to glow with digital energy. Alphaman's body glowed with golden digital energy as she raised her hand and summoned her sword Aryuken. Her cape suddenly became wisps of golden digital energy, and then 2 majestic feathered golden wings flare out of her back. With her transformation over, Alphaman swung her Aryuken and unleashed a massive wave of golden digital energy toward the army of dark Digimon summoned by homeostasis and completely destroyed a big number of them. Omniman's body was engulfed in a white and blue orb of digital energy. He soon spread out 2 silver-white wings from his back as his cape dispersed into white wisps of energy. His appearance changed as well. Now his body is pure white with blue outlines across his body. This is Omniman's special form known as Merciful Mode. Omniman raised his arm with Metalguruman's head and took out a massive cannon. He then pointed it at the enemy and said, "Graceful cannon." A massive absolute zero laser shot out of Omniman's cannon and went through an enormous amount of enemy dark Digimon with ease. Meanwhile, Gallantman's body was engulfed in a crimson orb of digital energy and transformed like his fellow Digimon Holy Royal Knights. Gallantman suddenly emerged from the crimson orb of digital energy, wearing crimson armor and no longer holding a shield, but rather a glowing white, one-handed sword in one hand and a glowing white lance in the other. This is Gallantman's crimson mode, and as Gallantman CM came out of the orb of crimson digital energy, he raised his glowing white lance and then swung it down towards the enemy dark Digimon. Quo Vadis. Final Justice. A bright white beam of energy shot out of Gallantman CM's lance and hit the enemy, disintegrating the enemy's forces, while Harry just continued to glare at homeostasis, while his keyblades floated beside him and he held his smartphone in his hand. The DG Destined had been watching this confrontation with rapt attention. Since the very beginning, all of them were certainly unhappy with homeostasis's words in regard to their lives, some more than others of course, but in the end, they all agree with Harry. They're the ones who get to choose their fate in life, not anyone else, and especially not a program that has no idea what life really is about. Both King Drazel and homeostasis only care about the digital world and are willing to do anything to preserve it, not caring of the many sacrifices others had to do in order for their goals to be fulfilled. It was enough, this had to stop, and it's something Harry truly believed, and so did the DG Destined. However, when Harry summoned 3 Digimon, 2 that are well known to the DG Destined and 1 they haven't met or seen before, it left them in awe. Of course, Harry explained that the unknown Digimon was another Digimon Holy Royal Knight by the name of Gallantman, a very powerful one at that, but to everyone's surprise, these already powerful Digimon seemed to have a second more powerful form. Tai grunted when he saw that Alphaman has a second form. Alphaman can transform. You mean to tell me that the one we fought was holding back? Matt frowned and glared at the floor. Damn, it was hard enough to fend off already, but if it had transformed back then, he would have killed us all. It was a sobering thing to realize, that something so powerful was already holding back on them and that if it had chosen to stop playing around, Alphaman would have killed them along, with destroying a big portion of Japan. Carrie sighed and shook her head, hoping to change subjects and not think much about the fact that the Alphaman they fought, could have killed them all with ease. Instead she took out her smartphone and pointed it at the image of Alphaman's new form. Her smartphone immediately created a hard light hologram of Alphaman's form and began to explain what was known about this form. Alphaman Aryukan mode is a Holy Knight Digimon and a carrier of the X antibody. It is a form in which Aryaman achieved a miraculous Digivolution and became the Aryukan sword through the operation of the magic circle of Digi code that Alphaman unleashed. Aryaman is the mega of the experimental prototype Digimon that pursued further fighting strength, and by becoming a sword, all of that fighting strength was devoted exclusively to its attacks. To swing the Aryukan is to wield all of the power contained within a Mega Digimon, so to speak, so it isn't a sword that can be swung by an average Digimon, and there aren't any average Digimon that can take the blow. Carrie widened her eyes and then stared at Alphaman's sword. That sword is a Digimon? But how? Why did it become a weapon? Eri spoke up, because Aryaman only wanted to fight and battle stronger opponents. When it no longer could find any other Digimon to fight him and beat him, he chose to become a sword and wait for a worthy wielder. Apparently Daddy got the Aryukan as a quest reward. But he couldn't wield it, so he kept it in his inventory until the day Daruman reached her mega form, Alphaman. And the Aryukan immediately reacted to her and appeared in her hand from Daddy's inventory. He was so surprised too. But since that day, Alphaman has kept Aryukan with her at all times, and together, they both have gotten stronger and stronger fighting alongside Daddy. Everyone was once again awed at the things Harry and Alphaman have accomplished together, some even by accident. Tai then took out his smartphone and scanned Omniman's new form. Let's find out what this new form is. Tai's smartphone immediately created a hard light hologram of Omniman's new form and began to explain what is known about it. Omniman Merciful Mode is a Holy Knight Digimon. It is an Onmimon with white wings, resembling an angel. Having realized that there are some people who can only be saved by fighting, and defeating them, Omniman transformed into this form through sorrow and determination, and photon spreads, lines of bluish-white light that resemble tears rolling down one's cheeks, have emerged across its whole body. The photon spreads run across its whole body, temporarily increasing its power drastically. It is a being who relieves Digimon that have become corrupt and are unable to revert back by imposing judgment upon them, and it is said that the targets it attacks are those who always had a good heart to begin with. Omniman's grey sword has also been transformed into the katana-like fearsome blade. Tai and Matt frowned at the description of this new form of Omniman. Sora sadly stared at the hard light hologram and said, "For some reason, this form looks melancholy. It's just sad how this form was achieved." Sherry nodded. "Well, Daddy has lived a lot of lives and done quite a lot. At some point he must have realized that sometimes, you can only save someone by ending them." Sherry looked down and shook her head. After all, this was a lesson Sherry learned during her adventure with Hope, Morgan, and Claire. Her original father's only salvation was to end him, and she did it with everyone's help. Mako began to nervously fidget with her fingers. "That sounds so sad." And it was true. It was easy to forget that Harry, despite looking young, he's a very old being. The things he has seen and done must be staggering, and his Digimon are proof of those experiences. After all, there's a reason he has been able to unlock these new forms. Yoliai decided to change subjects, not wanting to have everyone wonder about the kinds of things Harry has done and experienced, so she took out the new smartphone Harry had given the second generation of the DG Destined and scanned Gallantman's new form. Let's find out what this new guy is all about. Yoliai's smartphone immediately created a hard light hologram of Gallantman's new form and began to give it information about it. Gallantman Crimson Mode is a warrior Digimon. It is a hidden form of Gallantman whose body is clad in armor that shines crimson. Because it has fully released its power, its armor portions possess the heat to dye them red. For that reason, it is unable to maintain Crimson Mode for a long duration. Within its chest is its DG core, which sealed the digital hazard, and when it discharges all the power in its body, a pinnate energy emission can be distinguished coming from its back. It wields a divine lance of light, named Gungnir, and a divine sword of light, named Bloodgong, energy weapons that have no physical form. Davis grinned and then cheerfully said, "Whoa! That's so cool! What a powerful and awesome-looking Digimon!" Ken nodded. "He sure is. To think that Gallantman is a holy royal knight as well." Izzy typed on his laptop and then looked surprised. "Oh wow! Harry's own energy is helping maintain their forms and energy output." Joe frowned and then turned his gaze toward Izzy. "Is that safe?" The amount of energy cycling inside Harry must be enormous, and he's doing all of this for 3 mega-level Digimon. Izzy nodded, but he still looked surprised. Yet Harry's body is easily doing this. It is kinda scary actually. If any one of us would have tried to do this, we would have combusted in a second. I think we could do it for just one of them, maybe Omniman Merciful Mode, and even then, it would have left us severely drained afterward. Harry grinned and then said, that's nothing. Daddy can do the same for all his Digimon, and at the same time. We once had a war game with all of them for fun, and it was awesome to fight all of those Digimon empowered by Daddy. Sherry's sweat dropped as she remembered that day. It was a sort of event organized by Neo Kyoto as a whole. It was supposed to be a fun little sparring session, but as usual, things got out of control. The guilds, the Potter household, the demigods, gods, and allies of the yokai faction, tried their best to defeat and push back her dad's Digimon, but what started as a small spar, became a whole war when the Demon Lord Digimon began to make fun of everyone. Hell broke loose soon after, and well, there was a ton of destruction, deaths, and even crippling injuries. The healing temples were really busy that day, but the worst thing? They couldn't even beat one of her dad's Digimon. Everyone stared at Harry in surprise. After all, Harry is able to do this with all his Digimon, and that was both a scary and amazing thing. After all, who knows how many Digimon Harry has, so he could literally have an all-powerful and unbeatable army at his beck and call, and no one can do anything about it. Homeostasis couldn't do anything as Harry's Royal Digimon Knights destroyed each and every dark Digimon it summoned and digivolved into their mega form. Homeostasis just couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, it alone had the power to digivolve Digimon, a special ability it had, ever since it came into being, a power he had shared with the DG Destined through the tags, crests, and DG Vices, but Harry just did it as well, and even helped his Digimon reach a level far beyond the mega level. Something homeostasis didn't even know was possible. How? How can you do all of this? What are you, Harry Potter? Harry narrowed his eyes and began to walk towards homeostasis, as Alph Amen Auriyukin, Omniman Merciful Mode, and Gallantman Crimson Mode, continue to easily blast the dark Digimon created by the Dark Ocean and homeostasis desires. Soon enough, Harry stood in front of homeostasis and then grabbed hold of Oblivion. You made the same mistake King Drazzle did. You both thought I was nothing but a human with some special power. So you pushed me aside as unimportant, someone not worth your attention. Too bad for you, that you made a horrible mistake, because I was not human back then, and now? I'm something far away from your level and understanding. I'm Harry Potter, Twilight Dread Dragon God of Chaos and Creation. And this is your end. As soon as Harry said that, he swung Oblivion towards homeostasis' crystal-like body, so fast and so strong, that all anyone could see was a black blur passing through homeostasis. Harry suddenly turned away from homeostasis, spun Oblivion in his hand, and then let it go, causing it and Oathkeeper to disappear into a burst of light and darkness. Homeostasis' body suddenly cracked and then shattered into a million pieces. Harry waved his hand back and darkness immediately sprung from the very dark ocean, and grabbed, engulfed, and destroyed whatever remained of homeostasis. Chapter 207. Alph Amen Auriyukin, Omniman Merciful Mode, and Gallantman Crimson Mode walked over to Harry and looked out towards the dark ocean. Harry turned around and stared into the sea of darkness as well, with a calm expression on his face. He sighed as the sound of waves reached his ears. Suddenly Alph Amen Auriyukin also sighed and then nodded herself, before speaking up. So it's finally over. Harry nodded, feeling calm and happy about the fact that the digital world no longer has to suffer the rule of arrogant and foolish beings. Yet, both King Drazzle and homeostasis are gone. The digital world is free to grow and evolve in peace, just as any other world, and the DG Destined and their Digimon partners can now be together forever without any worries. Omniman Merciful Mode close his eyes and smile with his eyes. Yes, the children and their Digimon partners will be able to live their lives in peace. Now, we will be able to see the true potential between them. I wonder just how will these children and their Digimon evolve. Gallantman Crimson Mode chuckled and then spoke up with a hint of amusement in his voice. You always get so retrospective when you're in that form, old friend, but you're right, I myself am curious as to what will become of the digital world and the DG Destined. Harry smiled and then looked up. Whatever happens, whatever become of the DG Destined and their bonds with their Digimon, we'll be there to help them through it and witness it. After all, that's the sort of thing an adult should do. Alph Amen lowly giggled and then nodded. You always hated that the children were forced to carry the weight of two worlds on their shoulders, hey? Harry nodded. Yes, that's why I stuck around, but, despite the hardships, the sacrifices, the tears and blood they shed, Mimi, Carrie, Matt, Sora, Joe, Izzy, TK, Davis, Yoli, Cody and Ken, have grown and become great people. If there's something I'm thankful for homeostasis foolishness, is the chance to have met them and become their friends. It's been really fun and I learned a lot from them as well. Omniman chuckled and looked down towards Harry. You sound like a proud parent, Harry. Harry snorted and shook his head, as if anything, I trusted them to always do the right thing and they did. Time after time they stood up and faced everything life threw at them. That's why I was so dedicated in helping them and training them. Gallantman Crimson Mode smiled, and then looked up. They're great kids. I can't wait to see what they accomplished under the care of Neo Kyoto and with their new guild. Harry smiled and nodded. I can't wait either, I just know it will be amazing. All three holy Digimon Royal Knights nodded and looked towards the sky, of the dark ocean. Despite this place being dark in nature, it left Harry and his Digimon alone. Unlike King Drazel and Homeostasis, the nature of this realm knew that Harry Potter was powerful beyond anything in this world. So this domain, ruled by negative emotions, desires, and darkness chooses to be at peace and wait for Harry to leave on his own, especially, because it can sense a darkness far more powerful than itself within Harry Potter and so, the Dragon God and his three Digimon Royal Knights stay there and watched the pitch-black starless sky, if only for a few minutes. Meanwhile, back with the DG Destined. The DG Destined watched as Harry just relaxed and rested after having deleted two very powerful digital entities with ease. Everyone had been very impressed by his words and his actions, and each and every one of the DG Destined felt proud and happy by them. However, Izzy's laptop began to beep, so he quickly took a look and widened his eyes when he saw the information displayed on the screen. He smiled soon enough and then announced what he was seeing to everyone. Wiz has begun with the expansion of the digital world. New continents are being formed and he's drawing data from other quadrants of the digital world's multiverse, to add more Digimon types as well. Tony took out his smartphone and began to fiddle with it. All processing power and speed are on optimal levels. Wiz is learning and absorbing knowledge at an incredible pace. He's already 3 times better than King Drazel and Homeostasis and he keeps growing. Izzy suddenly cheered. A happy and bright smile then appeared on his face, one also full of pride. This is incredible. Without the influence of Homeostasis and King Drazel, Wiz is able to fully manipulate and control all data from the digital world. He's actively changing it and improving it at an incredible rate. Suddenly, the smartphones of all the DG Destined began to beep and suddenly, a beam of light shot out of the smartphones. The beams all landed on the DG Destined's wrists and then solidified into some sort of digital watch. The smartphones suddenly beeped again. This time, however, they received a message from Wiz. The DG Destined, curious at their new situation, quickly read it. Hello everyone. I just sent you a nifty little gadget I saw in another world connected to the digital world. They're called the Vital Bracelets. They should come in handy when the natural dungeon is finally connected to the digital world. It will allow you guys to grow and evolve along your Digimon partners and unlock new forms of power and DG evolutions. A little gift from your friendly digital god Wiz. Enjoy guys. P.S. I also sent one to anyone with a smartphone and a Digimon partner, so Eri and Nejire. Have fun. I know these vital bracelets will come in handy to you guys in the future. Everyone stared at the vital bracelets in awe. In the screens of the bracelets they could see the time, a heart rate monitor, the date, and even if they received any calls or texts on their smartphone. However, suddenly the vital bracelets began to absorb some of their digital energy. The vital bracelets then began to brightly glow with the colors of the DG Destined's digital energy, until they stopped glowing and showed the changes they went under. Each of the DG Destined's vital bracelet changed color and now had their crest on their screen. Ty's is orange, with the crest of courage on the screen. Sora's is red and with the crest of love on the screen. Izzy's is purple with the crest of knowledge on the screen. Kari's is pink with the crest of light on the screen. Mimi's is green with the crest of sincerity on the screen. Matt's is sky blue with the crest of friendship on the screen. Joe's is grey with the crest of reliability on the screen. Mako's is pure white and has her crest of bonds on the screen. TK's is yellow and has the crest of hope on the screen. Davis is blue and white and with the crest of courage, friendship, and miracles on its screen. Along the DG armor eggs of the same crests, Yoli is red, green, and white and has both crest of love and sincerity on the screen along with the DG armor eggs of the same crests. Cody's is yellow, grey, and white and had the crest of hope and reliability on the screen. Along with the DG armor eggs of the same crests, and finally, Ken's had the colors black and grey with the crest of kindness on its screen. Unlike his friends, he doesn't have any DG armor eggs. While the DG Destined were staring at the vital bracelets in awe, Eri and Nejire were staring at them in confusion. For Eri, the colors are black and gold along with a crest she doesn't recognize, plus it's kinda glitchy as well, so she can't really see what it is to begin with. The same with Nejire, which has the colors of pink and brown, with a glitchy crest as well. They weren't sure why their crests were like this, though Eri had an idea. I wonder if this is because we haven't awakened our crests but we're close. Nejire hummed for a few seconds while thinking about what Eri just said, but eventually nodded and then said, seems like it. After all, it hasn't been long since our Digimon reached their champion level, maybe we aren't ready for crests yet. Eri nodded but smiled at her vital bracelet, wondering the sort of cool stuff they might be able to do later with their help. Tai grinned, feeling excited, but to his surprise, an 8-bit image of a human walked into the bracelet's screen. A human. The 8-bit image of a human smiled and waved at Tai. Tai. What is this place? It's so interesting and comfy as well, I can feel your heart and energy in here. Suddenly, everyone's Digimon walked into their bracelet screens and began to jump, wave, or dance around on the screen, while the DG Destined smiled and happily greeted their Digimon partners. This is the scene Harry arrived at, so he paused and then smiled as he saw his friends and daughter seem so happy and cheerful. He turned his head towards Tony, who grinned and explained everything that just happened. After Tony explained everything, Harry looked at his wrist and stared at the vital bracelet he received while he was relaxing on the dark ocean. I see, so that's what this is. It sort of appeared in a flash of light from my smartphone. So I thought it must have something you or Izzy made, to think that Wiz is capable of creating things like these already. Tony nodded and stared at Harry's vital bracelet, which happens to be gold and silver in color. On the screen he could see the Peveril family insignia along with a lot, and he really means a lot of Digimon walking around the screen. Wiz is already surpassing our expectations and growing faster than we could have hoped. Harry nodded. It was bound to happen. After all, Wiz is something unique. He's not just a program or a simple AI anymore. He's practically a digital supernatural entity that has ascended into godhood. Even I'm not sure how he will evolve or change over time. Tony nodded, and in all honesty, he was very excited as to how Wiz would change in time. Suddenly Mako turned her head towards Harry and finally noticed that he was back, so the DG Destined of Bonds brightly smiled and ran towards the dragon god. Harry. Look. Mikuman is dancing on the screen. Harry smiled at Mako and then watched as Mikuman was indeed dancing in that 8-bit form that appears on the screen of the vital bracelet. Her paws were above her head and she was wiggling them while she twirled around. In all honesty, it was adorable and caused Harry to chuckle. This is when the rest of the DG Destined noticed him at last and immediately ran towards him to show him their new vital bracelets and talk about what they saw, while he dealt with King Drazzle and homeostasis. Harry found himself surrounded by his friends and barraged by their questions, but Harry still had a happy smile on his face throughout the whole time this was happening. After the whole ordeal with King Drazzle and homeostasis was finally over, Harry was able to finally relax and enjoy his time with his friends the DG Destined, just like he originally planned, sort of extra small vacation, where he spent time with all of them. Something that the DG Destined were very happy about. Harry spent a lot of time getting involved with their hobbies and even their classwork. For example, he would go to Ty's soccer team's training and coach them. He would even play a game or two with them, which always impressed the members of the soccer team. The coaches really wanted him to join the team, seeing as they could easily win with him around, but Harry just laughed and said nah, since he likes to play for fun, though he did help teach and train everyone and that improved the soccer team's performance by a lot. With Matt, he would hang out with his band and even play with them a bit. It really surprised Matt's bandmates how Harry could actually play all kinds of instruments and actually jam with them. It was certainly amazing to them. Matt was used to it and he didn't even blink. He was just glad to spend some time jamming with Harry. TK asked Harry to be his wingman. Harry agreed and pulled off all of the tricks he learned from Sirius and Tony to get TK a lot of dates with all kinds of girls. Until the girl members of the DG Destined found out and beat the crap out of TK for using Harry like that. The screams of pain and horror still echo through the hallways of the school from the beating TK received, so much in fact, that some of the students now believe the hallways to be haunted. With Joe, well, Harry helped him study and even made lots of mock exams for him to practice with. He even went as far as teach Joe the basics of occlumency, so Joe could learn how to organize what he learns in his mind, plus the meditation lessons helped Joe relax a lot. Harry also met Joe's girlfriend, and to his shock, it turned out to be Yuli's sister, Chizuru. Apparently they both met during the whole ordeal with the second generation of the DG Destined and began dating, though according to Chizuru, they haven't told anyone because it's funny to watch them guess who would actually date Joe. Joe just grumbled at the jab made at his expense, which made Harry and Chizuru laugh at him a bit. Izzy and Harry spent a lot of time going back and forth between the DG Destin's world and Harry's, to both prepare the Digimon Tamers Guild and for him to learn under Tony and the boys. Izzy had a lot of fun hanging out and learning from people like Sirius and Remus, who despite being so smart, they were always ready to have a laugh, even at their own expense, from Murahara, who despite being eccentric and crazy, still treated Izzy with respect and kindness. Izzy certainly learned a lot under the boys and got to see new and exciting things, including things from other worlds. At some point, he even began to help with the boys' current projects. With Davis, he spent his time just being lazy and playing at the arcades. Davis as a person, is a chill and fun kind of guy, someone who enjoys just living life, so Harry just hung with him, and even went around trying all sorts of ramen shops with him. Cody wanted to train under Harry in Kendo, though Harry didn't know much about Kendo, he still decided to do what he could do to help Cody improve, so he served as an opponent to the young DG Destined, so Cody began to further improve his skills with the sword. Cody knew he couldn't ever beat Harry, but took these matches as a learning experience, and boy did he learn a lot, from just crossing swords with the Dragon God, and even though Harry was holding back by a lot, he was still a mountain too tall for Cody to climb. But he never gave up and gave it his all. Sure, he ended up with bruises and whatnot, but at least Harry always healed him afterward. Regardless, he still enjoyed his time with Harry. Ken was also someone who is a mellow and quiet person. His idea of fun was reading or just working on something on his computer. But that didn't stop Harry from spending time with him. Both would often go to a coffee and read a book, or just have a small quiet conversation, which lead them to become very popular with the girls around the places they went to have a coffee, something that embarrassed Ken and amused Harry to no end. With the girls, Harry had to do things a bit differently. For one, all of them wanted Harry to take them on a date or something like that. Harry, of course, agreed to do so, since he didn't see anything wrong with just taking the girls on a date, and thus Harry went out with them to do all kinds of different things. For Mako, despite her being so nervous at first, they would hang out in her apartment and watch a movie there or just have dinner. Sometimes Mako would ask about his adventures or his family, and the Dragon God was always happy to tell her more about that. It was a very good learning experience for Mako, one that allowed her to get to know Harry better, something she had wanted to do for a while now. After all, she was the one who knew the less about him and knew him for even a shorter time. So she wanted to make up for that and catch up with the other girls, and for her, this was the best way to do so, plus she really enjoys spending time with Harry like this. Mimi wanted to go shopping and Harry was more than happy to let her indulge in her choice of date. Mimi ended up buying all sorts of clothes and let Harry see her try them on, but what she really wanted, was to get close to Harry and spend time with him. So, even though they were doing something she likes, Mimi still spent a lot of her attention and time with Harry, hugging him and holding his hand, things like that. Harry was of course, happy to let Mimi do what she wanted and just smiled at her antics. Sora just wanted to spend time with Harry and thus, they would both go for walks, they would even have lunch together on the school's rooftop and just speak about their lives and goals in general, though Harry's current projects and goals were amazing to her, especially about the fact that Harry was preparing to go to war, just to help his friends in another world. Sure, it was sad that conflict always seems to find Harry, but Sora knew that Harry was the kind of guy, to always help a friend, and it shows in this situation, and the fact that he's always ready to rise above any problem was something she really admires. Carrie and Harry went on a photo snapping trip. In fact, Harry took Carrie all over the world, to see some of the most amazing sceneries and take pictures of them, something that Carrie really enjoyed, especially because she got to enjoy being with Harry while doing some she really likes. It was really fun for her to travel across the world with Harry like this, and she enjoyed it a lot. Yoli just wanted a normal date, a movie and dinner kind of thing, though her brother and sisters teased her quite a bit, whenever Harry went to her house to pick her up. But she ignored that and just enjoyed her perfectly normal date with Harry. Harry always made sure to keep the dates as normal as possible, even going as far as warding the entire place they would go to prevent anything weird or annoying from happening. Not like Yoli noticed, she was having too much fun spending time with Harry. Eventually, the time for Harry to return home arrived, but no one was sad, not when that also meant that both he and Izzy were done preparing the Digimon Tamers Guild. Which also meant that everyone could now use the portal between Harry and the DG Destin's world at any time, and that filled everyone with excitement. Sunday, inside the portal's digital plane. Harry, Tony, Eri, Nejire, and the DG Destined arrived at the portal's digital plane early in the morning. The DG Destined were really looking forward to getting to meet all of Harry's family and visiting Neo Kyoto. Harry waved his hand over the portal and it activated right away. he then smiled and turned his head towards everyone. "Alright everyone. This portal will take us directly to the Potter household's basement." The DG Destined smiled and nodded in understanding, while Ari and Nejire looked very excited. Tony just grinned knowing that the DG Destined were about to get really amazed with what they were going to see next. Harry smiled and walked into the portal, which prompted everyone else to also walk into it. As soon as the entire group used the portal, it deactivated and lay dormant until it was time for it to be used again. Potter household, basement, portal room. Everyone stepped out of the portal and arrived into a big circular chamber, one that had multiple other portals around the chamber. Izzy had seen this sight multiple times already, so he was used to it and did not react to it. But the other DG Destined didn't, and they were in awe at what they were seeing. Carrie looked at one of the portals with curiosity in her eyes. Ari noticed and immediately told her where the portal leads to. That portal goes to the Mushrooms Kingdom. It's a very magical place and has all sorts of cool things you can play with. It's like one big amusement park. Plus Princess Peach and the Mario brothers live there. Peach is so pretty and nice, and the Mario brothers have the coolest mustaches ever. Carrie smiled at Ari. She wanted to laugh a bit at the mustache part, but hearing that this portal led to the Mushroom Kingdom and that it was a very fun and magical place, had her curious. Mimi then pointed toward another portal. "What about that one?" Ari smiled and then explained, "That one goes to Hyrule. That's another very magical world, and there's a princess there as well. Her name is Zelda and she's very smart. Plus there are all sorts of monsters there as well." Yoli smiled and then pointed at another portal. "And this one?" Ari brightly smiled and then said, "Oh. That one goes to Nejire's world." Everyone turned to look at Nejire, who smiled and then said, "Yup. This one takes you directly into UA Academy. A school for heroes. Which reminds me. I have to go home and then throw this trip at everyone's faces. They're going to be so jealous." Everyone watched as Nejire skipped her way toward the portal leading to her world. Before she stepped through, she turned around, waved at everyone, and then hopped into the portal with a big smile on her face. Everyone's sweat dropped at what she had said about throwing her trip at her friends' faces, while Tony eventually sighed and shook his head in amusement. That girl has way too much energy. Everyone agreed, though, even if that's the case, everyone really likes and enjoys spending time with someone so bright and cheerful as Nejire, who happy-go-lucky and curious attitude, always brightens their day. Before anyone else could ask about another portal, Harry spoke up while walking towards the only door in this chamber. "Come on guys, you can ask about the portals later, even visit the worlds that they lead to. But we have quite a lot to do today, and you guys have a lot of people to meet as well and places to visit." The DG Destined nodded and followed behind Harry, with Ari and Tony following them close behind. A few seconds later they arrived at the front of the door and Harry opened it, revealing a massive forested area, which confused everyone quite a bit. Though Sora was the first one to ask Harry, about what had everyone so confused. "Harry, I thought you said this was the basement of your home." Harry chuckled and nodded. "It is. This place is the training grounds underneath the Potter household, an entire mini-dimension with all sorts of environments tied to it, all right underneath my house." Everyone nodded, now understanding what they were seeing, though everyone soon panicked when the ground began to shake, while big heavy footsteps began to echo throughout the area. Everyone braced themselves to avoid falling to the ground, but soon enough, the DG Destined gaped as they saw a massive dragon-like creature lazily walk around the training ground and then lay down for a nap. Tai pointed at the creature and then asked, "What the hell is that?" Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. "That's just Godzilla, an old and very powerful titan from another world. He's actually my niece's familiar and personal summon, but Morgan can pretty much handle anything on her own. So Godzilla spends his time chilling and napping down here, a sort of retirement if you will, one I think he more than deserves." Everyone nodded, though they all stared at Godzilla with a bit of apprehension. Sure, as DG Destined, they had seen a lot of supermassive monsters, but Godzilla was different. They could tell that the old titan was not only powerful, but something about him just made you respect it or put you on edge. After that, Harry then took everyone towards the stairs leading to the Potter household. The stairs were short, not something the DG Destined expected, given how tall the training grounds are. After all, it even had its own sky. But, the DG Destined soon arrived at the main floor of Harry's home. Tony immediately welcomed everyone and then told them that he had things to do, so he left to go to the boys' basement to work on a project. Izzy went with him since he had already met everyone in the Potter household and he wanted to help Tony with the project he was working on. Everyone else followed Harry and Ari into the Potter household's living room. Once everyone arrived, they were met with quite an odd sight. one that left them unable to speak. Harry smiled and watched as Ershkigal and Sirafal were playing some video game, while sitting on the ground, in front of the TV. Both looked to be really into their game, which seems to be a fighting game. Yasaka was working on some paperwork while drinking some coffee on a couch nearby, while Offeyes was on the couch next to Yasaka napping, and Rei was sitting on the floor in front of the coffee table and knitting something while humming. Though, soon enough, the 5 women dropped what they were doing and immediately turned around and smiled the moment they saw Harry. Ershkigal dropped her control and rushed towards Harry at full speed, which startled the DG Destined because she quite literally disappeared from their sight. Until she collided with Harry and hugged him tightly. Harry, of course, caught her easily and even spun her around a few times. Ershkigal giggled and then kissed Harry. The dragon god smiled and kissed his beautiful goddess girlfriend and then put her down. Ershkigal soon pulled away and smiled. Harry, you're finally back. Did you have a lot of fun? Harry chuckled in amusement at Ershkigal's excitement, but nodded and then said, yeah, it was certainly a fun little trip, plus I got to see my friends again and that's always great. Ershkigal beautifully smiled. Seeing Harry so happy was always something she really enjoys. Offeyes, who had woken up, floated over to Harry, and then rubbed her cheeks and nose against Harry's as a sign of affection. Harry smiled and did the same. Hey Offeyes, we didn't wake you, right? Offeyes shook her head and smiled. No, I sensed you arrive, so I just waited with my eyes closed. Harry nodded and gave Offeyes a little peck on her lips, which got her to smile a small but soft smile. Yasaka walked over and hugged Harry next. The dragon god smiled and gave his 9-tailed girlfriend a kiss on the lips, which had Yasaka's tails puffing up. The leader of the yokai pulled away and affectionately rubbed Harry's cheeks with her hand. Welcome back home, Harry. Harry smiled and quickly responded, it's good to be back, Yo-chan. Sirafal was next and immediately hugged Harry from behind. The Mo rubbed her face on Harry's hair with a massive grinning her face. Finally, I get to recharge my Harry battery. Harry laughed and then kissed Sirafal on the cheek, before speaking. How have you been, Sirafal? Sirafal smiled and then said, well, things have calmed a bit after Morgan, Hope, and Eric took care of the Neburos clan and their many labs. The devil faction knows it was the yokai faction who got involved, but they can't prove it and they're not willing to provoke us, so they're being good boys and girls and staying quiet. So, I've been able to relax and take some time off to hang out with everyone. I'm even coming up with a lot of new episodes for my show too. Harry nodded at the news and then smiled at Sirafal. That's great, I'm glad you have been able to take it easy, Sira, you work too much sometimes. Sirafal smiled and jumped off Harry's back. He was of course right, she does tend to work too much sometimes, but she wants to protect her home and if that takes some of her time to do so, then so be it. Harry then walked over to Rei. When Sirafal jumped off his back, he then hugged her from behind and gave her a small peck on the lips. Hey Rei, I'm home. Rei smiled and nodded, welcome home, dear. Harry smiled at Rei and then looked at what she was knitting. What are you making? Rei happily smiled and then said, scarves for the kids, I'm sure they will love them. Harry raised an eyebrow and then asked, for all of them? Rei nodded and then said, of course. They're all my daughters, sons, nieces, and friends. Of course, I would make them all a scarf. Harry chuckled and nodded, I see, just don't overwork yourself, okay? Rei nodded and then Harry let go of her, so she could stand up. She had been waiting for Sirafal, Ershkigal, Yasaka, and Offeyes to greet Harry first after all. Harry then looked around and then asked, where's everyone? Yasaka was the one who answered his question. They all went dungeon diving to grind materials and money. We need more for all the projects the Research and Development Guild are working on. Benazia also wants to talk to you about some ideas she has as well. Harry smiled, knowing that everyone was still working hard on the ongoing projects they have, towards the war against the Reapers. Harry then turned to look at the DG Destined and smiled at them before speaking up. Well, contact everyone and tell them that we have visitors I want them to meet. Chapter 208. After Harry asked for the Potter family to gather, the DG Destined then sat around the living room to wait for everyone to come together and come meet them, though they were feeling rather awkward at the moment, for they were now being stared down by Harry's girlfriends, the ones they found in the living room as they arrived. The guys were quite impressed and a bit jealous of how beautiful and unique Yasaka, Sirafal, Offeyes, Ershkigal, and Rei are. Even Joe, who is dating Chizuru, was feeling a bit embarrassed and self-conscious, while being stared down by these 5 beautiful women. Even Offeyes, who is a petite woman, had a certain beauty and cuteness mix, that had everyone utterly in awe. The girls, however, felt a bit intimidated and even more self-conscious. Especially when they began to compare themselves to Harry's girlfriends. Gabriel was one thing, she's an angel and as such, she was expected to be beautiful, but the girls now met more of Harry's girlfriends and they were all gorgeous, and with big assets that they lacked and that had them pouting a bit. Harry just sat on his couch and was content to just let his friends suffer under the curious gazes of 5 of his girlfriends. He found it quite amusing actually. Eventually, it was Mako who decided to finally speak. It's very nice to meet you. Well, she tried, but her shyness was in full effect and her self-confidence was at an all-time low. Seraphal tilted her head at Mako and stared at her, making the poor girl even more nervous, until Seraphal turned her head towards Harry and said, "Harry. She's adorable. I'm keeping her." Mako blushed a bit and began to fidget with her hands, which got Seraphal to gush over her even more. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Gabriel asked the same thing, "But seriously, you can't keep her, Seraphal, she has a home and a family." Seraphal pouted at Harry. She then teleported right on top of Mako's lap and hugged her. "Aw, come on. How about it, Maytan? Want to stay here? I can even add you to my show." A shy and adorable magical girl would be very popular. Poor Mako squeaked in surprise and then blushed at having Seraphal on her lap and hugging her. She couldn't even speak and began to choke on her words, until one of Yasaka's tails slammed like a hammer on top of Seraphal's head, causing the Mu to grunt in pain and them fall unconscious on poor Mako. Luckily for her, Yasaka quickly removed Seraphal from her lap and then threw her unconscious body behind the couch. Yasaka then kindly smiled at Mako and tried to calm her down a bit. "Don't pay any heed to that shameless devil, okay sweetie?" Mako nervously began to sweat, but nodded, though now she was worried for Seraphal. Is she going to be okay? Yasaka waved her hand with a smile on her face and then said, "She's fine, it takes more than that to take down someone like Seraphal." Everyone turned their heads towards the floor where some blood was beginning to spread from underneath the couch, but Yasaka quickly wiped it with one of her tails and then cleaned said tail with magic, all with a calm and kind smile on her face. Having seen Yasaka moved her tails plenty of times now, the DG destined were very curious about them, specifically Mimi, who looked like she really wanted to touch one since she was sitting the closest to Yasaka, but the tail kept moving away from her. Carrie however stared at the tail that cleaned the blood off the floor and then asked, "Can you really move all of them independently?" Yasaka blinked at the sudden question and then followed Kari's gaze until her gaze landed on her tail. "Oh. You mean my tails? Yeah, I can move them all independently, they're a great help with paperwork or the kitchen too." To prove her point, Yasaka moved all 9 of her tails and began to do all sorts of things with them, like grabbing a comb and combing Kari's hair. 2 grabbed Seraphal's unconscious body from behind the couch and began to juggle her in mid-air. 1 hugged Harry, who smiled and began to run his fingers through the tail's fur. Another grabbed the TV control and changed the channel. 1 was writing her name on a piece of paper, and so on and on. Which got the DG destined to stare in awe, but suddenly, the door to the living room was opened and quite a few people ran into the room and tackled Harry, off the couch he was sitting on and dogpiled on him. Harry grunted from the sudden weight on his body, while Yasaka, Offis, Rei, and Airshikal giggled and then jumped on the pile of bodies on top of Harry, while Yasaka placed Seraphal's unconscious body below her, like a pillow. This left the DG destined utterly surprised and speechless, while Harry groaned and spoke from the bottom of the pile, "Ugh, okay, whoever is groping me, please stop." Luna suddenly spoke from somewhere underneath the pile, "Not sorry." Harry chuckled in amusement, he then sighed and then said, "I wasn't even gone for long guys, come on." Everyone laughed and then began to get off Harry, who despite complaining, he had a very happy smile on his face right now. Once everyone got off Harry, the DG destined were able to see all the people who just tackled and dogpiled a dragon god. Most of them, like with Yasaka, Seraphal, Offis, Rei, and Airshikal, were beautiful and unique women and girls. There were also young children in the group. Sherry and Lily were there, but there were a few the DG destined didn't know at all. Finally, Harry stood up and then huffed at his family, "Hey guys, I heard you've been busy." Everyone smiled and nodded to Harry. A brunette with very warm and kind brown eyes then said, "We needed more materials and funding for the main project that the Research and Development Guild has been working on. So we decided to grind for money and materials to assist. Actually, all the guilds are inside the natural dungeon right now, including most of our demigod children as well." Harry nodded. He knew that his projects and plans were going to need time, a lot of money, and resources. However, before Harry could say anything, Tai asked a question, project. Hearing a new voice they didn't recognize, everyone turned around and stared at Tai, who jumped from the sudden attention he just received. Fu tilted her head and then pointed at Tai, who are you? A new friend. Tai's sweat dropped, not knowing how to respond to such a question, and about the fact that the green-haired girl was pointing at him like she is. Harry smiled and then spoke, everyone, these are the DG destined, my friends from another world and practically family as well. I was kinda adopted by their parents. Well, that did it. The moment Harry proclaimed that the DG destined are friends and family, the entire Potter household crowed around the DG destined and began to ask questions, well except Yasaka, Office, Rei, and Airshikal, who stared at the chaos with a smile on their faces. Also, Sirafal, who was still unconscious and bleeding a lot from her head, but thankfully, Gabriel was already healing her, though she was very confused as to why her friend and harem sister was in this condition, to begin with. Some time later, after everyone introduced themselves and got to know each other, they all sat around in the living room and began having conversations amongst each other. Carrie was taking a picture of Kunu and Yasaka together. Nice, this one looks very good. Yasaka smiled, while Kunu ran towards Carrie and took a look at the picture. Oh, it does look nice. Can you send it to me on my smartphone? I'll use it as my wallpaper. Carrie nodded with a smile on her face and quickly began to do as Kunu asked. Meanwhile, Mako was talking with Asia, Fei, and Susan about Harry's favorite kinds of foods. So Harry likes to eat all kinds of meats, hey? Is it because he's a dragon? Fei giggled and nodded, that, and he's a bit of a glutton, but he's also a great cook as well. Asia nodded and then said, he likes to eat fruit as well. I've seen him gulp down whole mangoes and even pineapples. Susan sighed and shook her head. Honestly, I keep telling him to peel them or something, but he just chucks them into his mouth like Skittles or something. Mako laughed at the image of Harry just downing big fruits as candy. Meanwhile, Sora was sitting on a couch, while speaking with Hermione and Jean. Oh, so you have books on flower arrangements here? Hermione nodded and then explained, yup, we have books on this art from different factions as well. Yokai are more Japanese traditional about it, but the Greek dryads are also known to make some of the most gorgeous flower arrangements. Jean hummed, we could go see some of the dryads at the big house. Even Hestia and Rhea might know something about flower arrangements. Sora nervously laughed at the idea of asking a real goddess about flower arrangements, but she was also very curious about what they had to say. Yoliai was talking to Valerie, Fu, and Milim. You're a vampire. Like Dracula and all that. Valerie smiled and nodded, yup, Dracula is even my ancestor. Milim crossed her arms and then grinned, I also know a vampire. She's a little odd and whatnot, plus she's also the secret leader of the church in my world, which is funny, but she's cool. She likes to cosplay as a maid a lot though. Fu giggled, vampires are weird in Neo-Kyoto too. They all talk so posh and proper, it's kinda hard to understand them, but they're generally very nice once you get to know them a bit. Valerie's sweat dropped at the jab sent to her race's way of speaking, while Yoliai grinned in excitement, oh. That's so interesting. I always thought vampires were all gloomy and edgy, plus all wearing black and whatnot. Valerie looked down and looked defeated, that's just stereotyping at its worst. On the other side, sitting around the coffee table were Mimi, Jessica, and Airshikal. Wait, there's a super enchanted set of divine bustier. Whoa. Jessica blushed and nodded, yeah, it's an extremely powerful set of magical armor, though, it is a bit embarrassing to wear it in battle, though Harry does like it when I wear it. Airshikal giggled and then added in, there's also that bunny girl outfit too. I bet Harry likes it as well. Jessica blushed deep red and nodded, while Mimi was already thinking about buying herself a bunny girl outfit later and modeling it for Harry. Joe was speaking with Tsunade and Gabriel, so, there are more ways that the healing temple can heal and offer medical treatment. Tsunade nodded, of course, in Neo-Kyoto and Kyoto, we have quite the diversity of supernatural beings, which makes it possible for us to incorporate other methods of healing from different branches of magic and whatnot. Plus Harry and the Munchkins have been bringing back all sorts of technology and magic that specialize in healing. Gabriel nodded, it certainly has helped in expanding our knowledge and improving the methods in which we can offer health improvement and medical practices to everyone allied to Neo-Kyoto. Joe nodded and looked down, like a think tank for medicine. Hey. TK, Davis, and Matt were speaking with Sirius, though all four of them were now sporting long beards. TK rubbed his blonde long beard and grinned, hey? So this is how I'm going to look with a beard, not bad. Davis laughed and then grinned as well. This is neat. Now all I have to do, is learn how to shave. Matt smiled and then looked at Sirius. Pretty nifty spell, but what would we use it for? Sirius grinned and then said, well, having a beard and then shaving it a bit so it's nice and clean, you can then sneak into a nightclubs, even buy a few beers, cause I'm sure they won't ask for your age if you look like this. Matt nodded, magic is useful. Remus was deadpanning to Sirius, while Ken and Cody were shaking their head at their fellow DG Destin's shenanigans. Remus sighed and shook his head, great, the idiot is now encouraging underage drinking. Ken sighed as well and then said, don't worry, we'll keep an eye on them and make sure they don't cause any trouble. Cody nodded, I'll use my kendo sword. Eri, Lily, Sherry, and Himawari, who came to visit and help grind, were sitting with Luna, Rei, and the Digimon who were sent out of everyone's smartphone to hang out. Luna smiled and rubbed both Gatamon's belly which made them purr. Rei was petting Agumon and Gabumon, while both Digimon looked very happy. Rei then looked over to all the Digimon and asked, I wonder if there's an ice-oriented Digimon. Bioman jumped on Rei's back and happily answered the question, of course there is. There's Frigimon, who looks like a snow bear. Palman nodded and then said, there's also Iceman, they're very cheerful Digimon, but they can be quite mischievous too. Gamamon then hummed as he thought about another ice-themed Digimon, there's also Hyagamon, but they're kind of mean and bullies. Rei smiled and nodded, I see, I kinda want to see a Frigimon then, they sound cute. Luna then spoke up and asked Agumon about something she heard from Harry, a while ago, I've heard from Harry that there's a black version of Agumon too, is that true? Agumon nodded, yeah, but they're really feral and wild, I think Harry has one, or at least he did. Eri, who was playing with Mikuman and Blagatamon nodded, he does. He even evolved into Black Wargreymon. Luna smiled and then said, ah. So that's its megaform, very interesting, I'll have to ask Harry to Digi-evolved Black Wargreymon, so I can see what a black Agumon looks like. Agumon grinned, I personally think, regular Agumon looks cooler. Everyone shared a laugh at that comment, while Himawari grabbed Gamamon and gave him a hug, you guys are so cute. Gamamon nodded and smiled, we are, aren't we? Tai was sitting with Harry, Off-Eyes, and Sirafal, who had awakened from being unconscious and was now smiling and speaking. Tai smiled watching everyone having fun while speaking and getting to know each other, though he still had something on his mind, something that had him very curious about it. So he turned his head towards Harry, who now had Sirafal laying her head on his lap, while he rubbed her head and called out to him Harry. Harry's looked over to Tai and responded, what's up? Tai quickly asked about what had him so curious, what sort of projects are you doing right now? It sounded very important and serious. Harry blinked in surprise that Tai was still curious about the projects that were being mentioned, but seeing that there was no reason not to tell Tai about it, he smiled and then proceeded to explain, Neo Kyoto and the Potters are preparing for war. A few friends and their world are in danger of being attacked by highly advanced, powerful mechanical and digital creatures, known as the Reapers. In order to help our friends, we're preparing for when the Reapers will attack. Tai frowned as he absorbed what Harry just told him. He thought about it for a few seconds, before speaking up, are these, Reapers, worse than the Dark Masters in Apocalypse? Harry closed his eyes and nodded, way worse, in fact, the Reapers make those dark Digimon look like babies compared to them. Not only are the Reapers highly advanced and powerful digital entities, but they have been operating for a very long time. At least 1 billion years, during that time, they have implemented all sorts of technological advances into their arsenal, but the worst part is that they have been the cause of a cycle of destruction on a galaxy scale. We don't know how many times this cycle has been started, nor how many lives and civilizations have been erased from existence, but I sure as hell will be putting a stop to it, for that reason. Neo Kyoto is pulling all of its resources, creating and advancing our technological power, also we can create our own space fleet and aid our friends from that world. It's taking a while though, there's a lot to do, research, materials, and money needed to fulfill all of our goals and plans. But we are working as fast as we can, pulling all help from all allies. Right now, we're in the process of preparing to build a moon base. Once up there, we will begin construction of the Neo Kyoto space fleet. Sirafal hummed for a second and then spoke up from Harry's lap, we're also doing research and development of weapons, gear, and even spaceships, in order to better help our friends. Luckily we have multiple people who moved from that world to this one, who are helping us and giving us all the knowledge and experience we need to make things work. Off-Eyes nodded from where she was sitting, this is a massive coalition between all sorts of supernatural beings, magic, and technology, a combination of different ideals and ideas, all for the sake to protect our friends and save an entire galaxy from utter destruction. Tai intertwined his fingers in front of himself and then rested his chin on them. He looked to be thinking about something, but Harry, Seraphal, and Offis were more than happy to let him do so. Eventually, the DG destined of courage spoke up. How can we help? Harry grinned at the willingness to help that Tai just displayed, but unfortunately, the dragon shook his head. Right now, there's nothing the DG destined can help us with, Tai. Tai frowned and looked ready to argue, but Harry raised a hand to stop the DG destined of courage from speaking and then began to further explain. Let me explain, Tai. First of all, the Reapers have a method of brainwashing. We called it indoctrination. It's subtle and undetectable as far as we know. We can't risk you guys who have not been trained, and have not had experience with beings such as this. Second, the Reapers are digital beings of unknown origin, one that have lived for at least 1 billion of years. We don't know how advanced they are, nor the extent of their data processing power, which means that Digimon should not be used against beings such as these. Who knows what they could do to a digital creature such as a Digimon? That's not something I want to risk, and I doubt you would do either. And third, you and the rest of the DG destined are digital hybrids. Facing a Reaper would be a very dangerous risk for you guys. So until we know exactly what we're dealing with here and the extent of the power the Reapers have in a digital plane, we're not risking you guys nor the Digimon. Tai looked down. He didn't like it, but he knew better than to argue when Harry decides something, especially when he knows that there's a good reason for such decisions that Harry makes. Tai suddenly looked up and then asked a question. Can't you find out? You know? Use that thing Izzy mentioned back when we were in the digital world? What did he call it? Oh. The aka something record. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. The Akashic record, Tai. But to begin with, that's not an ability I like to abuse. The administrator who was in charge of it before me, did that, in a fit of madness and arrogance, sought to destroy a world and reset it. But besides that, I can't use the Akashic record to look too deep into that world, or rather, I was unable to do so when I tried. Tai raised an eyebrow in surprise. You couldn't? That's a surprise. I don't think I've ever seen you not being able to do something. Harry grinned and shrugged. It happens on occasion. It's been a while since the last time though. Tai nodded and then decided to ask another question. So, what happened? Why weren't you able to use the Akashic record thingy to look into the history of that world? Offis turned her gaze towards Harry, curious to hear the reason herself. All of this was news to her after all, and she was very curious now. Seraphal, feeling just as curious, sat up and sat right beside Harry to hear what he had to say. Harry, on his part, scratched his head and then said, well, this is hard to explain, especially to those who aren't connected to the Akashic record. Okay, think of the Akashic record as a node, a throne where one can sit and view the past, present, and future of every world in the universe. But this is when things get rather odd. The node is connected to every world, like a root, but from those connections, countless other connections spread out from the main one right into the node, the root per se. Trying to look at the history of a world is like deep diving into those connections head first and holding your breath as long as possible while looking for the correct connections to actually watch to find the information you're looking for. Now, as the administrator of the Akashic record, I can do this way more easily than anyone else can, but it can be overwhelming nonetheless and quite draining on the mind. It's only because I'm a being so powerful that I can do this without any after effects. But that's not the issue with the world where the Reapers exist. Rather, something or someone was able to connect to the main connection of this universe to the Akashic record and made some kind of makeshift connections. This caused the main connection to be frayed, so all I can see from the Akashic record is static or very glitched up images. Whoever did this, did a half-ass horrible job and damaged the connection. Something, I quite frankly don't know how to fix. I haven't seen anything like that before. No doubt there might be other worlds with damaged connections like this one, but as of now, I have no idea what to do about it. I'm working on it though. But, preparing to deal with the Reapers is taking priority right now. Tai looked a bit overwhelmed with the information he just received, but he seemed to understand the gist of it. Seraphal was scratching her head. This was a pretty big dilemma and she didn't even know where to start to fix it. Honestly, she doesn't know how Harry deals with stuff like this all the time. Offis, however, frowned. As a dragon god and someone ancient, she knew that what Harry described was not a good thing. She knew he was dumbing down the explanation for Tai's sake, but the implications of something or someone being able to do this, to the direct connection to the Akashic record, was very bad news. Who knows the sort of things and knowledge was pulled from the root. Knowledge of this kind and magnitude is not something any being can look upon and not grow insane. Harry sighed and shook his head, but don't worry Tai, we can handle this. For now, I want you guys to focus on preparing for the Digimon Tamers Guild. You and the rest of the DG Destined will be very busy with that for a while. Sirafal suddenly smiled and then said, oh that's right. Yasaka did mention that a new guild will be operating soon. I guess it has to do with Digimon Hai. Tai nodded, yes, Harry and Izzy thought that it would be the best way to help us, the DG Destined, and the future generations to come, plus there are a lot more DG Destined around the world that need help. Off-Ice titled her head, need help? With what? Didn't Harry already fix the problems with your world? That's what he usually does. Harry chuckled and nodded, yeah, I fixed a lot of problems and dealt with some annoyances, but the fact of the matter is, that the DG Destined are still going to be needed, and given, that more and more children are getting their own Digimon partner. They will need help, instructions, and most of all, resources, to both grow and help their Digimon become strong. Trust me, I know how difficult it is to take care of a Digimon and I have hundreds of them, troublesome little gits. Harry's smartphone violently shook in his pocket, letting him know that all of his Digimon heard him and were telling him off, which made him chuckle. Daruman heard her friend and tamer and couldn't, but smile knowing how true Harry's words are. Off-Ice nodded, I suspect, that you guys need a safe place to gather, collect information, and obtain resources, especially if there's going to be more of you in the future, right? Sirafal grinned and then said, ooh. A command center. That's what the Digimon Tamers Guild is for. Harry nodded with a smile on his face, yeah, plus, we also want to help Tai and the others learn how to harness their digital energy, find out different ways in which they can use it, and even allow them new ways to support their Digimon. Tai nodded and smiled. In all honesty, he was very excited about this whole thing. In fact, he hadn't felt like this since he first appeared in the digital world and met a human. It was a feeling he thought he lost a long time ago, but it was back and in full force. Tai, the DG Destined of Courage, was excited about the new adventures he and his friends will getting into, in Neo Kyoto, a city where everything was possible as long as you have the will to accomplish something. The DG Destined spent quite a bit of time getting to know the Potter family along with some family friends that arrived later, people like Himiko, who is an amazing chef and had cooked them all a very delicious meal. Hela, a maid who also happens to be an alien goddess of a planet called Asgard, in the world where Jean, Tony, Pepper and Morgan had come from. That was quite a surprise, especially when the DG Destined found out how Hela used to be in the past. But, to their surprise and relief, Hela the maid is a gentle and very friendly woman, not at all like the way she was described to be in the past, when she was nothing but a bloodlust-filled and merciless woman. Pepper, who was a very kind and gentle woman, treated the DG Destined like family and spent a lot of time reining the men of the Potter household, so they would behave. Urahara, a very eccentric and sus man, well, according to TK, who immediately called him sus as soon as Urahara spoke, which made Harry laugh quite a bit at his expense. Himawari finally introduced herself to the DG Destined, after a while. Being one of Harry's nieces and a ninja, surprised the DG Destined as well, especially when Himawari began to explain some things about her world, along with some of the things ninja can do. To the further surprise of everyone, Himawari was also revealed as a very talented mage, just like Eri. But unlike the little Potter, who likes big explosions and bangs when it comes to her spell selection, Himawari was more subtle and practical with her magic, focusing on things like runecraft and fuinjutsu, something she had a knack for. There were more people for the DG Destined to meet and get to know in this world, so this little visit had only just begun, for they still have to go to Neo Kyoto and have a tour of the place, and of course, meet with more family and friends. Chapter 209. The Potter family and the DG Destined spent quite a bit of time talking and getting to know each other better, enough time for them to actually get a feeling of how each person is and behaves. Overall, most of the Potter family members are eccentric, but loving and fun individuals, people the DG Destined soon found themselves trusting and getting along with. As for the Potter family, they quickly came to understand and see that the DG Destined are a group of loyal, brave and well-meaning girls and guys, people who quite match with the Potter household's way of living and philosophies, no doubt that to Harry taking care of them and teaching them all sort of things. They were also very happy to meet with people that Harry obviously cared a lot for. It was quite evident that Harry held the DG Destined in high regard, not a surprise though, since they all practically grew up together, relied on each other, and went through a lot of things while adventuring all over the digital world. It was no surprise that the DG Destined are a tight group, one that held Harry as their leader and the most important member of the group. If there was one thing the Potter family knew now, is that Harry would always be there for the DG Destined, and so will they for Harry. In other words, they are family, and as such, the Potter family wasted no time in accepting them and now considers them as family, even if the DG Destined themselves had no idea that they had just joined one of the most chaotic families in the multiverse as new members of said family. But in the end, that didn't matter to both groups. They were all quite happy and having a lot of fun, getting to know each other. Eventually, Izzy came back to the group and told the DG Destined that everything for the Digimon Tamers Guild was now ready. With that news, Harry decided it was time to take the DG Destined to go and see the place where they will be operating from now on, a trip to Neo Kyoto, so the DG Destined would be able to witness just the sort of world they just joined. Harry's girlfriends except Yasaka and Sirafal decided to stay back at home and prepare a little celebration, something to celebrate the fact that the DG Destined are now members of both the family and the yokai faction as a whole. Eri, Lily, Sherry, and Himawari stayed behind, excited about the party for their new friends, though Eri, Lily, and Sherry did say that they would meet everyone at the guild a bit later since they were curious about the Digimon Tamers Guild, but for now, they decided to stay and help prepare everything and make sure their aunts and mothers don't do anything too crazy. Like letting Airshikal cook, or something as chaotic and dangerous as that. While the Potter family prepared and began to make plans for the celebration, Harry smiled and then waved his hand to the side. A dark corridor immediately sprouted from the ground in front of Harry. With excitement in their eyes and smiles on their faces, the DG Destined walked into the dark corridor, followed by Harry. The corridor soon dissipate once the dragon god stepped through, leaving the Potter family to get ready. The dark corridor sprouted in front of a building, right in the middle of Neo Kyoto. This building was a bit different from the usual modern Japanese and traditional buildings of this city, for this one was even more advanced and had a different look than the rest of the buildings nearby. This building was built by order of Yasaka and organized by Sirafal, though both Izzy and Tony helped with every bit of technology in the building, an all-concrete and steel building that will serve as the guild hall of the Digimon Tamers Guild. Of course, the DG Destined were awed at the building the moment they saw it. It might only be 4 stories high, but it is still a highly impressive building, though the design was not something any of the DG Destined had seen before. Izzy smiled and stepped forward. All right everyone. Welcome to our base of operations. From here we'll be organizing ourselves and the rest of the worldwide DG Destined. This is our home in this world. Everyone awed even more at the building after hearing Izzy's words. Yasaka smiled seeing the expressions on the DG Destined's faces. She then stepped forward and addressed the group. A few things before we go inside for a tour. Everyone turned their heads towards Yasaka and gave her all of their attention. Yasaka smiled at the DG Destined and then went on. As all other guilds in Neo Kyoto, the Digimon Tamers Guild will be financed by both the yokai faction and the Potter family. Results and research will of course be collected by us, but don't worry, all we're going to do with it is organize and decide where it goes, whether that will be Neo Kyoto's archives, library, or the Potter household's own library. It's something that will be decided by Izzy, Harry, and Tony. Of course, technological advancements and other findings will be used to improve Neo Kyoto and the lives of everyone living in it. Yasaka smiled as she explained everything to the DG Destined. While the group was quite happy with this arrangement, they get to help themselves, the other DG Destined from around the world, and Neo Kyoto as a whole. It was a win-win situation all around. Sirafal stepped forward and continued with the speech. But that's not all guys, as a Neo Kyoto organization, we'll be funding you guys with anything you need, from resources, research materials, and even money. This is a two-way deal sort of thing, scratch my back and I scratch yours. We'll also offer rewards and prizes for achievements, and even more things that will help you guys, in the long run as you continue to run the guild. Just let us know what you need and we'll make sure you'll get it. You're also allowed all resources and knowledge from Neo Kyoto. Take advantage of this guys. Higher education, training, connections, and money will be available to you. So don't be shy, ask us for anything and we'll do everything in our power to make sure you have it. Take this opportunity to further yourself on your paths to a great future, one of your own choosing. The DG Destined smiled in excitement. They had already heard all of this from Harry, but hearing confirmation was good too, especially because most of the DG Destined were looking forwards to the benefits of being part of Neo Kyoto. Yasaka then went on, from where Sirafal stopped, you will also be paid a salary for being active members of a guild. It is a substantial amount, so do take care of your finances and save some of it as well. Also, as active members, you don't have to always involve yourself with the guild and its doings. It's encouraged that you guys work hard, but we know that you also have other things to do. Harry and the rest of us decided that your education comes first, so do keep up your grades and if needed take care of all your doings before dealing with anything to do with the guild. You will still get paid a salary, so use that to give yourselves some leeway. Harry smiled as he watched his friends seem so excited now and happy to get some money. The dragon god then chuckled, while the DG destined began to make plans to buy things they needed, like new soccer shoes for Tai, a new guitar for Matt, a kimono for Sora or new clothes for Mimi, things like that. Harry can't wait to see their reactions to the pay a member of a guild gets. It is pretty high, since all guilds go to the natural dungeon and need to buy gear and other things to venture inside. So, Neo Kyoto set up this payment for them to have a way to get the money needed to succeed. What they get in the dungeon is just a bonus, plus Neo Kyoto benefits from this as well. The city gets lots of money moving from all the transactions. Materials and other magical objects also make it to the market or the research and development guild, which leads to new discoveries and even more things to work with. This is one of the reasons Neo Kyoto is so successful as both a supernatural faction and as a community. Harry smiled and brought himself out of his thoughts. He then addressed his friends. Also, we'll be doing more examinations on you guys and keeping an eye on how you develop as digital hybrids. I will also personally help you harness the digital energy within you. That way, we might find new ways for you guys to use it, other than digivolving your Digimon partners of course. Plus, you also will be getting stronger as well. Everyone here in Neo Kyoto has to able to defend themselves after all. The DG destined nodded. Harry had explained to them that despite Neo Kyoto being a peaceful city, they did have enemies and that at any point, these enemies might try to do something. Of course, they would never be able to get into Neo Kyoto. But they might go after a member of the city if they're outside the city. This doesn't happen often, but you never know, and Harry is the type of person to be careful when it comes to his loved ones. This is why he intends to make sure the DG destined can protect themselves. Of course, this will also help the DG destined learn more about themselves as digital hybrids, something that's so new and unique, that Harry didn't know anything about it and he was very curious about it as well. After Harry, Sirafal, and Yasaka gave their speech to the DG destined, they then lead them inside the building that will serve as a base for the Digimon Tamers Guild. Of course, the first thing the DG destined noticed was how technologically advanced the inside of the guild building is. Everything seemed like something brought out of the digital world. Hard light holograms created screens all over the lobby. These screens showed all kinds of information, from the current members of the guild to their Digimon partners and whether said members of the guild are active or not. Some other data was available for viewing as well, things like the current condition of the digital world, other Digimon data, a wild Digimon scanner, and even a list of quests handed out by Neo Kyoto or some other individual member of the Potter household, to the guild and its members. The DG destined were awed at the sheer level of data and information being shown, though, at the moment, only 3 members of the guild were being shown, those being Harry, Izzy, and Tony Stark. Carrie looked over at the quest board and tilted her head in curiosity. What's this? Quests? Like in a video game? Harry chuckled and nodded. Something like that. All guilds have a quest board in their guild halls. It shows requests given to them by people of Neo Kyoto or even us, the Potter family. These requests will revolve around the general theme of the guild though. Carrie nodded and hummed a tune as she thought about what she heard. Tai nodded and seemed to understand. I see, since this is a Digimon Tamers Guild, we'll be getting quests pertaining to things about Digimon and the digital world. Harry nodded. Joe looked at the quest board and then piped in, I think I understand. For example, the healing temples might give us a quest having to do with healing and medicine making, either with an item found in the digital world or a Digimon with healing capabilities, right? Harry smiled and nodded. Yasaka then added more information, that's right, but quests come with rewards as well. They differ from quest to quest, some offering money, to even training, items, gear, or even a new skill. I recommend you guys check your quest board often and try to fulfill quests, they will come in handy with all your projects for the future. The DG destined nodded in understanding and a bit of excitement. Sirafal suddenly piped in, oh. But take your time guys, no pressure. The quests don't have a time limit, so you can do them at your pace. After all, we're all supernatural beings and time is of no concern to beings like us. Enjoy your guild, have fun, and discover new things, those are the priorities you should focus on, with this guild. Everyone smiled at Seraphal's words. Harry looked at her and gave her a small proud, and soft smile. This guild was solely created for the benefit of the DG destined, the digital world, and the Digimon. Sure, Neo Kyoto would eventually receive all sorts of benefits as well. But at the moment, the guild's purpose is to create a safe place where the DG destined can gather, plan, and do their thing, without anyone getting in their way or trying to take advantage of them. Mimi suddenly took a look at one of the quests and read it. Oh, this quest sounds fun. Let's see, it reads. Quest. Sparring with the Big House. Requested by Thalia Potter and Percy Potter. Description: Hello DG Destined. Pop has told us, his demigod sons and daughters, about you guys, and we can't wait to meet you, but a lot of us would like a little sparring match with your Digimon. We always fight with Pop's Digimon and always get beaten up. So maybe we'll fare better with yours, who knows? Either way, we want to find out. So, come to the Big House and spar with us. Ray. P.S. This is Percy Jackson, please don't mind Thalia's excitement, she means well, but she really likes to fight. Either way, come to the Big House and hang out. I would like to meet more friends of my dad, Harry. Davis suddenly grinned and looked very excited now. Ha! Them's fighting words. Come on guys. Let's go meet Harry's demigods kids and show them how powerful our Digimon are. Mako fidgeted with her hands and then smiled. I want to meet more of Harry's children. Harry raised an eyebrow when he heard Mako suddenly whisper to herself, something about also meeting her future daughters and sons, but given how Carrie, Yuli, Sora, and Mimi were now glaring at her, he decided to stay away from that bomb. Sirafal heard Mako and giggled in amusement. She then leaned into Harry's side and then whispered, Mako is a dangerous one, hey? It's always the quiet ones, hee. Harry sighed and shook his head, though he did smile in amusement at Sirafal. Yasaka laughed behind her hand. She also heard Mako's statement and noticed the glares the other DG destined girls were giving her. She knew right then and there, that these girls were going to be fun to watch. The male DG destined ignored what was happening among the girls and focused on the quest. They knew better than to get in the middle of that mess. Well, all of them knew better, other than TK, who seemed to be always happy to kick the hornet's nest. Tai looked over at the quest and then smiled in excitement. I kinda agree with Davis here. I want to meet Harry's demigod children and see how our Digimon stand up against them. Matt nodded. It sounds both fun and like a learning experience. At the very least, we should find out where we stand in Neo Kyoto. Joe sighed and then scratched the back of his head. Well, it will help us, so I can't really back out. Either way, this does sound interesting, so might as well give it a try. Izzy hummed and then took out his laptop. This is the perfect opportunity to obtain some data on both us and supernatural beings. I have been able to scan some already, while I've been coming and going. But this will give me an opportunity to get some data of supernatural beings in a fight. Well, supernatural beings who won't break all the scans and numbers, that is. Izzy deadpanned at Harry, but the dragon god just smirked and shrugged. Ken rubbed his chin and then added his opinion. We'll be facing off against real demigods. I believe we'll have to prepare a bit. Cody nodded. Yes, perhaps research a bit about the mythologies their godly parents originated from. TK crossed his arms and then spoke up. So, should we go to the library? Yasaka smiled and then said, that won't be necessary. Hermione and Tony made sure you guys have a digital copy of Neo Kyoto's library for your personal use. After all, you guys are new to this world. You will need information about the factions, other races, and a ton of other subjects, so we prepared a library digital plane. You can either digitize and visit it or get the information from your smartphones. Mimi stopped glaring at Mako and smiled. Ooh. That sounds very useful and cool. Carrie sighed and got her attention away from Mako as well, who was now fidgeting in her spot. Well, now we don't have an excuse to not be prepared or know stuff ahead of time. Sora sighed and nodded. Looks like we're going to have to study quite a bit now. Everyone grimaced at the mention of having to study. No one really wanted to do so, except Joe. He already looked ready to hit the digital books. Yuli grinned and then said, come on guys, it won't be that bad, and besides, it's for our own good. The DG destined groaned and complained, but they knew Yuli was right, so they really couldn't say anything against studying. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Well, if you guys want to take on Thalia's quest, you have to click on it. You'll get information on the rewards offered, and if you accept the quest, it will then be tagged as ongoing, until you complete it. The DG destined turned their heads back toward the quest board and began to read the rewards offered by Percy and Thalia for this quest. Suddenly the DG destined sputtered and took a step back in shock. Joe shook his head and immediately pointed at the quest board. What the hell? That's an absurd amount of money. Harry raised an eyebrow and then took a look. Indeed, the reward had a big number. As a monetary reward for the quest, but to Harry, it wasn't something special. What's wrong? This is chump change for anyone in Neo Kyoto. Everyone gaped at Harry. What the dragon god said was too absurd to the DG destined. They knew that Harry is filthy rich, but to think that his kids were also loaded was something that surprised everyone. Sirafald giggled and then added her dime in. You guys will be making that much money soon. I bet Thalia wanted to give you guys a head start with that reward. No one knew what to say about that, so instead they opted to nod and just agreed. Harry laughed at the still out of it look his friends now had on their faces, to think that this was only the beginning. After the DG destined recovered from their shock, the reward for their first quest gave them, the DG destined accepted the quest and were all ready to go ahead and meet with Harry's demigod children. However, before they could go ahead and meet up with the demigods, Harry had to stop them. After all, in their excitement, the DG destined forgot that they were in the middle of getting a tour of their guild's base, so, the now embarrassed DG destined were taken around the guild, so they can get familiarized with the place. Inside the guild building, the DG destined first got to see around the lobby. As explained, the quest board can be found here, along with the front desk, where visitors can set up an appointment with the guild masters or any member of the guild, along with requesting a quest or service. After that, the DG destined were taken to the labs on the second floor. Here, research on the DG destined's digital energy, Digimon, and the digital world will be performed, though it will be mostly Izzy and Harry who would be taking care of the research aspects of the guild. Tony also equipped it with all the most modern toys, from computers to lab tools and even some other things that the guild might need to use at one point. Izzy also took them to the server room, though only Ken and Yuli gaped and awed at the sheer size of it, along with the high-end specs. Then, the DG destined were taken to the cafeteria, where, to their surprise, Ari, Lily, and Sherry were already there and eating a meal, while Susan was behind the counter with an apron on and ready to cook everyone a meal at any time. Turns out, that Harry knew exactly how hungry a Digimon can get, along with the appetite a tamer might get after hours of raising Digimon and going back and forth between the digital world and the real world. So the dragon god had something prepared beforehand, and that is, building a cafeteria in the guild, along with putting Susan in charge of cooking. He even gave her some of the recipes for Digimon he had created a long time ago. Full meals, full of calories and all sorts of nutrients for a hungry Digimon. Susan was of course, more than happy to take care of the Digimon Tamers Guild's food needs. After all, she loves cooking and taking care of people. What better job is there for her? Other than this? After watching for a bit how Ari, Sherry, and Lily were enjoying their meals, the DG destined decided to have a bite to eat, so they all digitized their Digimon and together, along with Harry, Yasaka, and Sirafal, they had a small lunch. Well, small for a Digimon that is. Soon after, the DG destined continued their tour. This time however, Ari, Sherry, and Lily joined the tour, curious about the Digimon Tamers Guild. After the cafeteria, Harry took them to the living quarters on the third floor. Now, usually, a guild hall doesn't have rooms like these. After all, members of a guild all live in Neo Kyoto, so, there was no need for rooms for anyone to stay over. However, the DG destined are a different story. They have a home and family in another world, so they can't just go back and forth all the time. So, Harry had the guild building built with living quarters for the DG destined, especially because there will be DG destined from around the world joining in and they will all need a place to stay and rest when in Neo Kyoto, especially if they're going to be training or dungeon diving. After that came the final place of the tour, the guild master's office, which is on the fourth floor. Here is where Izzy, Harry, and Tony will be taking care of all the guild's needs, documentation, finances, and so on and on. The guild master's office is the highest floor of the building and it's a big expanded circular office with 3 desks and all sorts of technological advanced equipment. The desk in the middle is for Harry, while the one on the left it's Izzy's, the one in the right is Tony's and he's already behind the desk working on something. Though he looked to be focusing on whatever he was working on, Harry smiled and then walked over to his desk. He placed his smartphone on top of his desk and then sat behind it. He smiled at everyone when suddenly, all sorts of lights began to flash and fly out his smartphone. The DG destined widened their eyes in awe as the room automatically expanded as Digimon of all sizes and shapes began to digitize behind Harry. Sirafal giggled at Harry showing off, while Yasaka smiled finding all of this amusing. Ari cheered seeing all sorts of Digimon grinning, smiling, or even snarling at everyone. Sherry was awed at the sight. She had known that her father has lots and lots of Digimon, but this is the first time she has seen all of them. Lily grinned at seeing all the powerful beings in front of her. Some even called out to her Dragon Knight blood. She certainly liked all of them as well, all of the Digimon carried a sense of respect and power, something that made Lily realize that her godfather was never alone, that with him, there's always a big army of powerful friends ready to help at his word. Harry closed his eyes and his Digimon let out bursts of their digital energy. He softly smiled and then opened his eyes to stare at his friends, the DG Destined. Well, as Guild Master of the Digimon Tamers Guild, I welcome you all, to our hall, everyone. Say hi. The Digimon immediately roared or yelled in cheer as the DG Destined gaped at the sight. Sirafal and Yasaka just fondly smiled at Harry, happy that he was having a ton of fun with all of this. While Eri, Lily, and Sherry watched on as the Digimon celebrated the opening of the guild, for both DG Destined and their Digimon partners, a place where they can gather, train, and collect things, a new home and base dedicated to everything related to the digital world. With this statement and show of power, a new beginning has started, one where new digital adventures will arrive in Neo Kyoto and the Yokai faction, for the DG Destined are here to stay, along with their Digimon partners in the digital world. After Harry's little show, the DG Destined were finally registered into the Digimon Tamers Guild. In fact, that was what Tony had been working on, while Harry was being dramatic again, his words actually, of course, both Eri and Nejire were also registered to the guild as members. The vital bracelets and smartphones were uploaded with a security password that will allow them to use everything in the guild hall, along with being allowed to enter the guild building as well. With that out of the way, the DG Destined were then taken around Neo Kyoto, to finally see the sights and get to know the city they will be working in from now on. Soon, Izzy will begin to contact all the other DG Destined from around the world and inform them of the guild. This will see the guild have an increase in members, expanding the guild registry and allowing it to be able to begin operations. There was still a lot for everyone to do and take care of. Resources and money have to be collected, their training has to begin and a lot needs to be learned as their status as digital hybrids is still a big mystery, but for now, the DG Destined will be spending time with Harry, his family, and in Neo Kyoto. Though first, they have their first quest to fulfill. One that will let the DG Destined meet with Harry's demigod children, where a spar will take place, DG Destined versus the demigods. What will happen during this battle? Chapter 210. Harry, Yasaka, Sirafal, Eri, Sherry, and Lily took the DG Destined around Neo Kyoto for a small tour, one to let them see a bit more of the city. It was something everyone wanted to do for them, before taking them to the big house, the home of Harry's adopted demigod children. This way, the DG Destined would be able to see and get to know more about the city that would be their second home in Harry's world. The DG Destined had only seen a small glimpse of Neo Kyoto, before going on a tour of their guild's building, so now that they got a chance to walk among the city's streets, they were able to finally notice just how modern and big it really is. Well, modern in a way that actually mixed with its Japanese traditional culture, that is something that is Japanese, they approved of and quite liked. Neo Kyoto as a whole had recently begun to once again change. The new addition, to the people living here, brought about a new need for more growth and transformation. With Asari, Krogan, and more beings from Shepard's universe now living in Neo Kyoto, more buildings were built and technology from that world had become even more prominent among the populace of the citizens of Neo Kyoto. To the point, that Neo Kyoto was beginning to look a lot like the Citadel, just far more Japanese in nature and with a lot more actual nature around it. Not only that, the sheer diversity in the people living in Neo Kyoto gave it a unique atmosphere, a fun and peaceful one at that. The DG Destined were of course, awed by everything they saw, from the buildings to the flying vehicles to the small robots cleaning the streets, delivering packages or notes, to all sorts of supernatural beings and aliens walking around with smiles on their faces. Carrie took a picture of one of the tallest buildings in Neo Kyoto and then awed as she looked up at it, impressed at the building. Amazing, it's reaching way above the clouds, but isn't that dangerous? What if an airplane hits it or something? Harry smiled and answered Kari's questions. Neo Kyoto's wards have a special function, in which airplanes can move through the city via teleportation. They don't even touch the sky above Neo Kyoto. Carrie nodded and smiled, understanding how something like that would be very useful for air travel. That's actually pretty smart. Harry nodded and gave Carrie a smile. Mimi was looking through a store window, where she saw all sorts of clothes on display. There were so many styles and materials in these clothes that it had Mimi feeling very excited. Suddenly an Asari walked by and dressed another mannequin with a new set of clothes. She noticed Mimi staring after she was done. The Asari smiled and then winked at Mimi, which got the DG Destined of Sincerity to blush a bit. Yasaka noticed that and giggled in amusement, before explaining to Mimi what she saw. That's an Asari, an alien race from the world we have begun to call the Mass Effect universe. They're quite the unique race of aliens too. long-lived and very wise. Mimi nodded and smiled, I like their skin color and she was very beautiful too. Yasaka nodded knowing how true Mimi's words are. Mako was staring at a group of yokai children running around while laughing. What really got her attention was the cat ears on top of the yokai children's heads. She really wanted to scratch behind one, but she was too shy to approach and ask permission. Plus, she didn't know if it would be considered rude to ask to do something like scratch behind a yokai's cat ear. However, while Mako was debating what she should do, the Nikomata children noticed her and sensing the cat lover in her, they immediately surrounded her. Poor Mako didn't even notice until the Nikomata children meowed at her, causing her to jump and panic when she saw that she was surrounded by Nikomata children, who were all now meowing for her attention. Harry watched that happen and he couldn't help but laugh at Mako's plight. Sora sat on a bench nearby and stared at a small robot that was sweeping the ground while humming a tune. Another one was helping an old lady cross the street as well. It certainly was an impressive sight to see something like this. It made Sora feel like, none of this was real. I feel like I'm inside a sci-fi movie, or something, maybe an anime too. Yoliai, who had walked over to the small robot sweeping the ground and had lifted it up, only to begin to spin it around to inspect it, heard Sora's words, and while the small robot was wiggling his arms in a panic from being so suddenly manhandled, Yoliai nodded to Sora, yeah, but this is all kinds of cool. I never thought I would see something like this in my lifetime. TK walked over and poked the small robot with his finger, while it began to throw the garbage it had collected at him. Though TK easily avoided it, it's certainly quite the sight. It's definitely different from what imagined Neo Kyoto to be. Ken walked over and nodded in agreement with TK, yes, but it's certainly peaceful, despite how many kinds of beings and creatures live here. The group looked around and stared as they saw a family of dragons suddenly flying over the city. A pair of vampires suddenly turned into bats and left the area. There were even a few arachnid-like creatures running through the street in between the traffic and actually stopping at a red light. Cody walked over to the group who was staring at all of this happening and spoke up. It's actually amazing how peaceful and kind everyone seems to be. It certainly makes you think. No. Everyone nodded in agreement. Joe, who was listening, sighed and then said, if only people would do something like this. What does it say from us, that it's monsters and creatures that have been able to accomplish true peace like this? The DG Destined frowned and looked down. It was pretty telling of human nature, that something like this hasn't been accomplished to this degree. Sierra Fall smiled and then walked over. This is the reason we protect Neo Kyoto. It might sound cruel or even heartless, but we are willing to destroy anything or anyone that threatens this peace. We all love this and are willing to do anything to ensure that Neo Kyoto continues to be like this for many years to come. Tai and Matt heard Seraphal's words, and while the rest of the DG Destined nodded in agreement, they both made a silent vow to also protect this wonderful world, their new home, but for that to happen, they have to grow stronger first. Tai and Matt didn't notice it then, but at that moment, their heart beat at the same time and their vital bracelets gave off a light glow, on that dissipated as soon as it appeared, but it was a sign, one that heralded a new change. After that, Harry then took the DG Destined to the big house, a building well known for those who live in there. The big house serves as both home and school for Harry's many demigod children. It is a big building, one even expanded on the inside. The big house is not the only building, but also the area surrounding it, a big forested area created by Harry, one that serves as training grounds for his demigod children. He even added a massive lake as well, and as the new home of the demigods, many magical and mythological beings live here as well. It's a peaceful place where the laughter of children, the conversations of teenagers, and the sound of everyone having fun, can be heard at all times. Like with everything else in Neo Kyoto, the DG Destined were awed and very impressed with this place. Especially with how lively and fun the place looked. The place was full of demigods, dryads, nymphs, centaurs, and other such beings, just walking around and having fun with each other. It certainly made the DG Destined feel excited to see a place such as this. It was something straight out of a fantasy book. Suddenly, 4 young teens came up running towards the group, 2 boys and 2 girls, though the DG Destined immediately noticed that there was something definitely different about these 4. There was some sort of pressure coming off them, that they couldn't quite place. The young girls immediately hugged Harry, who hugged them back with a smile on his face. One of the young teenage girls looked up at Harry and grinned at him. Pops, you finally came back. Harry nodded and then blinked when he noticed something different about the young girl in front of him. He reached a hand to her hair and gently grabbed it, to look at it more closely. The young girl grinned and then said, "You like it? I learned how the color of my hair with a spell. Mom Hermione helped me learn it." Harry smiled and gave the young girl a nod. "It looks good on you, Thalia. Blue suits you very much. Thalia proudly smiled. The other teenage girl giggled and looked up at Harry. Thalia was worried you weren't going to like it, and might even get angry at her. You know how most parents take their kids changing their hair color as a sign of rebellion. Harry chuckled in amusement, especially because Thalia seemed embarrassed now. She frowned at the young teenager who just told her worries without hesitation and sighed, Bianca, you're not supposed to tell Pops that. Bianca giggled and shrugged unrepentant. One of the young boys smiled and said, I told you Papa Harry wouldn't get mad, he knows us better than that. Thalia once again sighed but grinned at the boy and then patted his head, I know, but I couldn't help but worry about it, Nico. Nico just smiled at Thalia but didn't say anything else. The other boy scratched the back of his head and then said, well, I know Mom would not like me dyeing my hair, even if it's through magic and temporary. Thalia winced, yet. Auntie Jackson wasn't too thrilled I turned my hair blue, but she didn't say anything to me either. That kinda made it worse though. Percy winced as Thalia did. He knew his mom was more than likely not happy, but wouldn't say anything because, in the end, Thalia is free to do what she wants, but his mom is so well liked among the demigods, that they take her very seriously, so Thalia knowing that his mom might be disappointed, did make her nervous. Harry smiled, knowing that Sally was more than likely, just surprised or was just messing with Thalia. Despite being a motherly and kind woman, Sally had this mischievousness about her and sometimes she liked messing with people. Seraphal suddenly hugged Thalia from behind, causing her to squeak and twitch in surprise, which only made the Moo giggle. How cruel, to ignore your mothers and run straight to your father. I feel a little left out, Thalia. Thalia's sweat dropped and nervously laughed, ah. Mom, I just wanted to show Pops my hair as soon as possible. I wasn't ignoring you. Seraphal smiled and nodded, oh good. But how about, you make it up to me and come on my show? I have a great idea for a lightning-based magical girl. And your new hair color is great for it. Thalia aggressively flinched the moment Seraphal mentioned her show. In fact, the DG Destined saw the ground beneath her actually crack from her sudden movement, though, because Seraphal was holding on to her tightly, she didn't even move an inch. Thalia desperately looked for help towards her fellow demigod siblings, but the traitors were already hiding among the DG Destined, who stared at them in confusion. Seeing that she was not getting any help from them, Thalia looked at Yasaka and stared at her pleadingly. But Yasaka just kindly smiled at her. Well, I do feel a bit sad at being ignored by my daughter, how my heart hurts. Thalia gaped at her mother Yasaka's dramatics in shock, while the nine-tailed fox enjoyed the look on her daughter's face. Kitsuns are pranksters, so Thalia should have known better. Thalia then tried her last hope. She quickly looked over to Harry, but the dragon god just shrugged and gave her a thumbs up. He certainly didn't want to get dragged into all of this. Don't get him wrong, he has appeared in Seraphal's show a few times already, but making a single episode was so tedious and annoying, that it's not something he really enjoys doing. Except when Seraphal begs him to make an appearance, as a loving boyfriend, he can't really say no to her, but that doesn't mean he enjoys doing it, so, no matter how much he loves his daughter, all he could do was wish her the best with a smile on his face. Thalia was left in a bit of a catatonic state, at the betrayal of her family, and she was even in a bit of a depressive state for a while as well. Seraphal was, of course, happy that she finally got one of her daughters to agree to show up in her show. She had been trying for a while now. But she hadn't had much luck, not even Hope or Morgan would do it. Sure, they would take her awesome classes on posing and introductions, but for some reason, they never want to dress as magical girls for her show. The gall of her daughter and niece. But at least she was able to get Thalia to do it. She's going to have so much fun with this. While Seraphal was cheerfully humming as she was lost in her thoughts, Mako approached the catatonic and depressed Thalia, who was kneeling on the ground with a dark aura around her. Mako didn't really understand what was wrong with appearing in a show. It sounded kind of fun actually, but it seems like Thalia wasn't so enthusiastic about it, so, feeling a bit worried for her, she approached her and kneeled in front of her. Are you okay? Thalia let out a hollow laugh which made Mako worry even more. I'm fine, it's just a lot of work to make a half-an-hour episode, it's so tedious and boring. Mako felt bad for Thalia now, she looked so devastated and empty, so she hugged her and patted her back. There. Thalia hugged Mako and sobbed, which made everyone else sweat drop. Bianca deadpanned and shook her head, she's such a drama queen sometimes. Thalia gave her the finger from behind Mako, which made her frown. While everyone laughed a bit at the whole thing, Harry just shook his head but inwardly agreed with Bianca. Thalia is a tough and rough kinda girl, but when it comes to family, she tends to act like this. Sure, she's cool and awesome most of the time, but she often seeks attention from him and her mothers. It made Harry wonder if she inherited that from Zeus or something. Nico suddenly turned his head towards the DG Destined and stared at them in a bit of confusion. Oh? Sorry if we interrupted something, it's been a while since we have seen Dad, so we wanted to greet him right away. The DG Destined smiled at Nico. They understood and weren't at all upset. They showed up to say hi to Harry. Ty grinned and pointed at himself. It's all right, buddy, my name is Ty. The girl beside me is my sister, Carrie. Carrie nodded and smiled. It's nice to meet more of Harry's children. TK nodded and then pointed at himself and then at Matt. I'm Takeru, but my friends call me TK, this is my big brother Matt. Matt raised a hand in greeting and softly smiled. Sup. Joe walked over and gave Nico a little bow. Nice to meet you, I'm Joe. Mimi pushed Joe aside, which sent him rolling through the ground, which made Nico sweat drop a bit. I'm Mimi. It's very nice to meet you. Sora nervously giggled and then spoke up. Don't mind Mimi, she's just excited. Oh. I'm Sora by the way, it's nice to meet all of you. Izzy, who had not had the chance to meet the demigods, walked forward and also gave Nico a little bow. Hello, I'm Koshiro, but please call me Izzy. Yoliai waved at Nico and the other demigods with a cheerful smile on her face. Hiya. I'm Yoliai. And it's nice to meet you as well. Cody smiled and slowly waved at the demigods. I'm Cody, it's very nice to finally meet you. Ken nodded, and I'm Ken, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Davis was next and he practically jumped ahead of everyone. Hey. I'm Davis. It's nice to meet all of you. I hope we all get along. Mako, who was still hugging Thalia, turned her head towards everyone and gave them a small soft smile. Hello, I'm Mako, I'm happy to meet you all. Thalia let go of Mako and stood up while holding Mako's body up, causing the DG Destined of Bonds to squeak in surprise. Ah. You're the DG Destined. Did you get my quest? Is that why you're here? Mako was stuttering and blushing deep red since Thalia was now holding her tightly. Bianca blinked and then sighed, and she recovered already. See, it's all dramatics. Either way, what do you mean by quest? Percy is the one who decided to explain. Well, Thalia heard from Sherry and Lily, that Dad was going to be bringing some of his friends from another world here. They're apparently creating a new guild, something to do with Digimon. So, Thalia thought that it would be fun to spar with them, see where they stand and whatnot. Plus, she also wanted to give them some good funds to get everything started. A quest was the best way to accomplish all of this. Bianca nodded in understanding. Nico grinned and then looked over at the DG Destined. Oh. Are you like Dad then? Digimon Tamers. Carrie smiled at Nico and then said, something like that. We're a bit more specialized, but we are seeing about expanding on what we can do. Tai nodded, which is why we accepted the quest Thalia gave us. It will help us a lot with seeing where we stand compared to the rest of Neo Kyoto and see what we have to work on. The demigods nodded, understanding and liking the way Tai and the others took the spar proposal in Thalia's quest. Bianca then smiled and pointed at herself. All right, as you heard, I'm Bianca Potter, blood daughter of Hades and adopted child of dragon god Harry. It's nice to meet you all too. The DG Destined widened their eyes at finding out who Bianca's blood father is. Nico grinned seeing their reaction, and introduced himself next. I'm Nico Potter, blood son of Hades as well and child of dragon god Harry. The DG Destined were gaping now, 2 children of the Greek god of the death, that's overwhelming as it is. Unfortunately, the surprises didn't end there. Percy pointed at himself with a thumb and then introduced himself. Percy Potter Jackson, blood son of Poseidon and child of dragon god Harry. The DG Destined all sweat dropped now. They all turned their heads towards Thalia hoping she wasn't the daughter of someone important like the last 3, but Thalia's mischievous smile destroyed that hope. I'm Thalia Potter, blood daughter of Zeus and child of dragon god Harry. The DG Destined just slumped where they stood and sighed. Well, looks like they got to meet some very important demigods, something they weren't expecting right away. After all, it is one thing to meet someone related to a god, but to meet the children of the 3 major gods of Olympus. It was overwhelming, to say the least. Harry just chuckled as he watched his friends trying to come to terms with who they had in front of them. If that left them like that, how would they react when they meet an actual god? Well, besides himself and Ereshkigal that is. After the DG Destined recovered from their shock, they began to get to know more about their new friends, and about their parents. They were saddened by what had happened to them before they met Harry. The way the Greek gods treated their children was horrible. to say the least. Thankfully, Harry changed all of this for all of them and they were now happier and safer than ever. Speaking about their godly parents, that was a mixed bag as well. Hades, despite having a bad reputation and being a god of death, has proven to be a good father. Sure, he made mistakes in an effort to keep his kids safe and the DG Destined can understand that, but he's trying to fix those mistakes and be there for Bianca and Nico, something that earned Hades the respect of the DG Destined. The fact that Hades lives in Neo Kyoto and works here has also earned him the love and respect he deserves. Needless to say, Hades is a very happy god now, something that Harry can vouch for the Greek god of death is always talking about Bianca and Nico to the other death gods during work, something that embarrassed the both of them a lot. Poseidon is another godly parent that's trying his best to make up for his mistakes and his absence. Percy had explained that at the beginning, he really didn't want to be around his blood parent, but endure his presence, because his mother Sally deserved to be happy and Poseidon does that for her. But eventually, the Greek god made his way into Percy's heart, and the young demigod accepted him as a father, though he's more fond and caring to Harry, since it was him that changed everyone's lives for the better. But Poseidon and him get along very well and spend a lot of time together doing father and son things. Thalia was a different matter altogether. She hates her father, for the lies, for all the pain he's caused, and for having abandoned her when she needed him the most. So, she couldn't care less for Zeus and considers herself a full daughter of Harry, who doesn't mind and is quite happy to have Thalia as his daughter. According to Harry, Zeus had been crippled and now lives in isolation in what remains of Olympus. Without the other Greek gods there, the once beautiful domain of the Greek deities has begun to deteriorate and collapse. Zeus, being the stubborn man he is, refuses to leave Olympus and is using his very limited power to keep the domain standing. But Harry explained that at best, he's just slowing down the inevitable. Olympus will fall and cease to exist soon enough, and when that happens Zeus won't have anywhere else to hide. After all, he has a lot of enemies. Over his long life, his arrogance, paranoia, and cruelty have earned him the hate of many, from factions to other supernatural beings to even other gods themselves. It's only a matter of time before Zeus is killed or worse. In the end, the once all-powerful king of Olympus will pay for all his sins and no one will bat an eye, not even Thalia, who would just shrug at whatever fate would befall him, for to her, the only father she has and will ever need, is Harry Potter. It was sad to hear for the DG Destined, who were so loved by their parents, couldn't understand why the gods would do these kinds of things to their own children, and perhaps it was for the best they didn't understand, for they had no need to know of the arrogant and quite toxic mentality some of the Greek deities used to have. But after that sad talk, the DG Destined got to know Bianca, Nico, Percy, and Thalia better, not as demigod children of the big three Greek gods, but as people, teens close to their age, and it was something they really enjoy. Bianca cheerfully spoke to Mimi and Sora. She told them of some of her favorite places to buy clothes and other things she likes in Neo Kyoto, plus the best shops to buy sweets and pastries as well, something that got Sora and Mimi's full attention. Thalia spoke to Carrie, Yolei, and Mako. She told Carrie about some of the most beautiful places in Neo Kyoto to take pictures. As an ever-expanding city connected with nature, there were some very interesting and pretty places to take pictures of. Yolei was glad to speak with another tough and adventurous girl. Both got along well. Despite Yolei being a computer nerd and Thalia a battle junkie, they both found common ground in their love of adventures and video games of all things. As for Mako, Thalia was already attached to her for indulging her dramatics. To Thalia, Mako seems like the sweet and kind girl you can't help but want to protect, like Asia and Sumire, who are like younger sisters to Harry and aunties to her. Mako quite liked Thalia and admired her boldness, though she did take advantage of the situation and asked Thalia for information about Harry. Thalia immediately understood that Mako romantically liked her pops, so she widely grinned and then told her that she would help and support her in getting her pop's heart. At the same time, Harry felt a shiver go down his spine, causing him to jump and wildly look around as if looking for someone or something wanting to attack him. Yasaka and Sirafal noticed all of this and laughed in amusement. They both wondered who of the DG Destined girls will get Harry first and join them in the harem. Nico, being the youngest of the demigods, got along great with the guys of the second generation of the DG Destined. He quite enjoyed Davis' cheerfulness, TK's sassy attitude, Cody's polite way of speaking, and Ken's cool and collected persona. Percy, in contrast, got along well with the guys of the first generation of the DG Destined. Ty and him meshed well together and even promised to have a small soccer game in the future. With Matt, he had a cool conversation about music. Izzy was the smart kind of person. Percy liked him for that. He reminded him a lot of Annabeth, smart and brave, People you can always rely on to have your back. Joe was a funny dude to Percy, he seemed the nervous kind of guy, but Percy could also see a fierce determination within his eyes. Overall, the demigod children of Harry Potter quite enjoyed and liked hanging out with the DG Destined, but underneath all of that, they were also excited for the upcoming spar. It was evident that the DG Destined are warriors and the air around them screamed of experience and battle. It made the demigods that much more interested in how they would fare against them. They didn't know why, but Bianca, Nico, Percy and Thalia felt that they were going to see something amazing during this spar. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.